almost sounds as if she is crying. Felix's voice is soothing in answer, but too low to make out the words. "She's some actress," Amara whispers. "He seems to have bought it all." "We really shouldn't be hearing this." Dido looks uncomfortable. She tiptoes to the corridor door and slams it open as if they have just come in. "Shall we get dressed first, or do you want to play?" she demands loudly. Instantly, the voices next door fall silent. Amara and Dido tramp about, getting their clothes out of the chest, running through their first song. Felix opens the door, stripped to the waist, unconcerned to see them both. "You can go now," he says, calling back into the room. Victoria hurries past, clothed dishevelled, her face damp, perhaps with sweat. Amara tries to catch her eye and wink, but she avoids looking at her, instead stepping into the corridor and softly closing the door. Reclining modestly on Aurelius's amply upholstered couch, Amara is grateful she and Dido decided to wear their gauzy dresses folded, making the fabric as opaque as possible. She is not sitting with Fuscus tonight. Instead, in what she suspects is a touch of teasing mischief by the host, Aurelius has placed her on a couch with one of his oldest friends, Pliny, the admiral of the fleet. He is an austere-looking man, with dark grey hair and a hard-set jaw. Aurelius tries to draw him out with anecdotes of military life, but Pliny seems to be that rare person who prefers to observe rather than talk about himself. "I would be delighted," he says to Aurelius, who offers to take him on a pleasure tour of his vineyards, "but you might find me rather dull. I'm hoping to travel a little further inland towards Vesuvius to see some of the rarer plants, though, of course, my research touches on wine as well." "Wine is for drinking, not researching," Aurelius laughs. "But we can venture further inland if you wish." Pliny has said nothing to Amara all evening, save a brief compliment on her and Dido's presentation of Sappho, and so it is a surprise when he addresses her directly. "You don't share our host's view?" "I'm sorry?" Amara is bewildered by the question. "Your wine. You've barely touched it all night." Amara looks at her glass. It stands beside her companion's, which is equally full. "Ah," she says, "well, I find drinking too much is akin to falling asleep, and I'd prefer to be awake to whatever life offers." He stares at her. "Interesting," he says. "We are of the same view." Having caught his attention, she is quick to press further. "Are you studying the medicinal quality of plants?" Pliny's mouth twitches, a dismissive look she does not like. "Are you going to tell me all the special properties they have for women?" "I wasn't talking about love potions," Amara says, her cheeks flushing. "My father was a disciple of Herophilos." "Herophilos? Is he a favourite of yours? Perhaps you could set him to music." There is laughter from the guests who have been listening to their conversation with amusement. Amara has endured so many insults, usually dressed as compliments, from the men at these dinners. She knows it is irrational as well as foolish for this one man to provoke her above any other, but her heart is racing, and she cannot stop herself from retaliating. "When health is absent," she says, raising her voice and switching to Greek, "wisdom cannot reveal itself. Art cannot become manifest. Strength cannot be exerted. Wealth is useless, and reason is powerless. I would not set Herophilus to music, sir, but I would live my life by his wisdom." "I have offended you." There is surprise, not anger, on Pliny's face. He looks at her, almost as if she were a dog that had started talking. "Forgive me. There is no reason why you should not have read Herophilos. What did your father teach you about him?" His question snuffs out the flame of Amara's anger. She feels afraid of having exposed herself. "I should not have presumed," she murmurs. "Of course you should have presumed. Why should you let me be pompous?" Pliny sounds irritated. "Enough with the false modesty. Just answer my question." "My father, Timaeus, was a doctor in Aphidnae," she says. "He had no son, and he wanted a companion to read to him. which I did. Pliny is silent, so she continues. He was particularly interested in Herophilus's theory of the circulation of the blood. Amara pauses. May I? She motions permission to take Pliny's hand. She takes his wrist, feeling for the pulse, senses it quicken at the light touch of her fingers. That is your blood's rhythm, driven by your heart, she says. Or at least, that is what Herophilus believed. Careful, don't let her bleed you, one of the guests jokes. Amara lets go of Pliny's wrist, and they both laugh. The conversation moves on. She and Dido get up to perform another song. Pliny says nothing when she rejoins him on the couch, but even though he does not speak, she can sense his intense awareness of her. She is not surprised that he chooses to leave early, but before he rises, he addresses her again. Would your master spare you for a week? I should like to take you home. He makes his request so casually, no more than if he were asking to borrow a coat, that it takes her a moment to understand. I'm certain he could spare me, she says. Good. Across the room she can see Dido staring at her. Amara's eyes dart to Pliny, and then back to Dido again. Explain to Felix. Dido nods. There is a great deal of smirking between guests as she follows Pliny from the room, though none are quite bold enough to tease the Admiral outright. Aurelius comes closest. I hope you have a delightful night, my dear friend, he says with a pointed look at Amara. I'm glad the dinner pleased you. Pliny thanks him serenely, choosing to ignore, or perhaps oblivious to his hint. They walk through to the atrium, Amara following at a distance, joining his silent retinue of slaves. One of them has picked up her lyre. The porter helps her on with her cloak. Then she steps out into the moonlit street. Chapter 22. I pursue my research in odd hours, that is, at night, just in case any of you think I pack up work then. Pliny the Elder, Natural History. The house Pliny takes her to is near the Forum, only a short walk from the brothel, but stepping over its threshold is like entering another world. A delicate fountain of a fawn greets them as they enter the atrium, starlight reflected on its waters. The air is heavy with the smell of jasmine. My friends were kind enough to let me have the run of the house while they are in Rome, Pliny says, taking a lamp from a slave and leading her across the darkened hall. It's this way. They climb the stairs, walking along an interior balcony, until he pushes open a door. The smell of jasmine is particularly intense here, and she can hear the splash of another fountain. Amara guesses the room must overlook the garden. Here we are. He gestures for her to enter. She had expected him to be attended by slaves, so is a little nervous to step into the room alone. The walls are painted with maritime scenes, tiny boats in picturesque battles, plumes of smoke rising from the defeated enemy fleet. She wonders if Pliny visits regularly, if this room was painted especially for him. Travelling cases overflowing with scrolls and wax tablets trail across the floor. Another pile sits on the large bed. Pliny lifts them off carefully. If you could get undressed, he says, turning to fuss over his tablets while she does so. There's no point doing a seductive striptease if he's not even watching. She removes the cloak, carefully folds up the silk dress, and undoes her hair. Then she arranges it artfully over one shoulder and perches at the end of the bed. Pliny is a while flipping through his notes, but eventually turns back to her, a wax booklet and stylus in hand. They look at each other. Could I get a better view? He says. Amara is nonplussed. Is her pose not sexy enough? What is it he wants to see? She arches her back, pouting. No, he says. Not that. Just lie down or something, so I can take a better look, see more of you. She lies back on the bed, feeling more nervous by the minute. Pliny looks her over, scratching away at his tablets. He is taking notes, she realizes. The thought is so funny, she has to cough to hide the laugh that rises up her throat. May I?" he asks, putting down the tablets, gesturing he would like to touch her. He runs his hands over her whole body, frowning with concentration, tutting slightly to himself when he gets to the bruise on her arm. She flinches when he touches her between her legs, not sure what to expect. But he doesn't linger any longer than he did on her elbow or her chin. "I'm glad to see you don't remove all the hair," he says approvingly. "Disgusting habit." He pats her calf. "Though that's all nice and smooth, as it should be." "Thank you," he says, sitting down on the bed. "You can sit up now." Amara does as he asks, not sitting too close to him. She is not sure that even Victoria is going to believe her when she recounts this night. "I've talked to a number of courtesans for my research," he says, dignifying her with a more illustrious title than they both know she deserves. "I would be interested to know about your herbal knowledge. I wasn't, in fact, scoffing about love potions earlier." "What would you like to know?" she says. He is poised with his tablets. "Do you do anything to prevent pregnancy?" "I insert a sponge, soaked with honey, when I can afford it. I use it as a barrier. My father let me read all of Herophilos, including his book on midwifery. He thought it would be useful to me when I married." Pliny nods. "Very sensible. So you don't use any charms?" "No, though some of the others at my establishment do." Another washes herself out with wine and vinegar. The companion I sang with this evening also uses a sponge, like me. He scratches away on the wax. "How did you become a courtesan?" "Which part of the story do you want?" "Well," he says, frowning, "all of it. You started out reading Herophilos to your father in Attica, and now here you are in Pompeii. I should like to hear everything." He is asking for nothing other than her entire life laid bare. Amara isn't sure whether sex might have been easier. "My father was a doctor in Aphidnae," she says. "I was his only child. He died when I was 15, a disease he caught from one of his patients. My mother tried to support us for a number of years, and when this was no longer possible, she sold me as a house slave to one of my father's former patrons." "Wait a moment." Pliny holds up his hand. "This makes no sense at all. Why did your mother not simply marry you off as quickly as possible? They must have been expecting you would marry soon anyway at that age. You were an only child. What about the dowry?" He has managed, inevitably, to hit on one of the most shameful parts of her story. "My father did not always charge his patients as he should have," she says, feeling the need even now to defend him for his neglect. "The debts we expected to call in were never paid. And he had significant debts of his own. What dowry there was, my mother spent to provide for us both." Pliny is outraged. "But this was the most terrible negligence from both of them." He sees the distress on her face. "No, I am sorry. Go on. You were sold as a house slave. What then?" "My mother left the money she was paid for my sale with my possessions," Amara says, wanting at least to clear her mother of greed. "But my new master took it, and he did not use me as a house slave as promised, but as a concubine." Pliny rolls his eyes, as if amazed anyone could have been duped into imagining otherwise. "I was there perhaps a year, but his wife became jealous and sold me as a whore. I was taken to Puteoli and sold there at the market to the pimp who runs the town brothel. That is how I am here." "The journey of the mind is always stranger than that of the body," Pliny says, cryptically. "How have you adjusted? You must have spent your early life imagining becoming, what, a respected wife? A mother?" "I knew that was my duty." "What did you want then, if not that?" "What I wanted was idle daydreaming," she says. Pliny huffs, impatient at her quibbling. Amara gives up. "I wanted to be a doctor," she says, "like my father. I just assumed this was going to happen because of all the hours he had me spend reading his texts. I had not understood. Then, when I mentioned it one day, He explained that of course this was not possible. "That isn't strictly true," Pliny replies. "Certainly, you could not have practiced medicine like your father. But there have always been women scholars, philosophers, living modest enough lives, especially in Attica. But I understand his concern at the irregularity. Though," he mutters, clearly still irritated by her parents, "that was all the more reason to have saved up the dowry." He puts down the tablets, glancing round at his books. "Do you have a good reading voice?" "I suppose I must have." "Excellent. You can help me a little while you are here." He switches to Greek. "We can even read Herophilos if you wish. I'm minded to include him in my natural history." Pliny's accent is appalling, but his Greek is perfectly fluent. "I should like that so much," she says, smiling at him. "It would be a pleasure for me." He smiles, too, evidently satisfied with how the evening has gone. "Now, I will be up reading for a few hours," he says, getting off the bed, "but please don't let that disturb you. Feel free to sleep while I work." Where would you like me to sleep?" "On the bed, of course," Pliny says, exasperation creeping into his voice. He sits at his desk. It's angled so that he can still see her. Amara makes a show of getting under the covers and half closes her eyes, watching him from under lowered eyelashes. Pleased to see her settled, Pliny turns back to his scrolls and ignores her. She fully intends to stay awake, but the rustle of parchment, the sound of the fountain and the smell of jasmine are all so soothing she has soon drifted off. She is still half asleep when she feels his fingers run through her hair. "You've not left me much room," he whispers. Instantly she is alert. "Oh," she exclaims, realizing she must have sprawled across the entire bed in her sleep. "Sorry." She scrambles to the other side. Pliny slips in beside her. "It's a gift to sleep well," is all he says. They lie next to each other in the dark. Amara has no idea what time of night, or perhaps morning, it is. She can sense from his extreme stillness and shallow breathing that Pliny is also fully awake. It is difficult to know what he might want, but Amara feels she had better suspect the obvious rather than offend him. She shuffles over, placing her hand gently on his arm. "I'm so grateful you invited me," she says. "You are a delightful girl," he replies. Amara knows he is looking at her, but his face is obscured in the darkness. She leans over and kisses him. He has dry, papery lips. Pliny doesn't respond to her kiss, but he doesn't shove her off either. She relaxes, letting her body rest on his, while her hand travels across his thigh. Immediately, he stops her, catching her by the wrist. "There's no need." "I only want to please you," she says, moving away, so she is no longer lying against him. "I didn't mean to presume." "I understand," he says, kissing her hand with his dry lips and releasing her wrist. "But there's no need. It's a pleasure for me simply to have you here." He stretches out his own hand and rests it on her waist. It's the only part of their bodies that is touching. Though he is so close, she can see the dark of his eyes and feel the warmth of his breath. "What lovely soft skin you have," he says. Amara remains braced in the same position, expecting that perhaps he wanted to be the one doing the seducing, until she realizes, as his hand grows heavier and his breathing deeper, that he is asleep. She gently lifts his arm, moving his hand from her body and placing it on the bed, then shuffles away slightly, not wanting to roll into him later by mistake. Amara closes her eyes. She thinks this is going to be a very pleasant week. Chapter 23. No other part of the body supplies more evidence of the state of mind. This is the same with all animals, but especially with man. That is, the eyes show signs of self-restraint, mercy, pity, hatred, love, sorrow, joy. In fact, The eyes are the windows of the soul. Pliny the Elder, Natural History. Pliny is stroking his fingers through her hair. The sensation wakes her. She opens her eyes to see him staring down at her. Daylight is less forgiving of his age. There is grey hair on his bare chest, and an oddly intent expression on his face. She wonders how long he has been watching her. "I'm so glad you don't dye your hair, like so many silly women," he says by way of greeting. "Yours is such a lovely natural shade, soft like a squirrel." He leans over and gives her a dry kiss on the nose. He is such a bewildering mixture of affectionate and creepy. Amara isn't sure what to say. "Thank you," she manages, hoping he will stop looming over her soon so she can sit upright and move again. He leans down again, this time kissing her on the forehead. Then he sits up, swinging his legs over his side of the bed. "I need to write this morning," he says, "but I should like you to read to me in the afternoon. In the meantime, take a scroll or two and enjoy the gardens. Secundus will bring you anything you might need. He knows you are staying for the week." Pliny has been dressing himself as he talks. Again she is surprised by the absence of slaves in his private room. But when he sees her pick up the transparent silk robe, he stops. "You're not wearing that, are you?" "I don't have anything else," she replies, amazed such a clever man is capable of being so obtuse. "I suppose not." He looks round absently, as if expecting sensible women's clothes to sprout from one of the travel cases. "It will have to do for now. Maybe—" he frowns, watching her. "Maybe fold it a few more times?" Amara doesn't trust herself to reply. When she is dressed, he fusses round her while she chooses a scroll, or rather accepts the bundle he gives her. Then he escorts her to the door, seemingly now anxious for her to leave so he can work. She steps out onto the interior balcony, the glorious sweep of the gardens below. "Just take the stairs," he says with a vague gesture, before disappearing back into his study. She walks slowly down into the garden, with a sense of total enchantment. It is the cool of early morning, but already the sky is blue, a promise of the blazing day ahead. The scent of flowers she cannot name is sweet in the air, and the fountain sparkles as it falls, the gentle rhythm of its splash like light footsteps. The balcony of the upper floor forms part of the shaded colonnade, and there are a number of benches already strewn with cushions for whoever might wish to rest. Amara stands and stares, unable to believe what she sees. All this is hers for the day. She has nothing else to do than sit and read and look at this beautiful garden. "Oh, would you like some refreshment, mistress?" A man, who may or may not be the Secundus Pliny mentioned, is standing a polite distance away. Amara is embarrassed by the formality of his address. She clutches the scrolls to her chest, hoping to cover the thin fabric. "That would be very kind, thank you." The man leaves, and she sits down on one of the benches facing the fountain. It's a little chilly in the shade. She inspects the scrolls Pliny has given her. Both are Greek. Homer she is familiar with, even though her family only owned a copy of 2 sections of the Odyssey. But she has never seen Apollonius's The Argonautica. She unravels the top carefully and starts to read, when the same man comes back with a tray and a blanket. "I thought you might be cold," he says. "That's very thoughtful, thank you," Amara replies, wrapping the throw round her shoulders. "Are you Secundus?" "Yes." "I am Amara. It is very nice to meet you." His mouth twitches slightly in amusement, but he remains studiously polite. "Nice to meet you too, Mistress Amara." "Thank you," she says again, as he sets down his tray on a small table beside the bench. "Do you know what music the Admiral likes? I am hoping to play for him later. He has been so kind to me, I should very much like to sing something he might enjoy." "I am certain the Admiral would be delighted to hear whatever you might wish to sing," Secundus says gravely, "given he has been pleased to invite you here as his guest." He bows and leaves her. When he's safely out of sight, Amara eagerly inspects the tray. It contains a piece of soft crumbling bread with honey spread on top, a glass of water, and a plate of fruit. Apricots and damsons. She tries not to eat it all too fast or too greedily, then gets up to dip her fingers in the fountain. She is certain Pliny would not like honey or damson stains on his parchment. Then she settles back to the cushions with a sigh, and begins the Argonautica. It is a morning unlike any other in Amara's life. Even at her father's house she never knew such leisure and luxury. Secundus appears with another light tray of food, cheese, olives, and more bread, a small glass of sweet wine. But otherwise she is left completely undisturbed. She reads. She strolls round the garden inspecting the flowers, admiring the jasmine that she knows will smell even sweeter in the evening. She looks at the paintings around the colonnade, exquisite garden scenes, wild birds in flight, a dove resting at a fountain that mirrors the real one, which splashes gently through the day. She knows she is near the hustle of the street, but very little of its noise disturbs her tranquillity. By late afternoon, the sun's heat has warmed every corner of the garden, and she has discarded the blanket Secundus brought her. She's beginning to feel a little anxious that Pliny has forgotten her, when he arrives, followed by a slave carrying a trunk. "Have you enjoyed the gardens?" he asks, joining her in the shaded colonnade. "They are wonderful," she says. "I've never known such happiness." He nods, looking pleased. "If you would read a little to me now," he says, "I will be able to tell if I find your voice easy to listen to or not." The slave hands her a scroll. "I brought Herophilus's On Pulses. I need to study him in any case, and it helps if you are familiar with the text." The scroll in Amara's hands is 1,000 times finer than the one from her father's house, but she feels a flood of emotion unrolling it. "Is there a section you would prefer?" she asks. "Start from the beginning," Pliny says wryly. "I generally find that helps." Amara begins to read. The text is more complete than the one her father owned, but the phrases and cadences are still familiar. It is like recounting a prayer, an incantation, to all she used to hold dear. She has been reading for some minutes, with Pliny scribbling notes, when he stops her. "Go back a little," he says. "Just a couple of lines." She obliges, and he nods, satisfied. She continues reading solidly for several hours, helped by the odd glass of water brought by the ever-diligent Secundus. Eventually they break for dinner. "You have a musical voice," Pliny says. "Not too cloying. I can see why your father found you so useful. I find many women's voices hard to listen to for long periods, but yours has just the right quality." "Will you let me sing for you?" she asks. "I'm not sure I'm really a man to be serenaded with Sappho," he says, sounding amused rather than unkind. "I wasn't going to," she replies. "I used to sing a version of Nausicaa's meeting with Odysseus for my parents. I thought you might find it pleasant." "By all means, then," he says, though his tone suggests he has agreed more through politeness than eagerness. Amara and Pliny have dinner in the garden, with only the two of them present. There is no question of the dining room. He asks her about the Argonautica, about her views of Apollonius's depiction of her love between Jason and Medea. She is grateful to have read enough to discuss it. After they have eaten, one of the slaves brings her the lyre, and she plays for him, a tune that takes her back to her childhood and the affectionate gaze of her parents. She looks at him expectantly when she finishes, hoping he has enjoyed it. But the expression she sees on his face is one of immense sadness. "Your parents did not serve you well, Amara," he says at last. "You are a lovely girl. They should have ensured you had a dowry." "Please," she says. "They are both dead. I cannot think badly of them." Pliny inclines his head in acknowledgement. "I understand. Forgive me." When it is too dark and chill to stay longer in the garden, they walk back up to Pliny's room. There are even more scrolls scattered about than she remembers. "Ah, I forgot," he says, pointing to a pile of women's clothes. "I had them find you some more suitable things." "Thank you," she says, resisting the urge to pick them up and see what he has given her. "I will wear them tomorrow. You are so kind to me." He watches her get undressed with the same intent expression that she remembers from the morning. Amara hopes that he wants her, that this evening he will not move away. She knows that it is not him she has fallen in love with. It is the gardens, the beauty of the life he possesses. But there is no focus for her desire other than the man in front of her. In spite of her efforts undressing, he does not join her on the bed, instead sitting down at his desk to work. "Could I not read for you?" she asks. "You must be tired," he answers. "I would not expect you to sit up reading all night." "Please," she says. "I would like to." He hesitates, then passes her the scroll he is studying. "From there," he says, indicating the point in the text with his thumb. This time there is no Secundus to bring her discreet glasses of water, and the treatise on plants is unfamiliar, and even worse, the scribe's handwriting is cramped and hard to decipher. More than once, she hears Pliny wince or tut impatiently as she stumbles over a phrase. But still Amara reads on, until she thinks she will lose her voice or fall asleep exhausted over the parchment. Finally, he has had enough and gets ready for bed. "I see we are alike in our avoidance of sleep," he says. "It always seems a kind of death to me." She lies closer to him as he gets in beside her, hoping he will put an arm round her. He doesn't. "Amara is not a name I've heard before," he says when they are lying facing one another in the dark. "I take it is not your real name." "My master gave it to me," she says, and the mention of Felix is like the cold of a knife laid flat against her heart. "He told me it is halfway between love and bitterness." "Yes, amare amarum," he says. "A bit poetic for a pimp." Pliny rests his hand in the hollow of her waist, the same as he did last night, and she is afraid he's going to fall asleep. She leans towards him so that his hand slides into the small of her back and kisses him. His lips are as dry and unmoving as before. She kisses him again, trying to imagine he is Menander, that he will respond to her like Menander. But instead, he pushes her gently away. "I just want to please you." It's a line that she has repeated endlessly to so many customers without a trace of sincerity. This time, she wishes the need wasn't so abject in her voice. "You do please me," he says, as if humouring a child. "I like looking at you. You are very lovely." He runs his fingers slowly through her hair, the same way he did when he woke her in the morning. "I don't feel the need for more." He must be impotent, she thinks, and finds the idea neither disturbs nor reassures her. She is too exhausted, and the bed is too comfortable for her to mind any more about the puzzle of Pliny. She falls asleep, lulled by the sensation of him still stroking her head. Time passes like a silk ribbon through her fingers. Every hour spent as Pliny's guest sees her fall more deeply in love with his life, her days an endless procession of pleasures. She bathes alone in the private bath suite, has her hair dressed each morning, eats freely without considering the price of the food. Slowly, she feels her own body return to her. Nobody touches her without permission, still less with violence. In the beautiful garden, the brothel's ugliness starts to take on a sense of unreality, but she still knows it is there, like the fading bruise on her arm. Pliny becomes the obsessive focus of her hopes. She never spends as much time with him as she did on her first day. He is often busy receiving guests or dining out. But every night, she reads to him, and falls asleep under the weight of his hand. She sits in the shadow of the colonnade, watching silently when guests call on him in the garden, trying to learn more about his habits, his views, anything that might allow her to make herself indispensable to him. He would be a good master, she tells herself, imagining her life as his secretary. Even if he lost interest in her, if she became a half-forgotten beautiful object in his home, something to set alongside the flowers or the fountains, her voice would still be useful to him. He would still treat her with kindness. Sometimes, alone in the garden, she thinks of the other women, of Dido most of all, and she longs to talk to her. Then she is flooded by guilt at her planned abandonment. She tells herself elaborate lies, that if Pliny bought her, she would persuade him to buy Dido too, that her own good fortune could be shared. She tries not to think of Menander. The memories are as painful to hold as burning firewood. On her 6th day at Pliny's house, her fear of being sent back to the brothel is so intense she cannot read. He has said nothing about her leaving, but has not mentioned extending her stay either. She is sitting silently in the garden, hidden in the shadows, when 2 of Pliny's acquaintances visit. They stand gossiping by the fountain as they wait for him. It is a while before she realizes what they are talking about. "I don't know why he picked her up. Only Pliny could be so eccentric, taking home some funny little Greek girl who sang at a party." Startled, she turns her attention to the speaker. He is much younger than Pliny, with an arrogant, self-satisfied air. He reminds her of Quintus. His companion has his back to her, but she can hear the amusement in his voice. "Caecilius saw her when he dropped in this week. Quite pretty, he said, but perfectly ridiculous. So lovelorn she was practically quivering, gazing at the admiral with tragic dormouse eyes. And Pliny paid her no mind at all." The first man snorts with stifled laughter. "Well, you have to hand it to him. I'll be quite happy if I can fuck a whore into a state of devotion at that age. The old boy's put a bit of weight on, and let's hope she doesn't give him a heart attack." The men's mockery doesn't hurt Amara, but her powerlessness does. Across the garden, standing silently in the colonnade, she realizes Secundus is also listening. His exact role in Pliny's life is unclear to her, but she soon guessed that he is more than a steward. He is his master's eyes and ears. She can see from his face, usually so inscrutable, that he is angry. The 2 men carry on chatting idly at the fountain, oblivious to the 2 slaves listening. Secundus looks at her. He has always known she was there. He smiles, inclining his head slightly towards the men. She knows then that whatever favour the pair came to seek from the admiral today will not be granted. It is Secundus who tells her later that Pliny will dine alone with her that night. "Do you think he would like me to sing for him?" she asks. "I think he enjoys your reading voice most," Secundus replies tactfully. "He has told me how helpful you have been, reading to him for hours, long into the night without any complaint. It has only been a pleasure for me." The look Secundus gives her has more than a little pity in it. Her sense of foreboding grows. Pliny is in a good mood at dinner, more than usually solicitous about what she has been reading, complimenting her, even at one point kissing her hand, the only sign of physical affection he has ever shown her outside his bedroom. He is saying goodbye to me, she thinks. She watches Pliny's mouth move as he talks. There is no cruelty in his face. The merry splash of the fountain mingles with his well-considered words. The air is scented with jasmine. She cannot imagine going back to Felix, back to the brothel with all its darkness, its daily violence. It will kill her. "I shall miss you," Pliny says at last, when one of the slaves brings out a large bowl of fruit. He takes an apple. "It has been a pleasure to have you here." "Don't send me back," Amara says, the words coming unprepared and unbidden. "I beg you, please, please don't." He looks at her in surprise, and her sense of desperation grows. She clasps his hand, pressing it against her heart. "I would be loyal to you. I would give my life to your service. I would be the most devoted secretary you could ever wish. I would be anything you wanted, go anywhere you asked." "My dear girl," Pliny says, "there is no need for this." "Please don't send me away from you," Amara says, losing all sense of dignity, falling to her knees and weeping into the palms of his hands. "Please, you could buy me from my master. I would read to you every night, dedicate every hour to your work. I would never sleep in your service." "You do have the most beautiful voice," Pliny says. She looks up at him and sees that for a moment he is wavering, considering her offer. Then he looks down. "But I already have a number of secretaries. I don't know what place there would be for you. I have already asked you everything I need to know for my work, and you know I'm not a man to keep a concubine, enchanting as you are." He helps her to her feet, seats her beside him. "It is very sweet of you to make such an offer. I am touched by your loyalty, but I cannot accept." She collapses, weeping, onto the couch beside him. He rests a hand on her shoulder. "Amara, please, control yourself. There is no sense to this at all." But she cannot control herself, and the beautiful garden is filled with the ugly sound of her hysterical crying. Eventually, when she is completely exhausted and her eyes too swollen for more tears, he suggests retiring to bed. He seems weary, irritated even, by her emotion. "It's a shame to have wasted your last evening," he says, watching her undress. "I've already explained it to you. It's not that I don't find you delightful, but there's just no place for you in my household. And really, I'm an old man. You must want something else, surely. Plenty of courtesans end up married or settled in some way in the end." "I don't want anything else," Amara says, lying down heavily on the bed, her limbs weighted with misery. She can already feel the walls of the brothel closing in on her. For once, he does not head straight to his books, but lies down beside her. He props himself on one elbow, leaning over her, and runs a hand through her hair. "You're an intelligent girl. You must understand." Amara closes her eyes, tears leaking from beneath the lashes. She feels the warmth of him as he comes closer, his papery lips planting a kiss on her forehead. She turns away, curling into a ball, hiding her face in her hands. He sighs loudly with annoyance and thumps off the bed. She hears him mutter the word "ridiculous" as he sits down at his desk. Amara is exhausted by unhappiness. She falls asleep, as she did on the first night, to the sound of Pliny working, the splash of the fountain in the garden below. Chapter 24. Perfumes are the most pointless of all luxuries. Their highest attraction is that, as a woman goes by, their use may attract even those who are otherwise occupied. Pliny the Elder, Natural History. When Amara wakes, Pliny is already sitting at his desk, watching her. From his expression, she knows there is no point in repeating her humiliation from last night. "I'm sorry for my behavior," she says, sitting up, holding the covers to her chest. "I did not mean to repay your kindness in such a way. I hope you are not offended." Pliny relaxes, obviously relieved to find her calm. He walks over, takes her hand, and pats it. "I know women are naturally emotional creatures," he says. "There was nothing offensive about your offer. I'm only glad you understand. Now." He ushers her out of bed and shoos her towards her clothes, perhaps nervous she might become tearful again. "I have been thinking this morning about a favour you may be able to do for me. The nephew of a dear friend is calling on me shortly. If you are willing, I should like you to be a friend to him." Amara pauses in her dressing. "A friend?" "All young men need some experience with a woman before they marry," he says with a shrug. "A father can only hope his boy doesn't land on some coarse, unintelligent whore who runs through the family money. Of course, Rufus is rather romantic, a little naive, I suspect. I am trusting you to be a loyal, helpful friend to him, one who always understands her place. No hysterics. Can I rely on you to do that?" Amara nods. "I would perform any service for you," she says. "I hope not too onerous a service," he says. "Rufus is a pleasant enough boy." Pliny peers at her face. "Perhaps it might be wise to see the maid this morning. I will meet you in the garden." Amara walks out onto the interior balcony, heading to the small room at the front of the house where Sarah, a maid belonging to Pliny's hosts, has dressed her hair each day. She takes in Amara's reddened eyes, and without asking any questions, soaks a scrap of cloth in cold water. She motions for her to sit down at the dressing table. "Hold this against your eyelids," she says. "It'll help." Amara wonders what Sarah thinks of Pliny sending her a prostitute to look after. She has never been anything but polite. Amara sits obediently in the darkness, the cloth pressed to her closed eyes, while Sarah does her hair. When she has finished, Sarah takes Amara's hands from her face. "Better," she says. "Now dry them." Sarah picks up the coal and a slender brush, drawing delicate lines around Amara's eyes with swift, deft movements, then dabs a dark grey powder on her eyelids. A glass vial sits on the dresser, jasmine distilled from the garden. She passes it to Amara, who unstoppers the lid and rubs the scent along her neck. Sarah takes it back, hands her the small silver mirror, the final rite in their ritual. Amara looks at her reflection. In the respectable clothes Pliny has given her, no doubt also chosen by Sarah, she does not look like a young woman who works in a brothel. "Thank you," Amara says, "for everything." Sarah nods, polite but not inclined to talk. Whatever she really thinks of Pliny's guests, it is impossible to guess. Pliny himself is reading a scroll when she joins him in the garden. She sits down silently, trying not to think about how soon she has to leave this place. She wonders what Rufus will be like, tries to summon the energy to charm him, muster the will to seize the opportunity Pliny has laid out for her. Secundus arrives with bread and fruit. He has not served food since the first day of her visit, when she suspects his real purpose was to examine her. So she is surprised to see him with the tray. Secundus looks at Amara, as if appraising what is wrong with the scene. "Shall I bring you your lyre, mistress?" "Thank you," she says, grateful to be given something to do. She has breakfast. Pliny is still too engrossed in his scroll to talk to her, then begins to play. The feel of the strings beneath her fingers, the chance to lose herself in singing, is a relief. An hour passes, the sun warming the garden, the flowers opening their faces to its light. She plays tirelessly to Pliny as he reads, as if she were his devoted daughter. "Rufus is here." Secundus is standing by his master. As always, she did not hear his approach. Amara deliberately carries on playing, only glancing up briefly to see a young man hovering by the fountain. He is gazing at her, clearly not expecting to see anyone but the Admiral. Pliny beckons him over. "Rufus! How is Julius? I was sorry to miss him in Misenum." He sends you his warmest greetings," Rufus says, "as do my parents. They are spending the summer at Baiae, or else they would have called on you while you are staying in Pompeii. Be sure to send them my best regards," Pliny says. "Baiae is delightful at this time of year." He glances over at Amara. "Your uncle told me you are very fond of the theatre these days. This is Amara, a little guest of mine. She is a gifted musician." It is the first time Pliny has expressed any interest in her music. Amara stops playing, bowing her head modestly to Rufus. The young man looks a little uncertain, perhaps having heard the jokes about Pliny and his new Greek girl. "Lovely to meet you," he says. The two men chat for a while, but it is clear that, aside from a shared affection for Rufus's uncle Julius, who served with Pliny in the army, they have little in common. Secundus appears again, murmuring something in his master's ear. Pliny excuses himself, asking Rufus to wait a moment while he sees a client. Rufus and Amara sit in silence, both at a loss over how to navigate this particular social circumstance. "That was a pretty tune," Rufus finally says to her. "Might you sing something else?" Amara obliges, playing one of the more haunting melodies Salvius taught her. She has never performed it in public. She and Dido decided it was too melancholy. But Rufus is enchanted. "What a lovely voice you have," he exclaims like a delighted child. He seems so much younger than her, she thinks, even though he is almost certainly older. He is not exactly handsome. His nose is too big and his face too broad, but he is tall, and his smile is so open and friendly, she finds it hard not to smile back. He does not have the careless arrogance of a Quintus or Marcus. "Thank you. How did you, meet the Admiral?" Clearly he has heard the rumours. "I was performing at a dinner," she says. "The Admiral was interested in the work of my late father, who was a doctor, and asked me to assist him for a few days with his work on natural history." "Right," says Rufus, looking dumbfounded. "The Admiral is a man who is interested in the pursuit of knowledge above all else," she continues. "He does not have the prejudices or assumptions of lesser men, meaning," she looks directly at Rufus, "he does not pick up whores at parties for the purposes others might imagine." He blushes deep red. "No, of course. I mean, I didn't think—" She quickly interrupts to save his embarrassment. "Forgive me," she says. "The Admiral's respect means a great deal to me, and he has been so very kind." She looks down as if ashamed. "I should not have spoken so bluntly." Rufus looks even more discombobulated by the switch back to virtue than he did at the mention of whores. "How long are you staying to help him with his studies?" "I am leaving today," Amara says, and this time there is nothing artful to her sadness. "That's a shame," he exclaims. "Will you be leaving Pompeii altogether?" "No, I live in the town." She can see Rufus is intrigued. She needs to press his interest past the tipping point. "I was interested to hear you enjoy the theatre. Which plays do you like?" His face lights up. "There's nothing more truthful than a play, is there? I love them all, but I think comedies are braver somehow. All of life up there on the stage, and actors have the courage to say what one cannot say elsewhere." He stops, looking a little embarrassed for gushing. "But you must know all this already, doing what you do. I must say, I rather envy you for being a performer." The thought that this wealthy young man, with the entire world at his feet, might envy a penniless slave who sings to lecherous punters at parties is so absurd. Amara cannot at first think of a reply, but he is gazing at her earnestly, without any idea how ridiculous he sounds. "That's so sweet of you," she says. "I particularly enjoy arranging the words to music, finding ways to tell the story." "What fun you must have," Rufus says, disarming her with his infectious smile. "Do you get the chance to go to the theatre much yourself?" "No, sadly," Amara says, "though I should like to. It has been such happiness for me here, having time to read. But losing yourself in the story of a play is another pleasure entirely." "You must let me take you one night," Rufus says. "That is, if you are really sure it wouldn't be stepping on Pliny's toes." For the first time since they began talking, Amara sees a degree of calculation in the way Rufus is looking at her. He still thinks Pliny had her, she realizes. "I used to live a very different life," she says carefully. "I was a doctor's daughter. The Admiral is the first man to have treated me as if my past were still my present. At no time has he shown me anything other than a fatherly kindness. It is a lie, and yet, as she says it, she knows there is also truth in it. None of the usual rules quite apply to her relationship with Pliny. Amara remembers last night, the humiliation of begging, his uncomprehending rejection, and for a moment fears she might cry again. Rufus mistakes her sudden emotion and rushes to sit beside her. "I'm sorry," he says, clasping her hand. "What an oaf I am. I didn't mean to upset you." He gazes into her eyes. His own are hazel, wide now with concern. "What a tragic life you must have, and how insensitive I have been, asking you such things." He wants a sob story, Amara thinks, so he can rescue me. She has acted many parts, she tells herself. At least this one has the virtue of mirroring real life. "No, you are very kind." She looks down in what she hopes is a show of shyness. "I am only sad because I must return to my master today and leave the Admiral's protection." "Where is your master's house?" Amara hesitates, wondering if it is too soon to relay the crucial information. "The wolf den." "The town brothel?" Rufus recoils. Amara hides her face in her hands, defeated. Reality has proved a plot twist too far. "You poor girl," Rufus says. "How utterly tragic." He takes her hands from her face. "Please don't cry. I won't think any less of you. I promise. I will call and take you to the theatre. It would be a pleasure to know you better." Amara is in danger of crying genuine tears of relief. "I should like that so much," she says. He leans closer, his hand resting on the bench, close to her knee. There is a more familiar look on his face. "Might I kiss you?" She feels a flash of annoyance. After everything she has told him about her past, about the way Pliny has treated her, he still wants to own her after 5 minutes' conversation. She lifts her hand for him to kiss. "Of course," he says, taking it. "Of course, not in the Admiral's house." "Thank you," she says, giving him what she hopes is an adoring smile. It means everything to be treated with kindness. "You deserve nothing less," he says gallantly. They sit awkwardly for a moment. "I'm going to have to leave now, though." He stands up. "Perhaps you could pass on my goodbyes to Pliny. I promise I will call on you this week." "Thank you," Amara replies. "Don't leave it too long." When he has left, Amara sits in the garden, lifted by a current of hope. She is looking forward to thanking Pliny for the introduction. Then she sees Secundus step from the shadow of the colonnade. He is carrying a small bundle. Her things. Instantly she understands. Pliny will not be coming back to say goodbye. Secundus walks over and sits next to her on the bench, putting her clothes down between them. "When he brought you here," he says, looking straight ahead to the fountain, "I told him he would be lucky if you didn't demand your weight's worth in gifts every day. At the very least, you would leave here with one priceless jewel. He wagered me a denarius. I was wrong." He smiles at her. "So you cost me a denarius." She smiles back at him. Sorry. The thought of asking Pliny for gifts had in fact crossed her mind, but she knew Felix would only have taken them all. "Did he tell you what I did ask from him?" "Your undying service. That's a gift, though, not a demand." He turns away from her. We both know what service costs. They sit, united briefly by the unspoken understanding one slave has for another. "I also heard you crying last night. I think the whole house heard you." He looks at her, not unkindly but with determination. "That cannot happen today." She blushes. "It won't." Secundus nods, satisfied. "You know it wasn't just for the life," she says, gesturing at the fountain, the garden. "I mean, of course, it was for that. But I believe I love him, too." Secundus does not immediately reply. Then he stands, and she knows he's going to leave. That she will have to leave. Amara bites her lip, determined not to embarrass herself with more tears. "You didn't ask for a gift," he says. but he has chosen a gift for you, nonetheless. I have put it with your clothes. He pauses. I will give you a moment, so you can have the privacy of your thoughts before you leave. But it can only be a few minutes. Thank you, she says. Secundus bows and walks away. Amara picks up the bundle of clothes, expecting to find coins slipped between her robes. But whatever it is much heavier. She draws out the scroll Pliny has left her. On Pulses, by Herophilos. Chapter 25. They must conquer or fall. Such was the settled purpose of a woman. The men might live and be slaves. Tacitus on Boudica, Queen of the Iceni. Annals, 14. Look who it is! Look who it is! Berenice screams as Amara steps into the brothel. We thought you were never coming home. Victoria and Dido rush out into the corridor to join her. I'm so happy you're back. I'm so happy to see you. Dido flings her arms around her, crying into her neck. I thought I was never going to see you again. It was only a week, Amara says, torn between happiness at seeing Dido and guilt from knowing she spent yesterday begging never to return here. What was he like then? Victoria also looks very pleased to see Amara, but would never be so soft as to say so. Bet he was a total pervert. The old ones always are. Amara hesitates. She had so looked forward to laughing with Victoria about that first ridiculous night with Pliny, but now it feels too private. The thought of mocking him only makes her sad. He was the kindest man I've ever met, she replies, her voice quavering. Oh, look at her, Victoria laughs. You're all welling up. We've had the weird ironmonger, and now you're in love with some doddery old grandad. You have the worst taste in men I have ever known. That guy she met at the games was all right, Berenice says, defending her. He wasn't bad at all. Say that louder and Gallus might hear you, Victoria whispers, and they all laugh as Berenice whips round. Fuck you, Berenice says to Victoria, but she's laughing too. And what's all this? Victoria gestures at her to hand over the clothes. How many new outfits did he give you? 3, Amara says, passing them round. I guess I'll have to give them all to Felix. Lovely material, Victoria says, stroking one of the dresses. But you do look a bit matronly. She squints at the respectable clothes Amara is wearing. I shouldn't think anyone would dare ask for a shag if you swarmed around in that. An idea strikes her. Please don't tell me the old man wanted you to dress up as his dead wife too. No, Amara laughs. Nothing like that. What then? Berenice says. Must have been something special to buy you for a week. He wanted me to read to him. Sexy books. Victoria is too shocked to make a joke out of it. Is that it? No, we went to bed together, Amara says defensively, thinking of the nights she spent lying naked beside Pliny, his hand resting on her while they both slept. Just that... She trails off, not knowing how to explain what happened, or how she feels about it. It's all right, Dido says, hugging her again. You don't have to say anything. Went to bed together, Victoria says, copying her coy phrase. I've heard it all now. Amara feels suddenly exhausted. After so much time alone, it is going to be a strain returning to the total lack of privacy. I might just have a rest so I'm not too tired tonight. Oh, you can't go in there, Victoria says, as Amara draws the curtain to her own cell. Who's this? Amara asks in surprise. An unfamiliar woman is sitting on her bed. She is shockingly pale and has a tangled mass of long red hair. At the sight of the others, she springs up, towering over them, babbling urgently in a strange, guttural language. Amara cannot tell if she is furious or terrified. She steps back into the corridor in alarm. Sit! Victoria shouts, pointing at the bed. Sit! The stranger goes back into the cell, still talking in her incomprehensible tongue, gesturing at them. Felix bought her with your old man's money, Victoria says. He told us it's because you and Dido are out so much we need more bodies in the brothel. Where am I sleeping then? You can come in with me, Dido says. Makes sense. Doesn't speak a word of Latin, Victoria says. We've called her Britannica, because that's where she's from. Cressa's the only one she seems to like. She's off buying more food for the greedy thing now. I thought all the Britons had blue faces, Berenice says, looking at Britannica with disappointment. That's what everyone says, isn't it? Blue-faced Britons? She's certainly a savage, Victoria says. She just screams all night, scratching the men, biting. She punched one yesterday like some sort of animal. Amara doesn't like the way Victoria is talking about Britannica, even if the other woman doesn't understand. She glances at her again. The Briton is silent now. She certainly looks like a wildcat, with her mane of red hair and green eyes, but the emotion in them is all too human. Rage at her confinement. Are you all just standing there, talking about her again? It's Cressa carrying a lump of bread. She shoves them out of the way so she can get in the cell. You might have a little compassion. Britannica's face lights up at the sight of Cressa, and she begins gabbling. Cressa sits beside her, talking soothingly to her as if she were a small child, stroking her hair. She gives the bread to Britannica, who wolfs it down. Sorry, Amara, I didn't realize you were back, she says, finally noticing her. Oh, that's all right, she replies. I remember my father telling me about the women in Britain. A lot of them are warriors. Maybe Britannica was a soldier. The women go to war, Dido says. Not all of them. My father told me they had a famous queen. I don't know her name, but she destroyed a Roman army. Berenice makes the sign of the evil eye. Women aren't meant to rule, it's unnatural. Britannica's hardly a warrior queen. She can't even defeat a drunken sailor, Victoria says, though Amara notices that she eyes the stranger with a new, wary respect. Were you a warrior? Cressa asks Britannica gently. Is that why you hate it here so much? Britannica smiles at her, not understanding the words, only the kindness behind them. Amara! Thraso is shouting from the doorway of the brothel. Are you still in there? I told you to go up to Felix. I'm just coming, she calls back. No, you're not, he snaps, barging inside and grabbing her hard by the arm. She cries out in pain. You're a fucking time waster. Move it. He lets go of her and stomps off again. He's just annoyed. Balbus gave him a black eye yesterday, Victoria whispers. Some stupid fight about Drauca. What about her? Amara asks, suddenly anxious. Who knows? Victoria shrugs. Thraso would start a fight about anything. It is a room she had hoped never to see again. The red glow, the bull's skulls. She stands, saying nothing, as Felix goes through her new clothes. Is this all he gave you? After a week? There was this as well, she says, holding up the scroll but not handing it over. Felix gestures impatiently, and she gives it to him. He unravels it clumsily, looking for hidden coins or jewellery. Anatomy, he frowns, looking more closely at one of the illustrations. Amara doesn't answer. If Felix understands her attachment to Pliny's gift, he will only use it against her. He hands it back, and she takes it, rolling it up again, trying not to let the relief show on her face. Not much after such a long stay. He introduced me to a new client, though, so those dresses will come in useful. What new client? A man called Rufus. He will be calling on you to buy me for an evening. She hesitates, knowing how much Felix hates being given advice. I'm hoping that he is a long-term investment, so I think we might be better not charging too much at first, so that he continues paying. You're running the business now, are you? No, she says. I didn't mean... Amara, Felix says, grinning. I was joking. You've done well. The old man paid a fair price. He picks up one of the dresses. If this new one turns into a regular client, you can keep these to wear out with him. If not, I will sell them. He waves a hand at the clothes she still has on. But you certainly don't need to be wearing them now. Amara had guessed he might make her change. and has brought her old gaudy toga up from downstairs. She strips off, handing him the new clothes. "You've put weight on," he says, looking her over as she dresses. "It suits you." "You'll have to feed me more then," she says, risking a joke. "If you like it so much." Felix shakes his head but looks amused. A memory of the night they spent together comes back to her. The way he rested his head on her shoulder, looked up with the same flash of humour in his eyes, and she had smiled back. Amara doesn't like remembering. "Thraso looked worse for wear," she says. "Why were he and Balbus fighting?" She knows, as soon as she has asked, that it was a mistake. Any hint of playfulness has gone from his face. "I thought the old man was going to buy you," Felix says, ignoring her question. "The Admiral of the Fleet. What a change that would have been. But here you are back at the brothel." She says nothing. "What did he do with you all week?" "Just the usual," she says, her mouth feeling dry. "I doubt that," Felix says. He puts his arm round her in an exaggerated parody of affection. "Did he tell you how lovely you were? Gaze into your eyes? Was he gentle?" "No." "He wasn't gentle?" Felix pretends to be shocked. "What a shit. He certainly fed you well, but I'm not sure I believe you. I think he spoiled you, that old man, made you forget who you are." His fingers are digging painfully into her upper arms, but she doesn't flinch. Amara has belonged to Felix so long, she knows that he is going to rape her, to humiliate her, to try and destroy the last traces of the happiness she has brought back, now fading like the scent of jasmine on her skin. She grips the scroll Pliny gave her. There are parts of herself Felix cannot know or touch. "I never forget," she says. "Good." Felix lets go of her. "You should get back to work then." She is almost over the threshold of the doorway, giddy with relief, when he stops her. "Did I say you could take that?" Amara waits as he walks up to her, lets him take Pliny's gift from her hands. "I might be able to sell it." He turns the scroll over, a dismissive look on his face. "You never know what someone else will value." Chapter 26. Thais. "Me? Not speaking from my heart? That's not fair. What have you ever wanted from me, even in fun, that you didn't get?" Terence, the eunuch. The theatre's stage is blazing with torches, even though dusk has not yet fallen. The brightly painted columns and statues, the flamboyance of the actors, the laughter, reminds her of the atmosphere at the Vinalia. Amara has never been to see a play before, and is enjoying the luxury of watching rather than being watched. Let someone else have the hard work of entertaining for a while. Beside her, Rufus has taken her hand, and his look of utter delight at the unfolding scene endears him to her. He really is like a child, she thinks. She finds the play easy to follow. It is The Eunuch by Terence, who, Rufus eagerly assures her, is a greater master than Virgil. She would certainly like to borrow the luck of the play's courtesan Thais, who seems to rule the men through charm alone. Amara suspects Thais never encountered a pimp like Felix. She finds herself laughing at this world where the slaves are cleverer than their masters and the men love women to distraction. She remembers Rufus telling her he admired the theatre for telling the truth. Can he really think the world is like this? On stage, she watches as an actor disguises himself as a eunuch in order to rape the slave girl he fancies. He is a tall man, lisping and mincing to convince everyone he is safe to leave with the young virgin. Laughter ripples round the theatre at the absurdity and audacity of the joke. "The comic timing," Rufus whispers to her. "It's perfect." The girl's exaggerated screams off stage cause further titters of amusement. Rufus laughs with the rest. Amara sits listening to the actress's cries, a fixed smile on her face. Perhaps comedy is a mirror, after all. The sky turns a deeper blue, and the shadows on stage lengthen. Rufus is caressing her hand, teasing out the shape of her fingers with his own. She had worried before this evening about being out of place in a respectable crowd. Victoria had insisted she let her make some changes to the white robe Pliny gave her. "You don't want Rufus thinking he's taken his mother. At least show a bit of shoulder." And now she is grateful to her friend. Many of the women here are obviously courtesans, out with wealthy lovers. Her eye is drawn to one woman, sitting with the poise of a queen, her robes elegantly dipped at the back to show the line of her dark brown shoulder blades. Amara shuffles on her seat, trying to pull her own dress a little further down her arm. The play's end surprises her. Thais gets to keep both her lovers, the one she likes and the one who pays. She looks at Rufus, who is cheering enthusiastically. Perhaps her life will disturb him less than she feared. He turns to her, face lit with excitement. "Did you like it?" "It was wonderful," she exclaims. "I cannot think of a happier evening." "I'm so glad," he says, kissing her hand. "I hoped you would." They spill back out onto the streets with the rest of the audience. Laughter and conversation warm the evening air. Amara can see a small crowd pressed around Marcella's bar and instinctively turns away. "Is there somewhere to entertain, privately, at your place?" Rufus asks. He has not yet been to the brothel. One of his slaves was sent to collect her. "Oh," Amara says, looking horrified. "We couldn't go there." She imagines Rufus stepping into the narrow, sooty corridor, greeted by some vomiting laundryman, embracing her to the sound of Victoria's moaning, the air stagnant with the smell from the latrine. She would never see him again. "It's a terrible place." "But you seem so lovely," Rufus replies, looking at the nearly respectable white dress, her carefully dressed hair. Amara knows she cannot tell him she is ashamed of the squalor. She must invent a more poetic reason to stay away. "My master is unbelievably cruel," she replies. "If he thought there was a chance I might be happy with you, even for an hour, he would never let me see you again." "Really?" Rufus looks alarmed. Amara glances at him sidelong, as if too shy to be direct. "If he thought I might care for anyone, he would punish me dreadfully." Even as she says it, she can imagine Felix laughing, as if he would care about anything other than the money. Rufus squeezes her hand. "I will take you to my home. My parents are away for the summer." They walk to his house, accompanied by a small retinue of slaves, who must have had to hang around outside the theatre during the performance. Rufus is still enjoying talking about the play, and together they amuse themselves, imagining what mischief Thais and her lover might make after the action has ended. "And even our eunuch married his girl in the end," he says about the rapist. "So no harm done." The porter lets them in, and Amara feels a flood of relief that they did not go to the brothel. It is a wealthy home, not far from Zoilus's house, and as Rufus leads her across the atrium, a beautiful marine mosaic beneath their feet, she imagines his horror at the wolf den's baked mud floor. They pass through the courtyard, and he stops to break off a sprig of jasmine. "This scent always makes me think of you," he says, giving it to her. "The way you were sitting in that garden, surrounded by 1,000 white stars. I was just thinking to myself, I had no idea the Admiral had a daughter. And then I remembered." He stops, abruptly. "And then you remembered Pliny had hired a whore," Amara thinks. "That's such a beautiful thing to say," she whispers, inhaling the flower's scent before tucking the stem behind her ear. "Thank you." She doesn't stop him when he kisses her this time. Why else, after all, is she here? "A little further," he says, letting go of her. "My rooms are this way." One of the slaves has accompanied them, and Rufus turns to him before leading her off. "Some refreshments, please, Vitalio." Rufus's rooms are set off the large garden. She smiles to herself to see the paintings on the walls, theatre masks and actors on stage. Rufus offers her a couch, reclining beside her. Vitalio brings them wine and sets down a light supper on a small table by the couch, bread, cheese, dried figs. Then he leaves. It is clear Rufus has no intention of eating yet. No sooner is Vitalio gone than he is all over her. Amara finds herself unexpectedly afraid. This feels too familiar, too like the brothel. So much rests on him liking her, and she has no idea how a courtesan might be expected to behave. Should she acquiesce, or will he want to chase her? "Stop," she says, pushing him off and sitting up. She rearranges her dress to cover herself. Her heart is pounding with anxiety. Just a moment. Rufus is looking at her in surprise. He had not, after all, been violent, and what else is a man meant to do when he has hired a woman for the night? She thinks of Thais, of the illusion of power she wielded. Rufus believes that this is what life is really like. He has all the power, and she has none. But he does not know this, and she cannot let him realize. She turns to him, in anger. "You presume too much." They stare at one another in mutual astonishment. The words seem to come from someone else. It is a part Amara is playing, yet somehow she just found her own voice. She takes the jasmine flower from her hair, allowing the real anger she always carries inside to catch fire. "So, you thought I was the Admiral's daughter," she says, "and then, because I am not, you decide to treat me as a whore. I told you that this has not always been my life, that I value kindness and respect, and you show me none." Amara is ready for him to argue, ready to leave him, to blaze out into the night in rage, but Rufus immediately surrenders. "I'm sorry," he says, brow creased with remorse. "I didn't mean to upset you." Amara finds, having lit the spark, it is not so easy to extinguish it. "Is that what you think? That you can take without asking?" she demands. "No, not at all. What about all these plays that mean so much to you? What about love?" Her voice is scathing. "I have enough clients," she lies. "I thought you were different. I thought you wanted something else." The anger is starting to take on a momentum beyond Rufus, and she knows she has to stop. She takes a breath, turning her face aside as if to hide emotion. "I thought you might care for me." She falls silent, waiting to see if he will accept the role she is offering. He touches her arm, tentatively at first, then more confidently when she doesn't move away. "Please," he says, laying his hand over hers. "I'm very sorry. Let me make it up to you." Amara slowly allows herself to be won round. It isn't a difficult part for her to play. Nobody has ever made such an effort to charm her. Rufus teases her, playfully trying to serve her food, turning all his humour against himself. He smiles, and his cheeks dimple like Cupid. Amara accepts the glass of wine he offers, smiles back when he compares himself unfavourably to the eunuch in the play they have just seen, and, when he finally jokes about the terrifying effect that her anger had on him, widening his eyes in a ridiculous parody of surprise, she finds her laughter is genuine. "I do so wish I could write for the theatre," he tells her, once they are clearly friends again. He gestures at her to take a handful of dried figs. Then, when she has, helps himself. "But I don't have any talent." "I can't believe that's true." "No, it is. I might be an idiot, but at least I know that I am," he says. "And besides, my father would hate it. He wants me to run for the Adile next year." He pulls a face. "Can you imagine? All that endless smarming, getting people to vote for you, followed by a year of total tedium listening to everyone drone on about grain distribution. I'd be hopeless at it." "Couldn't you choose the celebrations you threw, though?" she says, thinking of Fuscus. "Maybe a free performance at the theatre, rather than the usual games at the arena." "Yes, I had been thinking that." His look of surprise reminds her of Pliny when she quoted Herophilos. "Might make the whole thing more bearable." They smile at each other. He holds her gaze and leans closer. Then, when she doesn't move away, kisses her. There is more sensitivity to him this time. She can tell he is trying not to rush her. "I have to ask you something," he says, stroking her arm. "I know you are trapped by your life at the way you live. I know you don't have a choice, but is your heart free?" Amara thinks immediately of Menander. "Yes," she lies. "And at the Admiral's house, you two didn't... I mean, you and Pliny..." "No, he never touched me. Not like that." "Right. Rufus says in relief. You just seemed so fond of the old man. I had to wonder. He must have a will of iron, keeping his hands to himself with you round. He knew about my past, she says. He felt my life had not taken its right path. Rufus nods. Terence writes about that, the mistakes that are made, when a girl isn't meant to be a slave. Were you kidnapped? He asks, an idea suddenly striking him. Then you might not really be a slave at all, if one could prove it. For a moment, Amara thinks of borrowing Dido's life story, taking it as her own. But she has already told Pliny the truth, and cannot risk discovery. No, I lost my father and everything else with him. My poor darling, Rufus says, kissing her again. He's a little bolder this time, easing her back on the couch, his hand creeping up her leg. She stops him. You can take what you want, she says. We both know it. But wouldn't you rather it was given? She kisses him to soften the rejection. Wouldn't you rather wait? If it was given, along with my heart. Amara knows she is gambling, and the dice are not weighted in her favour. Rufus has every reason to feel irritated. He has paid Felix for her, he was promised sex, and now she is asking him to treat her like a Virginial heroine in a play. But her lies have the intensity of truth. She gazes at him with wide, dark eyes. Yes, Rufus says, touching his fingers to her lips. I would like to win your heart. 4 of Rufus's slaves, including Vitalio, escort her back to the brothel. She feels the irony in knowing that the place they are taking her is not much safer than the darkened streets. The 5 of them walk quickly, the slaves' torches throwing out fingers of light, brushing the houses as they pass by. Nobody speaks. She thinks of Rufus, feels a sense of elation shot through with anxiety at the memory of his kiss goodbye, the tender way he tucked the jasmine back behind her ear before she left, his wholehearted acceptance of the part she offered him. She could almost love him for the gift he has given her, granting her the illusion of being a person and not a slave. But she knows it is an illusion, and the fantasy they have created together is fragile. It would be so easy to care for him, to forget how little she really has. Now begins the painstaking journey of discovering how he might help her escape. It's not a journey on which she can afford to have feelings. Chapter 27. Pythias. I don't know who he was, but the facts speak for themselves about what he did. The girl herself is in tears, and when you ask her, she can't bring herself to say what's up. Terence, the eunuch. The screaming is like nothing she has ever heard. Fear grips Amara, and she runs to the door, terrified one of her friends is being murdered. But Thraso looks perfectly calm. Just the new girl, he says with a shrug. She pushes past him, finds Victoria, Dido, and Cressa huddled in the corridor. It's Britannica, Cressa says, her face wet with tears. I can't bear it. What are they doing to her? What's happening? Nothing, Victoria snaps. Nothing that the rest of us don't have to put up with. She's fucking crazy. Britannica is shouting, screaming in her own language, calling Cressa's name. Even though none of them understand her words, they know she is begging for help. Victoria grabs Cressa's arm to stop her responding. You can't, she says. What are you going to do? Tell them to stop and Felix will pay their money back? Dido bursts into tears. We can't just leave her. There are 2 of them in there. 2 men. Amara is appalled. She was fighting so much, Victoria says, not meeting her eye. The other one went in to hold her down. Amara looks desperately at Dido, then Cressa. It seems impossible that none of them are helping, that they are all standing by uselessly, letting her suffer. Britannica's screaming cuts through her, visceral because it is familiar. It shocks her that she has never shouted her own anguish like that she has been silent instead. She presses her hands over her ears, wanting to stop the horror, stop the ear-splitting sound. "Why can't she just shut up?" Victoria shouts, suddenly angry. "Why can't she fucking understand? It gets the men in the wrong mood. They're going to be violent with all of us if she keeps this up, stupid fucking bitch." "They're hurting her," Cressa shouts back, distraught. "They need to stop, not her." Britannica's screaming subsides into sobs. "It's nearly over then," Victoria mutters, not wanting to confront Cressa. "She always fights right to the end, so that means they're finished. She'll be all right soon." The curtain scrapes back, and the two men step out into the corridor. The women instinctively draw back, clinging together. One man gives them a contemptuous stare, spits on the floor. They swagger off. Cressa breaks from the others and rushes into Amara's old cell. Britannica is quiet. The only crying they can hear now is from Cressa. Another man steps into the brothel. His shape, his walk, is familiar to Amara. It is Menander. The shock sends the blood rushing to her heart. She stares at him, unable to speak. "I came to see you. Thraso said you were free." He is standing where Britannica's tormentor spat on the floor. And it is as if the last piece of her innocence is ripped from her. She says nothing, but walks to Dido's cell, barely waiting for him to follow, then draws the curtain behind them both. She cannot bear to look at him, to see his beautiful face, so she stands, gripping the material, her back to the room. "What do you want?" "Timorete." "What service do you want?" "Service?" "Yes. You paid for it." She swings round, torn between rage and heartbreak. "So what service do you want? What fuck did you pay for?" "I didn't." "Why are you here then?" "To see you. To talk with you." "You wanted to talk in here?" Amara replies, her voice rising with hysteria. Even with the curtain closed, they can still hear Cressa weeping, the sound of Berenice with a customer next door, and Victoria now rowing with Thraso, yelling at him not to let thugs into the brothel. "Where else do we have?" She sees the quiet sadness in his face, and knows, without question, that he is telling the truth. Her relief is almost more painful than the shock before. She walks to him, puts her arms round his neck, and rests the side of her face against his. "You paid to talk to me?" "I didn't want to wait until December," he says, holding her tightly. "I've been saving for a while. Rusticus is in favour of his slaves getting some pleasure. He thinks it keeps us all more obedient." "But you mustn't spend your money like that," she says. "You need it. You need to save it." "I needed to see you." She thinks of Rufus, of all the ridiculous things she said that evening about love, of all the lies she told. "I can't give you anything. I have nothing." She spreads her arms out to illustrate the empty cell. "I don't even own myself, my own body, my own life." "Neither do I." "Then what are we doing?" She sits down on the bed. "What are we doing here, talking?" "I know that you're lonely," he says, sitting beside her. "I'm lonely too. But I don't feel it when I'm with you." "It hurts so much afterwards, though," she says, leaning her head on his shoulder, letting him hold her again. "It just hurts." "And because it makes you think of home and all we lost before." "Not just that," she says. "Do you know how many men I've been with? I didn't want any of them, but it happened anyway, and it's my life now, and I have to accept it. And then I see you, the only one I actually have wanted. And even though we are alone together now, and there's nothing to stop us, even though you paid my fucking pimp for me, I just can't. Not in this place, I can't." "I know," he says. "I won't ask it of you, not here." He leans over to kiss her on the temple. "But we can belong to many places. Don't you ever think of yourself as being somewhere else?" Amara thinks of Pliny's garden, the smell of jasmine and the splash of the fountain. Yes, she says. Menander helps her sit further back on the bed, so that he is leaning against the wall, and she is against him, his arms all the way round her. At night, sometimes, when I'm sleeping on the floor above the shop, he says, I imagine I am back in Athens. I picture walking through the street in the evening, back to my old home, the shop my father used to own. But it's not my parents or my sisters waiting there for me. It's you. I can see you in the hall, though you've never been there, and we talk. We have all the time we need. I think of you in a Fidnai sometimes, too, she admits. But mainly, I imagine us being somewhere else altogether, somewhere we don't even know yet. Amara stops. What can she tell him, really? That she thought of him when Rufus kissed her, that she wished it was him instead, or that she told Rufus her heart was free because she cannot afford for it to be otherwise. Might it not be possible, he says, holding her even closer. Slaves do marry, don't they? Or Rusticus might grant me my freedom one day. He has no heir, nobody to take over his business. Amara cannot even begin to imagine Felix's reaction to the first idea, and she doesn't have the heart to tell Menander that every unscrupulous owner since the dawn of time has duped a talented apprentice into working harder with the vague promise of freedom one day. She cannot bear to destroy the fantasy. If I had the choice, it would only be you, she says. They talk together through the night, and Amara can feel her loneliness ebb with every moment in his company. The brothel even starts to feel like a less terrible place, simply because he is there. She tells him about Pliny, about how she felt having those few brief days of freedom, and he tells her about the way he feels in the shop, the moments he forgets he is a slave, caught up in the business of creating a new lamp, a new object, just as he did in his life before. They are lost to everything but each other, until it is time for lock-up, and Thraso arrives to throw any lingering customers out. "Fuck off now," he says, barging into the cell. "You've more than had your money's worth." Amara tries to kiss Menander goodbye, but Thraso comes between them, shoving her hard. She sees Menander react instinctively to step in. "No!" she shouts. Amara looks at Menander, shaking her head. "Please." She cannot bear the self-loathing on his face, their shared understanding that he is powerless to protect her from Thraso, or from anything else. When he has gone, Amara does not cry. She stands with the palms of her hands flat against the wall of her cell. She wants to scream her rage into the night like Britannica. Her anger is rising like the sea, drowning her. She has to get out. Chapter 28. Poems are praised, but it's for cash they itch. A savage, even, is welcomed if he's rich. Ovid, The Art of Love, 2. It's hot in the Sparrow, even though it's not yet midday. Cressa has stayed in the brothel to look after Britannica, and Amara and the others sit at a table sharing some bread and cheese, a small pot of cold vegetable stew. Amara can already feel her clothes sticking to her skin with sweat. "So the boyfriend turned up then?" Victoria asks. There is none of the usual spark to her question. Amara nods, not wanting to talk about Menander, and Victoria doesn't press her. "Sorry you two had to share together," Amara says. "Oh, we thought you might want some space," Dido replies. "Thanks." They lapse back into silence. "What are we going to do about her?" Berenice says. Nobody has to ask who she means. "When is she going to stop with the fighting and screaming?" An old man is mumbling at the table next to them, either drunk or unwell. He reaches out a shaky hand. It's not clear if he is trying to reach for their bread or grope Berenice. "Not today, Grandad," Victoria snaps, her voice loud. "Can't get any fucking peace anywhere," she mutters, turning back to the table. "It's not right," Berenice continues. It put my customer off his stride. Then he was in a bad mood and rough with it. I think she's brave, Dido says. Brave? Victoria says. She's a savage. I wish you wouldn't call her that, Amara says, just because she doesn't speak Latin. And I agree with Dido. She's only doing what the rest of us would, if we had the guts. If you think she's so fucking fabulous, why don't you teach her some Latin then? Victoria says. And it's not brave, it's stupid. Have you seen the bruises on her? Who fights a battle they're never going to win? That's what courage means. Oh, get lost, seriously, Victoria says. If you can't see what a problem she is, maybe it's because you spend all your time at fancy fucking parties. You won't be around when the rest of us get attacked, will you? What do you care? Amara gets up from the table, taking a piece of bread and cheese with her. She was already in a terrible mood before this, and doesn't trust herself not to lose her temper. Where are you going? Victoria asks, halfway between conciliatory and cross. To try and teach Britannica some Latin. Amara stomps back towards the brothel, almost barging into Nicandrus walking along the pavement to the Sparrow with a bucket of water. Careful, he says. She holds her hand up in apology, but doesn't stop to chat. Seeing him makes her think of Menander, of the choice Dido made not to let her feelings for Nicandrus take root when there is nowhere for love to grow. Perhaps she was wise. Thraso is still on the door, exhausted from guarding the brothel all night. He barely steps aside to let her in, making her squeeze past him. Cressa? She's not well, Fabia says, not looking up as she sweeps the corridor. She's feeling sick. There's a sound of retching from the latrine. Amara hurries to the end of the corridor. Cressa? Are you all right? Cressa comes out, holding onto the wall. She is pale, her eyes dark with misery. Amara feels sick herself, guessing what Cressa is facing. You should eat something, she says quietly. It will help. The others are still in the Sparrow. Cressa shakes her head. Nothing will help. At least eat something, please. You will feel less nauseous. What about Britannica? I can look after her. Are you sure? Cressa looks relieved. Be kind to her, won't you? You promise? Amara nods, touched that Cressa's first thought is always for someone else. She's in my cell. I was just about to help her wash. Cressa starts to head past Amara, who stops her, catching hold of her arm. Can't I help you too? She says, her voice low. Cressa looks down, as if unable to bear Amara's kindness. Nobody can help me. She hurries from the brothel, stepping aside to avoid Fabia. When she has gone, the old woman turns to Amara, shaking her head. Britannica startles when she sees Amara, drawing her legs up towards herself on the bed. She seems wary rather than afraid. There are bruises on her pale arms, including vivid fingerprints where she must have been held down. Dried blood is smeared on her face. Cowards, Amara thinks. She smiles at Britannica, pointing to herself. Amara. I am Amara, friend of Cressa. Cressa? Britannica looks past Amara, clearly hoping the other woman will appear. Amara leans over and puts the bread and cheese on the bed. For you. Cressa will be back soon. Britannica takes the food without acknowledging Amara or gesturing thanks. Amara waits for her to finish eating, then goes through a painstaking performance, naming objects in the cell, asking Britannica if she can wash her face. Water, she says, pointing to the jug. She dips her hand in it, showing Britannica the drops falling from her fingers. Water. Now you say it. Water. In answer, Britannica releases a torrent of words in her own harsh language. Her gestures are violent, her expression intense. But although the incomprehensible tirade makes Amara feel uncomfortable, she guesses the anger is not directed at her. Amara reaches for the jug again, and Britannica grabs her arm. Her grip is as strong as a man's. Britannica repeats the same strange word over and over, staring intently, willing Amara to understand. Then she lets go of her with a cry of exasperation, flinging herself back on the bed. "I know. I want to kill them too," Amara says. "But it doesn't work that way. We don't get a choice." Britannica has turned her face to the wall, ignoring her. She doesn't resist as Amara splashes water on her skin, but does nothing to help, either. "Your hair is a mess," Amara says. "Can I brush it?" She takes the silence as agreement, picking up the brush from Cressa's shelf. "Red," she says, trying to tease out the knots. "Your hair is red." Amara has never seen anything like it. She can imagine it glowing like fire in the July sun, when Britannica stood naked in the slave market, her skin unnaturally white. It's obvious Felix wanted something exotic and didn't bother about the fact she couldn't speak. "Fucking idiot," she mutters to herself. Britannica doesn't make a fuss, though it must be painful having so many knots untangled. Amara lets her mind go blank, concentrating on nothing but combing out the mass of hair, until she hears Felix's voice talking to Thraso at the door. All her senses are instantly alert. Someone steps over the threshold of the brothel. Britannica whips round, shouting at Amara. It sounds more like a command than a warning, but she has no idea what it might be. "Making friends?" Felix stands at the doorway, looking in. Britannica bunches up, reminding Amara of the tigers in the arena. She bares her teeth at Felix and hisses. Victoria's insult comes into her mind, unbidden. Savage. Their master is unconcerned. He draws a small knife from his tunic, examines it as if it needs a clean. Britannica stops hissing, watching him, eyes so wide the whites are showing. Felix gestures with the blade, casual rather than threatening. "You don't like this, do you?" "She doesn't understand any Latin," Amara says. "Oh, she understands me," he replies. "We understand each other perfectly well, don't we?" As if in answer, Britannica shrinks back. "You see?" he says to Amara, tucking the knife away. "She speaks my language." "She doesn't understand life here," Amara says. "She screams all night. It's not good for business." "She'll get used to it. And if not?" He shrugs. "Some customers like that. Not that you have to worry. Not after I got this letter from your posh boy." Felix holds up a note, a look of amusement on his face. "He is demanding you have lodgings outside the brothel." "Rufus?" Amara is stunned. "How many posh boys do you have?" "Yes, Rufus." I've sent a reply back with Gallus. He's not offering enough for every night, but I've agreed you will only spend 2 nights a week here as long as he pays the retainer. Amara thinks of Rufus at the theatre, the way he gave her the jasmine, his acceptance of her anger. She feels touched in ways she cannot express, certainly not to Felix. "Don't just sit there," Felix says, irritated by her lack of reaction. "Pack your things up." "But where am I going?" "You can sleep upstairs, in the storeroom with Paris." "I can't leave Britannica alone. I promised Cressa." Felix draws the knife again, crosses to Britannica, points it at her face. She flinches, but Amara is surprised she doesn't show greater physical fear. "You stay here. Not move." He leans forward, gripping her thigh with his free hand, in an unmistakable gesture of sexual aggression. This time, Britannica looks more afraid. Felix stays where he is, until she cowers, no longer meeting his eye. Amara has never despised him more. He stands up. "You just need to be firm with her," he says, heading for the door. "Now get your things." Amara follows him, looking back briefly at Britannica before leaving the cell. She hopes the hate on her face is meant for Felix alone. Paris is as delighted by the new living arrangements as Amara imagined he might be. Felix's slave boy doesn't dare express his discontent in front of their master, especially after the boss makes it clear He doesn't want any squabbling. But as soon as Felix has left Amara in the storeroom, one more piece of property to be added to the pile, Paris turns on her. "You can sleep over there," he says, pointing to some empty sacks in the far corner. "Right over there. I don't want your smelly cunt anywhere near me." "Oh, piss off," Amara replies, dropping her father's bag on the sacks. She isn't going to argue for a space closer to Paris. The further away they are from each other, the better. As if you don't have to rent your arse out too. And I bet you don't just get down on your knees to scrub floors up here. "Fuck you," Paris says, clenching his fist. His face is red with fury. "No fighting, remember?" Amara says, plonking herself down on the floor by her bag, making it clear she is here to stay. "You heard what Felix just said. If you give me a black eye, just think what he'll do to you in return." Amara sees Paris flinch, a look of fear on his face. She presses home her advantage. "He fucks you too, doesn't he? Just like all the rest of us." In that moment, for the first time, Amara sees something of Fabia in her son. It's there in the cowed stoop of his shoulders, in his wounded expression. She knows he's not much younger than she is, but with his skinny legs and thin frame, he looks like a beaten child. Guilt pricks her. She's about to say something kinder when he speaks. "You disgust me," he says, his face screwed up with malice. "All of you, dirty fucking whores. And if I find you've touched any of my things with your nasty grubby fingers when I'm out, I'll kill you." Paris stomps from the room, leaving Amara to wonder if Rufus did her such a favour after all. She shifts on the hot, dusty sacks. They're not going to be much more comfortable than the stone bed in Dido's cell, but at least she will be able to sleep, not working all night. It feels strange, being in the quiet of the storeroom, knowing the brothel is downstairs. Cressa's cell must be right below her, or maybe Berenice's. She looks up at the shelves in the narrow room, stacked with jars and bundles of cloth. On the floor beside her there's a half-empty bag of beans she might be able to use as a pillow. A few spill out from a small hole in the corner as she moves it. She hopes there aren't too many mice. Or rats. Amara gets up and creeps to the door. She doesn't know much about what goes on in Felix's flat. She supposes the room next door must be where Gallus and Thraso sleep. She regrets not being friendlier with Paris, if only to try and get more information out of him. Already Amara misses her friends downstairs, and it has only been a few minutes. She wonders if Thraso will even tell them what's happened, why Felix has moved her. For a moment, the strangeness of being alone makes her feel emotional. She leans her head against the wooden door jamb, trying to clear her thoughts. There's no point being miserable and wasting her time up here. It's impossible to say how long Rufus will keep her, whether his interest will ever pay off. But she could use this time to learn more about how Felix runs his loans, see if she can convince him to use her that way, rather than selling her. It would at least be a better life than the one in the brothel. She sets off down the corridor. His study door is ajar, to let in a breeze in the summer heat. He must have spotted her shadow, because he calls out before she even has a chance to knock. "What do you want?" His tone is not inviting. Amara steps into the room, but doesn't approach too close to his desk. "That girl from the Elephant, who paid off her loan, Pitane, she mentioned to me that she might have another customer for you. I thought I could use this time to do some business." "I can't spare anyone to go with you." "Couldn't I go on my own?" Amara asks. "It's only to the Elephant. I could make a note and see if you like the terms." She waits for Felix to answer, palms sweating. "It's like a never-ending itch for you, isn't it?" he says, "making money." If Felix were a different man, if she thought he would be pleased by the comparison, she would say, "As it is for you." Instead, she shrugs. Everyone wants to make money, though in this case, I'm making it for you. "Go then," he says, turning back to his accounts, dismissing her with a wave of his hand. The Elephant is a grander bar than the Sparrow, attached as it is to a large inn. A copper lantern shaped like an elephant hangs over the doorway, dangling with chiming bells, and the walls inside are lined with pictures of the giant beasts pitted against gladiators in the arena. There is a fair exchange in trade between the brothel and the inn, and Sitius, the landlord, gives Amara a nod of recognition when she leans against the bar. "Not many customers in for you today," he says. "I wondered if Pitane might be free for a moment," she answers. "She's in the courtyard," he replies. "But if you're going to keep her chatting, best get a drink." Amara buys the smallest wine she can, missing the easy charm of Zoskalis at the Sparrow. Sitius is notoriously tight. She walks through to the small courtyard behind the bar. It is partly shaded by a vine growing over a trellis and dotted with outdoor tables. A couple of guests sit, drinking in a corner. Pitane is busy sweeping the flagstones. She brightens as soon as she sees Amara. Amara did not just get the waitress alone, but her undying gratitude along with it. The abortion worked, and Amara paid off the last few pennies of the interest when it looked like Pitane wouldn't manage it, without telling Felix. It is not only that she couldn't bear to endure another Marcella. She guessed it would be worth the money to build up a few favours. Felix might be able to rely on brute force, but she needs a different model if she is going to win any clients. "You look very well," Amara says to her. "I am," Pitane replies, then lowers her voice. "And I've been using that sponge just as you suggested," she whispers, with a sidelong look at the drinkers in the corner. "You said there was another woman who might need help." Amara perches on the edge of a table in the shade, sipping her wine. She makes a face. Sitius has given her the cheapest vintage. It tastes like vinegar. She's becoming spoiled by all the Falernian the rich men drink. Pitane nods, clearly delighted to be called on. "It's Terentia. You know, who runs the fruit stall? The last one on the corner before the forum? Well," she lowers her voice again, enjoying the chance to gossip. "She made a loss last month. Some bastard sold her a rotten batch. She was telling me when I got our supplies for the inn, and I said I knew someone who could get her a loan so she can get more stock in, make it back sooner." "Fancy selling rotten fruit. What a crook," Amara tuts. "How much does she want?" 10 denarii. Amara calculates Felix's extortionate rate of interest in her head. She hopes Terentia will be able to pay up. Her own savings would never stretch that far. "I think I can help," Amara replies. "I will call on her this week." "Berenice was telling me you and Dido go to so many parties these days," Pitane says, clearly reluctant to let Amara go. "It must be exciting." "It makes a change." Amara smiles. She spends some more time chatting with Pitane, enjoying being out in the sunny courtyard rather than cooped up in the dusty storeroom. The guests in the corner fall silent and watch them, curious. Amara's toga makes her low status obvious, and Pitane has, no doubt, had to serve them already. Yet here the two women are, ignoring the chance of picking up an extra tip. "Hey, ladies," one calls. "What does a man need to do around here to get a bit of attention?" Amara thinks of Rufus's retainer and feels warm with gratitude. She doesn't have to entertain any idiots today. "I'd better let you get back to work," she says to Pitane, giving the two men behind her an unfriendly stare. "Oh," Pitane is crestfallen. "I suppose so, yes. See you around." She heads over to the guests, narrow shoulders drooping, her fun over for the morning. Chapter 29. Vouchsafe no easy promise to his prayer, nor yet reject it with a ruthless air. Blend hopes with fears, but hopes must grow more bright. Ovid, The Art of Love, 3. Amara's life above the brothel takes on its own disjointed rhythm. It is a huge relief to spend her nights unmolested, something she has not enjoyed since her stay with Pliny. Not that she sleeps as well as she did under the Admiral's protection. The sacks are scratchy and uncomfortable, the mice scrabble, and she can hear the sounds of her friends working below, which fills her with both guilt and relief. Some nights she dreams of Menander, and when she wakes, his absence is like a weight on her chest. In the dark of the storeroom, she relives every moment she has spent with him, finds herself turning the memories over in her mind like precious stones, until they start to lose their sharpness, and she cannot be sure where fantasy and reality meet. Then she will remember Dido's warning about wasted love, and forces herself to relive the last time she saw him, when he was powerless to protect her or himself. Paris is a largely silent companion, often ignoring Amara if she tries to speak with him. She suspects their master has warned him off, not wanting a repeat of the black eye he gave Victoria. Even so, she is never sorry to have the storeroom to herself when he has to work in the brothel. Worse are the nights when Felix lends him to Thraso. Paris is completely unresisting, as if Thraso were having sex with a corpse. Amara curls up as small as possible, facing the wall, trying to give Paris some dignity. She finds his total silence almost as disturbing as Britannica's screaming. The first time it happens, after Thraso has left, she risks asking Paris if he is all right. "It should have been you," is all he says. She tries to meet her friends at the Sparrow as before, but apart from Dido, conversation is strained. Victoria has barely spoken to her since their row over Britannica. Returning to the brothel to work, she finds the Britons' resistance has permanently changed the atmosphere. Everyone is on edge, trying to shield her from customers, for their own sake as much as hers. The rare times anyone shares a joke, Amara no longer feels part of the banter. On the evening she and Dido are sent to entertain at Cornelius's house, Amara is so happy to see Ignatius with his absurd compliments and eternal good temper, she almost kisses him. And then there is Rufus. He has not called for her quite as often as she would have hoped, no more than twice a week, but every time she sees him, she feels a little more confident in his attachment. Her own feelings are growing like bindweed, tangling her thoughts, threatening to choke her scheming. He makes such an effort to be charming. His manner is so gentle, it is hard not to care too much. But she is always aware of the imbalance in power, and fear is her affection's shadow. She lives with the knowledge that he could tear her life apart on a whim, while she could do him no more damage than a pebble dropped in a pond. It is her third week living above the brothel, when Rufus's slave, Philos, calls round on the Thursday morning, warning her to be ready for his master in the evening. She hears Felix take the message, and the money. Then the creak of his footsteps as he approaches the storeroom. Amara scrambles to her feet, dusting off her toga. "I take it you heard that," Felix says, sticking his head around the door. "You can at least make yourself useful until then." "Of course," she replies, following him out into the corridor and walking to his study. This is the strangest part of her new life, all the hours she spends with her master. She takes her customary seat near the doorway, tucked in beside a small table. Felix has never asked her to share his bed again, but eventually he relented and let her help with his accounts. It started with Terentia's loan, when he got her to draw up the contract and write the records. Now he has her working on a number of files. She wonders how he ever managed to do it all himself. Amara has always thought of her master as a thug, but she is forced to acknowledge the charm as well as the threats he deploys in his money-lending. Clients visit, not noticing the small, bent figure in the corner recording their conversations, and Felix treats the men to wine, using jokes and flattery, drawing out their hopes and their secrets. "There's no such thing as useless information," he tells her, after one client leaves, having lamented about his mother-in-law for half an hour. He is meticulous with his accounts. All the prostitution money gets ploughed into the loan sharking, and he takes very little out for pleasure. In fact, pleasure seems to rank low in his life altogether. He hangs out with cronies in bars some evenings, probably the same men she saw that day at the Palestra, but she is unsure how much he likes anyone, or if he has any real friends. She tries to let go of her hatred for a while, to study him the way she has watched him study other people. If he were a stranger, what would she notice? His love of money? His determination? His cruelty? His surprising fascination with the thoughts and feelings of others? His total lack of compassion? The last she almost cannot admit to herself. His loneliness. She is trying to work out the interest payments on a loan, setting it against the information Felix has gleaned about the debtor's assets, when she realizes he is looking at her. "Have you still not fucked the posh boy yet?" "No." "Cold-hearted bitch." There is laughter in his voice, and she knows the insult is meant as a compliment. "I wouldn't leave it too long. The novelty of rejection wears off after a while, and you're a whore, not a wife." He has read her own anxieties as if they were branded on her body. "I'm afraid of him," Amara lies. "I think he might enjoy violence." "You'll manage," Felix says, going back to his accounts. "Not like you haven't had plenty of practice. And I can charge more if it's anything extreme, so make sure you tell me." "Now who's cold-hearted?" Amara asks, raising her eyebrows. "What if he killed me?" "I'd be sorry to lose such a valuable whore." "How sorry?" "Don't beg for crumbs," he says with a look of distaste. "It doesn't suit you." His words bring back painful memories of Pliny, of her abject pleading with him to buy her. That has surely cured her of ever being tempted to beg again. She steals a look at Felix's desk. The scroll of Herophilos is still sitting on it, no doubt left there deliberately to torment her. She has never given him the satisfaction of asking if she can read it. "I think you could charge this one a little more," she says, referring to the account she's been looking over. "When you think about his business, Manlius definitely has other assets he could draw on. You've noted here that the brooch on his cloak was bronze." "It's his third loan," Felix says, "and he's never late. He's too safe a bet to squeeze too hard. Only go for blood if you think they can't afford to come back again." Amara thinks of Marcella, wonders if he has sold her cameo yet. She remembers the other woman's finger, the pale circle where her mother's ring had sat, the way Marcella struggled to get it off. "I ought to go to the baths today," she says. "You're right. I can't keep Rufus waiting forever. Would you allow me the money to get my hair done? I could do with it being styled." Felix squints, looking at her hair, clearly debating whether it's a necessary expense. Then he takes some coins from a drawer. "You can go in a couple of hours," he says, "after you've been through the rest of those files." Amara steps onto the street, relieved to have some space from Felix. His client's accounts make her wonder what notes he might have made on his women, what observations he has stored away about her. She hesitates as she walks past the back door of the brothel, torn between the desire to see if Dido is in, to ask her to come too, and worry that it will look like she's lording it over everyone by getting her hair done. Gallus is on the front door. "Is anyone in?" she asks him. "Just Victoria," he says. "Can't you hear?" Amara realizes she can indeed hear Victoria's voice, talking to a customer, cooing over his virility. "The others are out fishing, apart from the savage." "Thanks. Give Berenice my love." "I'm not some girl's fucking messenger slave," Gallus scowls. "Tell her yourself." Going to the baths by herself is another new experience since she moved upstairs. Amara stores her cheap toga in one of the cubbyholes in the changing room, pressing past a couple of gossiping friends who are still loitering after packing their own clothes away. The stone walls echo to the chatter of women's voices and the shriek and splash of some bathers cooling off in the small plunge pool in the corner. She finds a beauty attendant touting for business and goes through to the hot room, strapping on wooden clogs to protect her feet from the scalding floor. The attendant is Greek, but seems in no mood to swap tales of the home country. She is brisk with Amara's body, tweezering out the hair under her arms, slathering her legs with waxy resin, then scraping them until they are smooth. Amara winces at the pain. All around her, other women are being similarly pruned and primped, though some have opted for the relaxation of a massage instead, and she can hear the slap of hands on bare skin. Her attendant fetches a small tub of water, and Amara cleans herself, washing away the last of the resin and the dirt of the storeroom. She feels scoured from the heat and all the scraping. Having her hair done is a more restful experience. Dressed again, she goes with another attendant to a small room and sits down. It's cooler here. The hairdresser places the tongs in a brazier. "That's enough," Amara says, watching the glowing heat. "My hair's already curly. I just need it styled. And I don't need you singeing it," she thinks. "How do you want it? To impress a man? Not a husband?" "No." The hairdresser smirks, as if she didn't already know from Amara's toga. While the other woman piles up her hair in a cascade of curls, she thinks of Rufus. It is so hard to know exactly what he would like. Would he prefer her as she really is, to see that she is feeling nervous, even shy? Or is he expecting to be lavished with pleasure and treated to all the expertise of a courtesan? She wishes she could ask Victoria's advice. "Fit to fuck an emperor," the hairdresser says when she's finished, if you'll pardon the expression. Amara laughs and thanks her. She walks out onto the street, ignoring the whistles of a couple of men hanging around the entrance to the baths. It's a notorious spot for picking up customers. She wonders if any of her friends have been this way today. The smell of frying food tempts her on the way home, but she walks past. She will be eating for free this evening, and it's better to save her money. Paris lets her back into the flat, and his expression when he sees her hair is pure malevolence. "Master wants you," he says, turning on his heel as soon as Amara is inside. She walks up the stairs, wondering what Felix needs, but when she enters his study, he doesn't speak, just gestures impatiently at a pile of tablets on her table. She sits down to work. Shortly afterwards, one of his clients, Cedrus, arrives. They discuss the loan, chat about business, the scorching summer heat. Felix offers him a discount at the brothel if he ups the amount he is borrowing, something Amara has noticed he does fairly often. Cedrus swivels round to look at her. "Is she?" he asks. "Yes, but she's usually booked, costs a little extra." "Wise man," he says. "I'll keep that one to myself as well. If you're choosing downstairs, I recommend Victoria," Felix replies. "Do all your whores do accounts?" Cedrus asks, amused. "Just that one, a doctor's daughter." Cedrus is impressed. "You invested in quality stock, then? Not got any virgins, I suppose?" Amara thinks of Dido, of the pain she endured losing her innocence in this place, and almost snaps her stylus from pressing it so hard into the wax. Felix shakes his head. The men move on to other matters, and when Cedrus leaves, he doesn't so much as glance at her, as if he has forgotten her existence. "Don't do that again," Felix says when they are alone. "Do what?" "Listen." Amara is about to protest, but thinks better of it. "I don't remember telling you my father was a doctor." "It was after I bought you," he replies. "I gave you and Dido some figs, and you told me they were your father's favourite. I asked what he did." The memory comes back to Amara, so vivid it is searing, like the scalding floor of the baths. The way Felix smiled, touched her gently on the arm, offering her the fruit, almost with tenderness, and her own foolish relief. This one is kind. She shrugs. "I don't remember that." Amara works silently the rest of the afternoon, keeping her head down as a procession of clients come in. She does not seem to pay attention, not even when one weeps, begging Felix for more time. But all the while she disobeys her master, listening intently, hatred coiled in the pit of her stomach. At last Paris comes to tell them Rufus's slave, Philos, is waiting. Felix dismisses him, then walks over, watching her pile up the tablets. When she has finished, he hands her one of Pleeny's dresses, not moving aside as she changes. His presence makes her nervous, and she fumbles with the brooch. Felix helps her. and the sensation of him holding up the fabric, his frown of concentration as he fixes the pin, makes her think of a husband's familiarity with his wife. When she is dressed, she turns to go, but he catches hold of her wrist, pulling her closer. It is not a moment of intimacy. "Remember what happens to people who betray me," he says. Then he lets her arm drop, walking back to his desk without watching her leave. Chapter 30. If anyone has not seen Venus painted by Apelles, he should look at my girlfriend. She shines just as bright. Pompeii graffiti. The restaurant is a step up for Amara, a step down for Rufus. She imagines it must give him a thrill, dining out somewhere not quite respectable. Anybody who is worth anything eats in, safe in the knowledge that luxury lies closer to home. For her, the experience is a delight. They are served on a terrace, and the red glow of dusk gives them a view over the terracotta rooftops, the sharp-peaked mountains a darkening shadow beyond. Lamps hang from the trellising above, a far more elaborate affair than at the Elephant, woven with vines and heavy with ripening grapes. Rufus orders, and she has the anxiety of trying to eat the sea urchins without making a mess. "I thought we could go to the theatre again next week," he says, sloshing fish sauce everywhere. "One of my favourite plays is on, and it's an excellent company too, touring all the way from Rome. I'm very interested to see how they stage it." "That would be wonderful," she says, as always relieved that he is thinking ahead to another meeting. "Have you ever been to Rome?" "No. The furthest I've travelled is Misenum. Stayed with the Admiral, as it happens. He has a beautiful place out there." Amara smiles, not wanting to think about how she once aimed to make the Admiral's villa her home. "I'd love to see Greece," he continues. "So many of our plays are based on ones your poets had already written. Did you ever spend time in Athens?" She cannot tell him that her abiding memory of the city was passing through it to the slave docks. "Not really, no. The only place I know is my hometown, Aphidnae. I think you would like our statue of Helen of Troy." Rufus takes her hand and kisses it. "I'm sure she is not as beautiful as you are." They stare at each other, and she can read the question he is asking with his eyes. Have I waited long enough? "Rufus!" They are interrupted by a familiar voice. Amara looks up to see Quintus standing by their table. He is accompanied by a beautiful woman. Amara realizes she has seen her before. It is the courtesan she noticed at the theatre, with the dress dipped at her back. She is even more striking close up, hair circling her head in elaborate plaits, and her skin unusually dark, like Zoskali's. A gold bracelet shines on her upper arm. "I think you know Drusilla." "Of course," Rufus says. "Always a pleasure." He turns to his own girlfriend with unmistakable pride. "And this is Amara." "Indeed," Quintus says, pursing his lips. "Lucky man. I've heard her pretty voice before." Amara feels a stab of alarm. There is no mistaking the smirk on his face. "Oh, do you sing?" Drusilla exclaims. "How delightful! I adore music. You must both join us one evening at my home." She smiles warmly at Amara, who smiles back, grateful for the distraction. "Loves entertaining, this one." Quintus rolls his eyes. "I can barely set foot in the house. It's always stuffed full of gossiping girls." Drusilla makes a playful show of being affronted. "As if I ever deny you anything." She flounces off to their table, and Quintus follows with an apologetic shrug. Amara turns back to Rufus, still smiling, but his expression chills her. "So, you already know Quintus," he says. "He has attended parties where I was performing," she replies, with a toss of her head, determined not to show her fear, still less any guilt. "My singing partner, Dido, knows him better." "He's got a reputation." Amara cannot tell whether the anger in his voice is for her or Quintus. "I hope you never got too close to him." "Do you think I ever had a choice about such things?" she says sharply. "Forget it." He waves his hand to dismiss the conversation. No, she says, her voice icy. I won't. If you will hold the most painful parts of my life against me, I cannot be your friend. I didn't mean anything bad by it. Rufus looks more like himself again, startled into his familiar frown of anxiety at displeasing her. I hope not, she says. Just because you have been generous enough to allow me a choice doesn't mean anyone else has. Amara feels a sudden weariness, the exhaustion of holding his interest, of trying to explain herself, all the while knowing he is incapable of understanding. A memory of Menander comes to her, of their afternoon outside the arena, talking about the past. You are the same person. I still see you as the same person. Rufus recognizes her sadness, even though he has no way of guessing the cause. I am an idiot. Sorry. I know you have sung at a lot of parties. He pulls a rueful face to show the euphemism is mocking him rather than her. It's ridiculous of me to be jealous. You're just so lovely. I know you could have anyone. He reaches for her hand. Friends again? The ridiculous thing is, imagining I could ever prefer Quintus to you, she replies, squeezing his fingers. It sounds like a line, but she means it. Drusilla seems very pleasant. She lets go again. Oh, she's great fun, Rufus exclaims, then stops, horrified at himself. Not that I've ever... he stutters. Amara laughs, and he joins her, relieved. Well, anyway, she throws the most wonderful dinners. Her old master left her freedom, and clearly a fair bit of cash, too, though I think her friends also support her. Amara glances over at Drusilla with even greater interest. She has the same poise that she remembers from the theatre. Even the arrogant Quintus seems to be making some effort to impress her. We should certainly accept her invitation, Rufus says, following the direction of her gaze. If you would like to. I would very much. Amara looks down, her nerves perhaps easy to mistake for shyness. But then I think I should enjoy being anywhere with you. She looks up and can see Rufus has understood her meaning. The rest of their dinner passes without much attention to the food. Both are on a high of anticipation. Every small touch of the hand, even when passing the wine, is heightened. It almost feels like love. It's dark when they walk the short distance back to Rufus's house. Philos and another slave accompany them, lighting their path. The house is familiar to her now. The jasmine has faded in the garden. Instead, the air is scented with myrtle. She remembers her offering to Venus at the Venalia, the favour she asked. It helps her make her decision about how to behave. Tonight will be all about performance. She is grateful when Rufus dismisses the other slaves. She prefers to be alone with him. Philos has left the lamps burning, and wherever their glow touches the walls, they illuminate scenes from the stage, though much of the room is draped in shadow. Amara realizes she has never been inside Rufus's home in daylight. She had half expected him to leap on her, the way he did on their first evening together, but instead she finds he is reticent. Amara steps out of her clothes, slowly, so that he misses nothing, and steps into the role she has chosen for herself, the courtesan in love. It sits halfway between truth and lie. Every trick she has ever learnt, every means of giving pleasure, she gives to Rufus. She even finds her nights with Salvius useful, not for herself, but because he taught her about delay in his own unfulfilled quest to please her. None of it is unpleasant. She even finds, for the first time, a certain enjoyment in making a man happy, because this particular man is one she likes. But it is impossible to separate her affection from her need to make him want her, not just for the one night, but to want what she can give like this over and over. Afterwards they lie together, covered in sweat, his skin warm against hers. I love you, he says, kissing her. I love you. I love you too, she replies, holding him tighter. I've never known a woman like you. You never ask for presents. The only thing you've ever asked is that I give you time." Amara thinks of her friends, of Dido and Victoria. She knows there are many women like her, but they are rarely afforded the compassion Rufus gives her. "You have already been generous to me," she says. "You listen. You protect me, even when we are not together." "This is why I love you," he says, kissing her again. Then he props himself up on an elbow and leans over his side of the cushions, searching for something underneath the couch. He hands her a wooden box, his face expectant, like a small boy. "What's this?" "Open it! Open it!" Amara does as she is told. Inside is a silver necklace with an amber pendant. For a moment she is too stunned to speak. "It's beautiful." Rufus helps her fasten the clasp. "It does look very lovely on you, I must say." He is extremely pleased with his choice. "It's from my family's own business. I got one of our best craftsmen to work on it." Amara has seen the jewellery store and gem-cutting workshops that surround Rufus's house. She sneaked past one morning with Dido to have a look. She touches the smooth drop of resin at her neck. Amber makes her think of Marcella, of the necklace she and Fulvia brought to the forum, but she pushes the unhappy women from her mind. "It's the most beautiful gift anyone has ever given me," she says. "But my darling, I cannot take it with me. My master would never let me keep it." "But this is a personal gift," Rufus says, outraged. "He would have no right." "I will wear it whenever we are together," she replies, putting her hand over his to reassure him. "You can keep it safe for me here. It will remind you that I am always waiting for you. But what about you? What will you have to make you think of me?" Amara looks at him, her lover with all his wealth, his endlessly sociable life, and she can see that he is genuinely worried she might forget him, as if she could do anything other than count the hours in Felix's storeroom until she sees him again. "I know," she says. "You can buy me some cheap glass beads, wooden even, that I will wear as a bracelet. Felix would never bother with that, but it would remind me of your love whenever I saw it." "It is romantic," Rufus says, somewhat mollified, "though it will make me look abominably tight if you go around telling your friends that's all your boyfriend has given you, particularly if they know about my family's business." "I promise I won't," Amara says, amused that he might fear a poor reputation among the whores of the town brothel. Unless he imagines she has other, classier friends. "Will he try to stop you seeing me?" Rufus asks her, "your master, if he thinks you care for me." At first, Amara cannot understand what he means. Then she remembers the lie she told to ensure he didn't come to the brothel, that Felix is monstrously jealous of her happiness. "Oh," she says, "I hope you don't mind. I told him I was afraid of you. He was pleased by the thought you might be cruel to me." No need to add that it was the prospect of charging extra for violence that Felix liked. "He sounds appalling," Rufus says. "My poor darling girl." He squashes her in a hug so tight the pendant digs into her skin. "I was hoping you would stay all night, but will that make your life more difficult?" He is clinging to her, clearly willing her to stay, and Amara herself is longing to accept. But she knows that if she gives in to every desire, fulfills every passion, she risks his infatuation burning itself out too quickly. Better to deny him from time to time. "I think that might be safer," she says in a small voice. "Next time I will stay." He lets go of her, cupping her face in his hands, kisses her tenderly on the forehead. "Whatever you think is best," he says. His sincerity hurts her heart. Chapter 31. "I see that it's brothels and greasy bars that stir your desire for the town." Horace, Satires 1:14. Felix is alarmed to see her before daybreak. He is waiting in the corridor as she comes up the stairs, obviously having heard Philos drop her at the door.
Don't tell me you didn't do what he wanted.
I did everything, Amara says. I just didn't want to stay the whole night. I told you, he scares me, and besides, she meets his cold stare with one of her own. It keeps him keener that way. We want to string this out as long as possible, don't we?
Little bitch,
Felix says. She starts unfastening her cloak, expecting to be dismissed, but he gestures at her to stop.
Don't take that off. I'm heading out. You can come with me.
Why? Amara asks, unable to hide her astonishment.
Doesn't hurt to show off the wares,
Felix says. He puts an arm around her, and for a bewildering moment, she thinks it is a gesture of affection. Then she feels his fingers hard and pinching at her waist, like a baker checking the quality of his dough.
Just don't open that big fucking mouth of yours.
The bar is in an unfamiliar part of town. It is low and cramped, barely more than a hole in the wall, and reeks of pipe smoke. Amara is the only woman present. She sits wedged against the wall, Felix between her and the men he is there to meet. Most of the others are drunk when they arrive, but even though he makes a show of ordering wine, she notices Felix stays sober. His hand is on her thigh, and she understands he is giving a signal to the other men. Don't touch. She is not the only one to express surprise at Felix bringing a woman along.
What did this one do?
Asks a man, gesturing at her with his wine. Some slops on the table. She recognizes him from the palestra by the white scar across his face, but he doesn't recognize her.
Something special, is she? Or is she bored of your cock and here to try some of ours?
Others join in, but although they're all talking about her, they're only talking to Felix, as if she isn't really there. She says nothing through it all, just looks down at his hand on her leg.
Plenty more cunt where she comes from, Felix says. You can try some, later.
They lose interest in Amara and move on to business. She is so exhausted, she could almost rest her head against the wall and fall asleep. It must be the early hours of the morning.
I think the cobbler's getting jumpy about paying, says one man.
He is thin and shifty as a weasel.
All the work we do keeping the streets safe. Not very grateful, is it?
The man with the white scar laughs, but Felix looks unimpressed.
Maybe he needs a little reminder. Nothing too drastic.
Amara realizes they are not talking about loans.
Best it's someone he's not seen before. I know who, says Weasel, nodding.
The conversation flits back and forth between business and banter. Who is paying, who needs persuading, the latest games at the arena, the best whore by the docks. Amara is not surprised Felix is involved in a protection racket, but is uneasy that he would take the risk. Doesn't he earn enough already? What if someone retaliated? Can everyone at this bar be trusted? She hopes any trail to the brothel is well hidden. Time drags, and she feels like a ghost. Only Felix's hand physically anchors her to the present. She remembers what he said about showing off his wares, and doesn't dare doze off. Instead, she makes occasional eye contact with the men, then looks suggestively at Felix, ensuring they remember her role, what they might be getting. When Felix finally gets up, hauling her to her feet, she could almost cry with relief. A couple of the men walk back with them to the brothel, somehow still awake enough to take Felix up on his offer of a discount. She feels sorry for whoever has to entertain them. Watching them step into the darkened corridor of the brothel, knowing they won't be arriving at her cell, she realizes exhaustion has sapped her sense of guilt. She follows Felix into the relative safety of his flat. At the top of the stairs, he takes hold of her wrist, leaning back to look at her, as if weighing up the possibility she represents. Then he lets go.
Send Paris to me,
he says, walking off. She hurries to the storeroom, nudging the sleeping Paris with her foot. Get up. Master wants you. Paris springs awake like a cat, scrabbling the blankets off himself.
Now?
He gasps.
He wants me now.
I'm sorry, she replies, heading to her corner. That's what he said. Paris gives a stifled sob, a sound of utter wretchedness. Amara watches him creep from the room, unable to feel anything but gratitude that he is the one being tormented instead of her. She is asleep, moments after her head rests on the lumpy sack of beans. When she wakes, she is aware of someone leaning over her. She opens her eyes. It is Paris, his face so close, their noses are almost touching.
"Brothel day for you, bitch,"
he whispers. "Get away from me!" Amara shoves him, and he lands on his backside with a thud. "What is it with you?" Paris dusts himself off, angry at being made to look foolish.
"Last night was your fault," he snarls. "Why couldn't you have fucked Felix? You were awake anyway, and it's nothing to you. Nothing."
His voice grows shriller.
"It's what you're there for. It's the whole point of you."
Paris stops. He is on the verge of tears, his thin chest rising and falling with the effort of controlling his emotions. Amara thinks about all the cruelties Paris must have endured, the confusion of growing up in the brothel, watching the way his mother was treated, his fear when he became a target himself, and then having to suffer the contempt of other men, even ones like Gallus, who he is so desperate to impress. "I'm sorry he hurt you," Amara replies, keeping her voice steady, not wanting to humiliate him further by a show of sympathy. "But you know it wasn't because of me. Nobody tells Felix what to do."
"He doesn't even screw you, does he, when he has you in the study?"
Paris takes her silence as his answer, kicking at the wall in frustration.
"All these years I've wanted him to trust me with the business, and then he chooses you instead, as if I were a woman."
Paris spits out the last word like a curse that might defile his mouth by speaking it. Amara does not point out to Paris that he would not be much use to Felix with his accounts, since he cannot even read. "It won't be forever," she says. "He won't treat you like this forever. I'm sure he does trust you." Paris looks at her, biting his lip. She can see he wants to talk, all his loneliness pent up inside him like a cranked-up well before the waterfalls. But pride gets the better of him. He shrugs, as if physically shaking her off.
"Nobody's paying for you to stay up here today, are they? So why don't you fuck off back to where you belong and leave me in peace?"
Amara gets shit isn't going to make your life any easier, she says. She walks past him, closing the storeroom door behind her. It's barely light out on the street. Everyone in the brothel is likely to be asleep. The back door is ajar, and Amara creeps in, resigned to sleeping in the corridor rather than waking Dido. She sinks down, her back to the wall, then hears the sound of muffled weeping. Britannica never makes an effort to be quiet, so at first she assumes it must be Dido. But after getting to her feet and tiptoeing the length of the corridor, she realizes it is Victoria. It takes her a while to trust her own ears. Victoria never cries. Amara hesitates before drawing the curtain. It has been weeks since they have spoken properly to each other, but she cannot bear the thought of her friend suffering. She sticks her head around the curtain. "Are you all right?" she asks, her voice low so as not to wake the others. She expects Victoria to stop crying or to tell her to go away, but instead she remains curled up on the bed, sobbing into her blankets. Amara hurries over, afraid. She sits down on the bed, touching Victoria's shoulder. "What's wrong?" Victoria pushes herself upright, furiously wiping her face. "What's wrong? What's wrong?" She stares at Amara, her eyes red-rimmed, her hair wild. "Like you don't know." Amara stares back, bewildered. "Know what?" Victoria slaps her across the face. Amara gasps, clasping a hand to her stinging cheek, too shocked to retaliate. "Don't pretend to be such a fucking idiot," Victoria shouts at her. "Rich old men and fancy boyfriends aren't enough for you. You have to have Felix as well. You don't even like him, still less want him. What are you doing? Rubbing everyone else's nose in it, making us all feel worthless." "Like I have any choice," Amara shouts back. "You think I enjoy being around Felix? And anyway, why do you care? You hate him as much as I do." As soon as she has said it, She remembers the afternoon she and Dido overheard Victoria panting out her devotion. "I love you. I would die for you." Amara looks at her anguished face and understands what she should have realized long ago. Victoria wasn't pretending. "But you can't. You can't love him," she says. "He's a fucking monster. He doesn't care about any of us."
"Can you keep it down?"
Berenice is standing in the doorway looking haggard with exhaustion.
"Or else take it outside. Some of us are trying to sleep."
She flings the curtain back across with a swish. The interruption startles Amara and Victoria out of their anger. "I know he's a shit. I know it," Victoria says, lowering her voice. "You don't have to tell me. But you don't understand what he can be like sometimes. You've never seen it." Her eyes are shining with tears, and she tumbles over her words, tripped up by all the feelings she keeps buried. "He can be so loving and gentle, and he's always really sorry when he's hurt me. He begs me to forgive him. He really begs. I see a side of him the rest of you don't." Victoria is unrecognizable in her desperation. Amara almost cannot bear to be near her. "He's lonely, like I am. I love him so much." Amara thinks of the way Felix spoke to Victoria after Paris punched her, the many times she's seen him hurt her, the way, only yesterday, he offered her body to Cedrus as if she were nothing. She feels sick to her stomach. She takes Victoria's hand, squeezing it. "I just think you deserve so much more," she says. "What more is there?" "Somebody who wouldn't hit you," Amara says. "A man who didn't sell you."
"What do you think we are? Where do you think we are living?"
Victoria asks, incredulous, gesturing at the soot-stained walls.
"This isn't a fucking play. We're not goddesses. How high are you aiming? The Emperor?"
There is a sound of violent retching. They look at each other in alarm. "Cressa!" Berenice has reached the latrine before them, craning over the low wall.
"Are you all right in there?"
"No, I'm not all right." Cressa's voice comes back before she vomits again. The three women wait, helpless, while Cressa is sick. There's a pause, then Cressa comes out, leaning on the wall to steady herself, as if she is on the roiling deck of a ship. "Do you think you should eat something?" Victoria says. Cressa nods wearily. "But not the sparrow."
"It's too early anyway,"
Berenice says, shooting a look at Amara and Victoria, still annoyed they woke her up.
"They won't be open yet."
"We can go to a bakery, get some bread in you," Amara says. They leave Dido and Britannica to sleep. Outside, the sky is turning blue, and the streets are starting to get busy. Gallus is surprised to see them all out so early. He glances furtively up and down the road, checking for Felix, then kisses Berenice.
"Couldn't you leave them to it?"
he says, sneaking his hand inside her cloak, fondling her. Berenice looks at her friends, torn, while Gallus breathes into her neck.
"I'll catch you up,"
she says, letting him lead her back inside. Amara watches her go, disappointed. She doesn't know where we're headed. "Leave her," Victoria replies, striding off down the street. "She lets that shit walk all over her." Amara thinks of Victoria's own hopeless devotion to Felix, but says nothing. "Not too fast," Cressa says, holding Amara's arm. She looks even worse in the daylight, her skin covered in a film of sweat. "And let's not walk for miles." A few cafes near the baths are open. They pick one and claim a table, rather than stand at the counter. The bread is hard and stale. Amara thinks she will cut her cheeks to shreds by chewing it. Cressa orders a sweet wine to settle her stomach. She sits in silence, not looking up, dipping her bread in the wine to soften the crust. "You can't keep ignoring the obvious," Victoria says to her quietly in case anyone is listening. "We all know you're pregnant. Just tell us what we can do to help." Cressa pauses in her dipping. "Nothing," she says, her voice flat. "There's nothing anyone can do." Pitane from the Elephant had an abortion recently, Amara says, and it worked really well. Shall I ask her where she got the herbs? No, Cressa says, still not looking up. I tried that last time with Cosmos, and it didn't work. Just cost a fortune and made me really ill. Victoria rubs Cressa's arm, as if she can rub away her pain. Perhaps Felix will let you keep the baby this time, she says, her voice unnaturally cheerful. Isn't it at least worth asking? Cressa's shoulders start to shake, and Amara knows she is crying, even though she doesn't make a sound. What good would that do? She whispers, pressing the palms of her hands against her eyes to stem the tears. What life can I give a child? Another Paris? A little girl sold as a whore before she's even grown? It would kill me to watch that. I would rather die. She takes a deep breath, trying to control herself. And besides, she says, her voice flat again, he already told me. Any more babies are going straight on the town's rubbish heap. He doesn't make enough from selling a child. Maybe that would be best, Victoria says. And it doesn't mean the baby would die. Look at me. I survived. You don't understand, Cressa says. You have no idea. Do you think because I never talk about Cosmos that I never think of him? Every second of every day, I miss him, want him, just to see his face, all the time, every waking moment. She holds her hand to her heart as if to staunch a wound. It's a constant pain, like nothing else. I cannot give another child away. Amara and Victoria look at each other, unable to think of any words of comfort. Maybe the pregnancy won't work out, Victoria says in a small voice. Maybe, Cressa replies, drinking her wine. Maybe. On the way back, Cressa shakes them both off, choosing to walk alone instead. Victoria takes Amara's hand, gripping her fingers, like a woman afraid of drowning. September. Chapter 32. Take me to Pompeii, where love is sweet. Pompeii graffiti. Amara takes one of the figs from Drusilla's table, peeling it, savouring the soft sweetness on her tongue. It is nearly October. Rufus is reclining beside her, his body warm at her back. They have been spending more time at Drusilla's house ever since Rufus's parents returned from their summer at Baiae. His parents do know about her, Rufus has assured her. It's quite proper for him to have a girlfriend, but it's probably better neither of them bump into her in the atrium. His mother has funny notions. She thinks a household slave is enough for such things. She doesn't understand what it means to be in love. Amara would have been desperate if it were not for Drusilla's generosity in letting them stay over at her house. Rufus pays her, of course. Amara thinks it must be nice to rent out rooms rather than your own body. She takes another fig from the table. Tonight is the first time Dido has joined them, and this feels as close to happiness as life can get. So, you are both Punit, Drusilla says, addressing Dido and Lucius, the wealthy young man she invited for Dido to entertain. Amara suspects he may be one of Drusilla's former lovers, but she cannot be sure. Lucius raises an eyebrow at the question, turns to Dido, and says something in a language nobody else understands. It is clearly a joke, and Dido laughs, delighted, replying to him in the same tongue. He smiles at her, pleased by whatever it is she has said. He turns back to Drusilla. It seems so. But that's wonderful. Drusilla claps her hands. Such a coincidence. Quintus, who is sitting beside her, sighs and rolls his eyes. Amara would like to throw a fig at his head. She still cannot imagine why Drusilla, the most glamorous woman she has ever met, would have such an ordinary boyfriend. He must be a lot richer than she realized. And my family are all from Carthage, Lucius says. His accent is similar to Dido's, but not identical. Amara supposes he must be several thousand leagues above her on the social scale. I've been banished to Italy to look after the business. We have a number of bases here in Campania. You must miss it, being so far away. Dido says, her expression wistful. Lucius replies to her in Punic, and she smiles again, then looks down. Amara guesses he just paid her a compliment.
"Weren't you kidnapped?" Rufus asks Dido. "That means your sale wasn't legal." "I'm convinced yours wasn't either," he says to Amara. "Convinced. It's not possible to go from being a doctor's daughter to a slave, is it?" He looks round at everyone else. "Don't you think?" Amara could wince with embarrassment. Rufus is determined to turn their lives into the plot of a Plautus play, where she is in fact a freeborn, marriageable girl. A world where tragedy, not snobbery, is what holds them apart. Lucius coughs politely. "Perhaps not." "It's completely possible," Quintus says lazily. "I mean, all sorts of people end up as slaves, if they aren't Roman citizens." Drusilla changes the subject before Rufus can object. "Would you both sing for us? Amara told me what a delightful voice you have, Dido."
"But only if you play the harp," Amara says. "Oh, please do," Dido exclaims. "I've been longing to hear you play." The three women go through a show of false modesty and reluctance, paying each other little compliments, flirting with the men, while Drusilla's maids bring out her harp. Dido and Amara drape themselves nearby. It's meant to look artless, even though they have been practicing all afternoon. Then it was a much brisker scene, all three concentrating on the music, trying out different sets, with the odd joke from the hostess, invariably aimed at one of her lovers. Amara had wondered at first why Drusilla was so kind, but now she understands. A steady stream of female guests allows her to rent rooms and entertain, supporting her reputation as one of Pompeii's most sought-after courtesans. Drusilla has no reason to fear being upstaged by Amara or Dido. She is a skilled harpist, showing off her graceful arms and slender fingers, while her voice vibrates with emotion, elevating the other women's singing as they try to compete. The men lounge on the couches, drinking wine and laughing with one another, looking entirely satisfied to be the recipients of so much devoted labour. Amara is touched that Rufus rarely looks at her companions. The other two are quite shameless in eyeing up one another's girlfriends. The evening rolls on pleasantly. The food is good, if not lavish, and there's plenty of wine. The men have a mock wrestling session, which Rufus finds amusing and Quintus takes too seriously, and quote poetry at one another, making up their own rhymes as they get increasingly drunk. Amara is gratified to see how much Lucius has taken to Dido, though she suspects he may not be a man who is looking for love in the way Rufus was when she met him. She touches the new earrings he has given her, feeling the light swing of them against her fingertips. There is an ever-growing hoard of gifts in the wooden box in his room, all hers. She slips her hand into his, stroking his palm, while he smiles good-natured at one of Quintus's jokes. Amara suspects she should try and share her good fortune with more of her friends, but she struggles to imagine Berenice or Victoria carrying off an evening like this. The thought makes her feel guilty. Victoria would probably be all too popular. She can just imagine her dancing like she did at the Vinalia, doing a striptease. But that in itself would tip the balance, tearing the veil that hides the real intentions behind these dinners. "I think it might be time for bed," Quintus says, stretching out luxuriously, as if he were the host and not Drusilla. "Otherwise I will be fit for nothing but sleeping." "I hope you wouldn't dare. Not under my roof," Drusilla replies. "I cannot think of a worse insult." Everyone laughs, and the men bid each other good night, retiring with the women as their spoils for the night. Drusilla's house is nothing like as grand or large as her clients' homes, but it is elegant and comfortable. Every room Amara has seen is painted with scenes of mythical lovers. The one she usually stays in has a painting of Leda and the Swan. It is up the stairs, above the small courtyard and dining room. She and Rufus follow Drusilla's maid to the bedroom. He starts undressing her before the girl has even finished lighting all the lamps. It is something she has noticed about Rufus, the way he doesn't seem to see many of the slaves who serve him. At his own house, Vitalio would come in unannounced to set out wine or fruit, even when they were in bed together, until Amara asked that he stop. "He doesn't think anything of it," Rufus had protested, but Amara was not so sure. It was the way Vitalio had looked at her once, one slave to another, while Rufus waxed on about a play. She knew then that he disliked her, that serving her made him angry, even though she still doesn't understand why. Tonight she is relieved that they have not progressed beyond nakedness before the maid leaves. It is an effort now, always remembering to perform with Rufus. His affection for her seems so genuine, she wonders what would happen if she tried to pursue her own pleasure, or suggest what she might like. But it is easier just to please him and fake it. She knows her inability to enjoy Salvius's efforts was what cooled his interest in her in the end, for all he asked her not to pretend. It is afterwards that she enjoys most, hearing Rufus tell her he loves her, holding her as if he will never let her go. She doesn't really believe him. She knows he cannot love her, not truly, not the way she loved her family or loves Dido, as someone you consider of equal value to yourself. Still, she never tires of hearing him say the words. After Rufus has kissed her goodbye and crept from the room, she hears him in the courtyard below, laughing with the other two men. He rarely stays the whole night at Drusilla's, but Amara has no intention of ever telling Felix this. It is one of the perks, staying over like a guest, not a slave, in the house of a friend. She smiles to herself, imagining Dido safe nearby, stretching out on the sheets just as she is, a night of blissful, undisturbed sleep ahead. The cool morning air has the scent of autumn. Amara and Dido wait for their host in the small courtyard, enjoying the tranquility. Drusilla has made clever use of space. The fountain is against the wall rather than taking up too much room in the centre. It falls in a cascade over a mosaic of blue tiles, water splashing against a statue of Venus, who stands naked at the edge of the pool beneath, as if poised to bathe. "It's so pretty," Dido says, looking around. "The fountain is perfect," Amara agrees. "I'm glad you ladies approve." They turn to see Drusilla watching them. She is in a light tunic, the gold band on her arm. Her head is dressed in a silk wrap that Amara instantly wants for herself. It's the perfect way to disguise undressed hair, if there was ever anyone she needed to impress in the morning. "Why don't you take some refreshment with me before you leave?" They are only too eager to agree, following her to the dining room. It has been cleared since last night, and a plate of figs, pears, and bread is waiting on a side table. "So, how was Lucius?" Drusilla asks, tucking herself up on a couch and gesturing at the others to take the one opposite. "He seemed quite taken." "He is going to try and find my family," Dido says, looking from Drusilla to Amara, clearly excited to share the news. "He thinks it might be possible through the census." "But that's wonderful," Amara exclaims. "Did he tell you this before or after?" Drusilla asks. "After," Dido says, "as he was leaving." "That's a good sign," Drusilla nods. "That means he was serious, though you may still need to remind him. Lucius is not used to thinking of other people." She pushes the platter towards them, waiting until they have taken some food before helping herself. "And if he finds them, what then?" "I don't know," Dido says, looking more uncertain. "It would mean so much just to know they were alive." "Would they not buy you back?" Drusilla takes a bite of pear. Amara looks at Dido, anxious for her. They have discussed this many times. "No," Dido says, "I don't believe so. Not after what I've been. There would be no place for me at home now. If I were free, if I had some money saved, then they could overlook it, save face and pretend. But not when I'm like this." "Does Lucius know?" "Yes, I told him there was no way back for me." "Perhaps it's as well, less work for him, and he might actually do you the favour if there's no chance of drama. Unless he has finally found his romantic side.
Were you and Lucius once?
We were lovers once, yes. Drusilla nods. For some months. And he sometimes still visits. I have a certain fondness for him, though I have to be careful with Quintus. He has more pride than you might imagine. She looks at Amara, raising an eyebrow. Though not as careful as you. Rufus would not take well to a rival at all. No, she replies, but there's no danger of that. She looks down, peeling her fig, thinking of Menander. It had been Dido who insisted she stop communicating with him, even through graffiti. She had not had the strength to tell him herself that she now had a patron, and so took the coward's way out, letting Dido visit the potter's shop instead. It hurts even thinking of him. She stops peeling. The fruit lies pale and naked in her hands. She glances up at Drusilla. Have you and Rufus ever been lovers?
Would the answer to that matter to you one way or the other?
No, Amara replies. My feelings aren't... She pauses, not sure how to explain the way she feels. She shrugs instead. Only very briefly, Drusilla answers. She watches Amara's reaction.
I see I have upset you.
No, not at all, Amara says, surprised to feel as shaken as she does. Or rather, I'm not jealous. It's just he told me you hadn't. He was quite convincing. Drusilla laughs.
All men are born liars. You should take it as a compliment. He didn't want to hurt your feelings. At least he realizes you have some.
Does Quintus not? Dido asks.
Well,
Drusilla says dryly, breaking off a piece of bread and leaning back on her cushions.
I don't even have to ask if either of you have fucked Quintus. I know you must have. Otherwise he would be pestering me to try you out.
They all laugh.
He is just as he appears, she continues. But it is strange how men can grow on you, even Quintus.
Some men never do, Amara says.
Your master?
Drusilla asks. Amara nods, not wanting to say his name.
I don't know,
Dido teases her.
You and Felix sitting together going over the accounts?
Surely you've seen his softer side.
He's a shit,
Amara snaps. The ugliness of the word slams into their pleasant morning, bringing the shadow of the brothel with it. I'm sorry, she says to Drusilla, flashing with embarrassment. I didn't mean to be crude.
I'm sure nobody here is shocked by swearing, Drusilla laughs. Quintus is also a shit, though I cannot imagine him making me angry enough to say so.
She looks more serious.
But then he is the one paying the money, and believe me, I understand the difference.
Because she is free, and we are enslaved, Amara thinks. It is easy to forget with Drusilla. She is so welcoming, so friendly, and yet she is almost as distant as Rufus in the privilege she holds as a freed woman, even if she does have to earn her bread the same way they do. The thought of Felix brings a strain to the gathering where before there was only playfulness. I suppose we had better head back, Dido murmurs after the second awkward pause in conversation. Drusilla does not press them to stay, though she is gracious in her insistence that they visit again, as if they were real guests rather than ones paid for by the men they accompany. On the threshold of the house, Dido and Amara stand together for a moment, watching life on the street flow past. Then Dido steps down onto the pavement, and Amara follows.
Chapter 33. I don't care about your pregnancy, Salvilla. I scorn it.
Pompeii graffiti. The brothel feels even less like home now Felix has crammed in yet more women. Only Berenice and Victoria have a cell to themselves after 2 Spanish dancers moved into Cressa's cell a week ago. Cressa is sharing with Britannica, and the pair of them see far fewer customers than anyone else. Felix cannot admit it, but Britannica was a terrible investment. Ipstilla and Telethusa either speak little Latin, or perhaps they simply prefer not to mix. When Amara and Dido walk in, they are laughing loudly, shouting at one another in Spanish, taking up the entire corridor. Fabia tries to sweep the floor around them, but they ignore her, refusing to move their feet. "Thank goodness you're back," Victoria says, beckoning them into her cell. Amara and Dido sit down on the bed. "Felix wants us to take the new girls out, teach them how to fish." "Can't they go out together?" Amara asks. "I'm sure they'd prefer that anyway." "No, he wants us to keep an eye on them, and somebody has to take Britannica out. He's fed up with her doing nothing." Amara suspects Victoria is too. She has never warmed to the Briton. "If Dido and I take the Spanish girls, can you have Britannica?" "Why me?" "We can't ask Cressa, can we? And Berenice isn't too well. Rough customer last night. Besides, I thought you liked her." "Fine then," Amara sighs. "I'll take her." She leaves Dido and Victoria to their noisy negotiations with the Spaniards and trudges to her old cell. Inside, Cressa is lying on the bed, eyes closed, though Amara suspects she's not asleep. Britannica sits on a stool, watching over her like a pale guard dog. "Britannica," Amara holds out her hand. "Come with me. Come." The Briton looks back at Cressa, uncertain. "Come," Amara repeats more firmly. "We go look for men." Britannica stands up, immediately towering over her, and strides to the door, her face grim. Amara is not sure how much Latin she understands now. She suspects a lot more than she lets on, though she has yet to speak a word other than Cressa's name. They leave by the back door, since the shouting and gesticulating is still in full flow in the corridor. "Baths," Amara says, shepherding her strapping companion onto the pavement. Walking out with Britannica, they are scarcely short of attention, but none of it is the sort Amara wants. Britannica stalks along, her movements unfeminine, more prize-fighter than prostitute. She makes eye contact with all the men, her gaze angry and challenging. If any return the look, she bares her teeth and hisses. They have only walked one street, and Amara begins to feel afraid they will be beaten up before they even make it to the corner. "That's enough," she says, exasperated. "You win. We go back." Britannica turns on her heel, striding along the pavement, and Amara scurries after her. The corridor is finally empty, but Amara knows she cannot give up and stay in. She will have to go out fishing with someone. She follows Britannica into the cell where Cressa is still lying, prostrated in misery. "Cressa? I know you're awake," Amara says. "Why don't you come out with me? The air would do you good." "I don't feel like it," Cressa says. "I know, but you can't stay in all day," Amara pleads. Britannica is following the discussion anxiously, but Amara ignores her. "We could walk to the harbour. I'll buy you a wine." Slowly, Cressa pushes herself up. Her stomach has filled out, but her face looks hollowed and empty. "All right," she says, wearily. "I'll come." "Cressa!" Britannica says, her voice urgent. "Cressa!" "I will be back soon," Cressa says soothingly, patting the tall woman's arm as if she were a child. "You rest." Amara knows Britannica will not be resting. She's spied on her alone in here before, watched her throw endless punches and kicks at imaginary men's heads. She shoots her a warning look as they leave. No trouble. The walk to the harbour is slow and laboured. It is hard to believe Cressa once made the same effort with her appearance as the rest of them. Now she is grubby and dishevelled, her hair unkempt. Whores age in double time, Amara thinks, and the idea chills her. "I don't know why everyone is so unkind to Britannica," Cressa says, looking back over her shoulder, as if somehow the Briton might be visible behind them. "What did she ever do but hate being trapped here? She has a good heart, you know that." "I'd put her loyalty above anyone else's, and she's smart. I know nobody else sees it, but she is." "She's not easy, though," Amara says. "Why should she be easy? Is her life easy?" Cressa's voice is quavering, and Amara is afraid she might cry. "I know," she says, her tone apologetic. The last thing she wants is to upset her already anxious friend. "I know. I'll try and make more effort, I promise." They carry on at their painfully slow pace until Cressa stops altogether. Amara realizes she's gazing at a small child, perhaps aged 3 or 4. The child's piping chatter carries, and his mother smiles, indulgent, before noticing the strange, bedraggled woman fixated on her treasure. She puts an arm around her son, nervously steering him out of sight. "Cressa," Amara says, trying to usher her along. But Cressa is crying. "Don't," Cressa says, shaking Amara off when she tries to comfort her. Amara sighs. She almost regrets asking her to come out. They walk under the marine gate, passing Vibo's baths where none of them have worked for some months, since Felix decided the tips weren't worth it. Further down the hill, the sea sparkles into view. The air is fresh, the salt sharp. Cressa seems a little calmer now they have reached the harbour. At the docks, several boats are unloading. Men scurry and shout, busy as ants moving crumbs to their nest. Amara offers her arm, nervous after the last rejection, but this time Cressa accepts. "Shall we have a walk, before fishing?" Cressa nods, and they head to the colonnade that circles the port. Amara feels her spirits rise. Sunlight, reflected from the sea, ripples over the pillars and painted statues, and the call of the gulls, the sing-song shouts of the sailors sound almost musical. She helps Cressa sit down in a patch of sun by the water's edge. Below their swinging feet, she can see grey fish darting in the clear water. "Felix never told me where he sold Cosmos," Cressa says. The mention of her son is so unexpected. Amara does not know what to say. She looks at Cressa, but cannot read her expression, as her face is turned to the sea. "Fabia tried to find out for me, but we never managed it." "Fabia?" Amara asks in surprise. She cannot imagine Paris's mother having the necessary bravery or cunning to make such an attempt. "Why not Fabia? She sees more than you think, and everyone overlooks her. That's what happens when you get old." There is no mistaking the bitterness in Cressa's voice. "Even though it was so hard for you," Amara says, desperate to try and make Cressa feel better, "do you think maybe it might have been for the best, so that Cosmos wasn't trapped at the brothel?" Cressa turns to her, and Amara is shocked by how old and tired her face is in the full glare of the light. "I know that none of you understand," she says, "that you think it's something I should just get over." Amara starts to protest, but Cressa raises a hand to stop her. "If you ever have a child, Amara, you will understand what I feel." She says nothing, aware of Cressa's swelling belly, of the new baby she is carrying. They sit in silence until Cressa starts to heave herself to her feet. Amara tries to help, but Cressa motions for her to stay where she is. "Do you mind if I have a few moments to myself?" Cressa says. "You can wait here. I won't be long." Amara is not keen on the idea. It's never too safe at the harbour. But Cressa is looking down at her, eyes pleading, and she cannot refuse. "All right," she says, "but not far. I don't want to be by myself out here for ages." Cressa sets off at a swift pace. She looks stronger and more determined than she has done for a while. The sea air was a good idea after all. Amara holds on to the base of a pillar and cranes her neck round so she can see where Cressa is going. She watches her approach the docks, then come to a stop by some amphora that are being unloaded from a boat. Cressa leans against one of the large jars, perhaps taking the weight off her swollen feet. She is looking out to sea, at the heave and swell of the water. Amara does too. The light is dancing on the waves. She looks further out to where Venus Pompeiana stands, the water breaking against the heavy stone base of her column. The goddess of love, Amara's new mistress. She has more respect for her since the Vinalia. It was after her prayers to the goddess that her fortunes began to change. "Don't forget me, Aphrodite," she thinks, staring at the statue. "Show me a way out, and the rest of my life is yours." She glances back to where Cressa was standing and gasps, scrambling to her feet in alarm. A man is remonstrating with her, trying to stop Cressa leaning on his goods, but she is stubbornly clinging on. Amara breaks into a run. The man is shouting. It looks as if he is about to grab hold of her. Amara yells at her to let go, and to her relief, Cressa steps away. But then, in a violent movement, she pushes an amphora over the edge of the harbour wall. Cressa goes with it, pulled so fast over the side she is almost a blur. She must have tied her cloak to the handle. Amara cries out in shock. She hurtles past people, knocking them aside in her desperation to reach the water's edge, oblivious to their anger. At the docks, she flings herself onto her knees. "Cressa!" she screams, leaning over the side of the jetty. "Cressa!" Her heart is pounding, her mind unable to take in what she has seen. She stares at the waves, but there's no sign of her friend, just foam and a slight disturbance of the water where she broke its surface. Amara stands up, distraught, looking for help. The man who shouted at Cressa is standing beside her, staring at the water as dumbstruck as she is. She grabs his arm. "Can you swim? Can you jump in and save her?" She is sobbing, hysterical, almost pushing him in the water in her urgency. "Please, do something, please! She's going to die!" The man shakes her off, furious. "That fucking bitch just stole some of my best olive oil. Do you think I'm going to risk drowning for some filthy, thieving whore?" He looks more closely at Amara, taking in her toga. "Were you with her? Do you have the same master?" Amara looks again at the water. Its surface is almost calm now, as if Cressa never jumped in, as if she never even existed. Amara cannot swim. With every moment that passes, the chance of Cressa surviving recedes, if she's not already dead. She realizes other soldiers and merchants are starting to gather behind them, exclaiming to one another, excited by the commotion. Fear grips her. "No," she says, trying to hide her distress, to control her trembling. "I don't know her. I've just seen her around." Amara turns and walks as fast as she can without running, back towards the marine gate. Chapter 34. When you are dead, you are nothing. Pompeii graffiti. She can barely get through the words. She is crying so much. Amara pours it all out to Felix. They are alone, and he is standing close to her, grasping her arms to keep her steady. She wants him to hold her, to comfort her, to share her grief. Instead, he listens to the whole story without interrupting, his face impassive. "You did well not to tell them you shared a master," he says, when she has finished. "They would have made me pay for the oil, and Cressa has cost me enough already. Barely earned a penny in months." Amara is shocked out of her sobbing. Felix is looking at her, completely unmoved by her distress. His coldness should not be a surprise, but it still hurts, and with the pain comes the anger. She shoves him, blinded by rage. He steps back, and she hits him again, not a slap, but a punch. He is too quick for her, and she misses his face, catching his shoulder instead. "I hate you!" she screams. "You don't give a shit about anybody. She died because of you, and you don't care. You don't feel anything. I hate you." He dodges all her blows. She is too upset to aim straight. "I wish you were dead," Amara shouts, catching hold of his clothes, trying to shake him. "I wish you were dead." He grabs her right arm, twisting it behind her back. She cries out and drops instantly to her knees. "You don't tell me what I feel," Felix shouts, his mouth so close to her ear it deafens her. He releases her with a shove, and she cradles her arm. "Stupid fucking bitch. Do you think I chose this life? Do you?" Amara says nothing. She has never questioned how Felix came to run the brothel. He seems made for it. He crouches beside her, agitated, and she shrinks away. "I was born here, not here." He gestures at the study, as if impatient with its existence. "Downstairs. You think I don't know what it's like, that I don't understand?" His face is unrecognizable with anguish. "My mother wasn't as brave as Cressa, too much of a fucking coward to kill herself and spare her son." Amara doesn't move, doesn't dare say anything. She cannot imagine Felix will forgive her for seeing him like this, not when he realizes what he has just said. He is hunched over, and for the first time since she has known him, he looks defeated. She understands, watching him then, that however much she hates him, Felix will always loathe himself more. My father, or the man my whore of a mother insisted was my father, ran this place, he says. He gave me my freedom, so I suppose he must have believed her. But not until I had served a long apprenticeship. He is staring at the desk, presumably his father's, when he says this. Amara thinks of his meticulous bookkeeping, imagines him sitting there as a child, watched over by an older, nastier version of himself, learning his trade. But then she remembers the graffiti on her cell wall. Amara looks away from Felix, her breathing shallow. Is it possible her master was once a prostitute? That he lived the same life as Paris? She is afraid to speak, to remind him of her presence. But the growing silence is frightening too. What happened to your mother? She says, her voice small. She died when I was 10. He is staring at the red wall, his eyes glazed. His grief is so palpable that Amara forgets herself. In that moment, all she can see is the frightened boy who lost his mother, who was tormented by his father, and her heart aches for him. She touches his arm, her fingers gentle. I'm sorry, she says. Felix is startled out of his own thoughts. Don't touch me, he snarls, getting to his feet. Amara scrambles out of the way, afraid he will kick her where she sits. He stares at her, and they both know she can see the tears in his eyes. Get out! She runs from the room. Amara closes the door of the flat behind her, stands on the pavement, her back to the wood. She feels torn apart, almost as much by her confusion over Felix as her grief for Cressa. She cannot bear to go into the brothel, to face Britannica, to make Cressa's death real, to see her fall in the water again as she tells the others what happened. She lurches off down the street, walking quickly but without aim. Rufus comes into her mind, the way he holds her, tells her he loves her. But it would be unthinkable to disturb him at his own house in the daytime with her ugly whore's tale of pregnancy and death. She almost takes the street that will lead to Drusilla's house, sensing the courtesan would not turn her away, and yet she doesn't really know her. Amara's feet know where they are taking her before she realizes it herself. The potter's shop, on the Via Pompeiana, to Menander. She stands outside the shop, watching. He is there, laughing with another slave, a young woman. There is no sign of Rusticus. Amara feels a pang. Perhaps this is his girlfriend now. She has no right to mind what he does. She was wrong to come here and impose her grief on him. Menander sees her just as she is turning away, and he rushes from the shop. Timorete! He calls, stopping her. He catches up, sees her face wet with tears. I can't talk outside the shop, he says. Wait here, we can walk to the fountain. Before she has time to protest, he has run back. Amara sees him talk to the slave girl at the counter, who stares at her, curious, then fetches him a bucket. Come on, Menander says, rejoining her. This way. They walk quickly down the street. I'm sorry, Amara says. I'm sorry for what happened between us. They reach the fountain, where a small gathering of gossips is already milling about. It's a favourite haunt for loitering slaves. Never mind that now, he says, pulling her to the side to let an impatient man pass. Tell me what's wrong. Has somebody hurt you? His concern for her is so obvious, it makes her want to cry all over again. Cressa is dead, she says. She was pregnant. We went to the harbour together. Amara stops, not wanting to describe Cressa's final moments, the flash of her cloak, the foam on the water. She drowned herself. It was just the two of you. You were left alone there, at the docks. Amara nods. Nobody would help, nobody. And when this man asked me why I was upset, I said I didn't know her. She covers her face with her hands, overwhelmed by her final act of betrayal. Menander puts down his bucket and embraces her. She clings to him, crying into his shoulder. You didn't do anything wrong, Menander says. It's all right. It's not your fault. Nobody helped her. Nobody cared, Amara says.
They were just angry she pushed an amphora of oil in the water. She didn't matter. And now she's gone, and it's like she never lived at all. Like she was nothing.
She wasn't, though, he says. You loved her, didn't you? She mattered. She mattered to you, to her friends.
I didn't help her. I let her drown.
You couldn't help her, he says, and she chose to drown. Amara lets Menander hold her, until she becomes suddenly aware they have attracted a number of gawpers, no doubt listening to every word. She straightens up, wiping her face. Menander confronts the small crowd hovering with their buckets. Just leave us alone, will you? Fuck you, one of the other slaves mutters. But the gossips still turn round to give them some privacy. Nobody here wants a fight, not when they all have masters waiting. You did nothing wrong, Menander repeats, holding her shoulders, making her look at him. You hear me? Nothing at all. Amara looks at his kind face, at the dark eyes she has tried so hard to forget, and knows that she will never love Rufus, not how she loves this man. I'm sorry I sent Dido, she says. I'm so sorry, I should have told you myself. As soon as she says the words, she can see how she hurt him. I don't love him, she says, but I owe him. He bought you, Menander says, letting go of her. I understand. It isn't only money that Amara meant. She owes Rufus for more than that. She owes him some semblance of loyalty, not to make every word she says a lie. But she doesn't want to hurt Menander even more than she already has. He bends to fill the bucket with water he doesn't need, except as an excuse for Rusticus. I didn't want you wasting your feelings on me, Amara says as he works the pump. Not when I can't give you anything. Even though I want to, she thinks. And I'm sorry I came here, dragging you out, burdening you. I just couldn't bear what happened to Cressa, and I forgot. I forgot I shouldn't have been speaking to you, that I should have left you alone. You can always speak to me. Menander lifts the bucket down, moving away from the well, always. And I know you have to look after yourself. I understand that. Amara looks down. It feels as if he is letting her go, and she doesn't want him to. There is nobody like you, she says, unable to tell him she loves him. There is nobody else like you in my life. Or mine, Timorete. He leans forward, kissing her quickly on the forehead. Then he picks up the bucket, turning to go. Please be careful, and don't blame yourself. Britannica understands as soon as she sees Amara that something is wrong. Cressa? She demands, her voice high with anxiety. Cressa! Amara cannot bear to tell her Cressa is dead while they are alone. She isn't even sure Britannica will understand. All the other women are out, even Berenice, and she has to wait while Britannica paces the corridor muttering to herself, sometimes turning to shout at Amara, who only shakes her head. When Dido and Berenice return, they are both with customers. She knows her stricken face will have told them there is bad news as soon as they step over the threshold, but they are still obliged to pleasure the men first. Amara sits in her old cell, waiting for them to finish. Where is she? Berenice says, rushing in as soon as she is free. Where's Cressa? What's happened to her? Britannica hovers by the bed, looking from Berenice to Amara, her eyes wide with fear. I'm sorry, Amara says. I'm so sorry. No! Berenice shakes her head, understanding. No, she isn't. She can't be. She jumped into the sea at the harbour, Amara says, trying to keep her voice steady. She tied herself to an amphora to make sure she drowned. I couldn't get there in time to save her. I didn't realise. No! Berenice wails. No! It had been Britannica's grief Amara feared, but instead it is Berenice who loses all control. She beats her fists on the walls of the cell, tearing at her hair, at her face, screaming and crying. I loved her, she sobs. I loved her. She can't be dead. Amara doesn't dare touch her. Berenice is like a madwoman. Britannica curls up in a ball on the floor, covering her ears. Dido walks in. She has no need to ask what has happened. She throws herself at Amara, and they hold one another, rocking back and forth. They are all still crying and keening, when Amara hears Victoria, her patter cutting across the noise.
"Oh, I can feel it! How big you are!"
There is shrieking and giggling from the Spanish girls, and the deeper tones of male voices. Amara disentangles herself from Dido and steps out into the corridor. She stands in silence, her shadow reaching out across the floor. A man is draped over Victoria, but her attention is only half on him. She has heard the wailing. "Who?" she says to Amara. "Who is it?"
"Cressa."
"Out!" Victoria shakes the man's arm from her shoulders. He looks at her, bewildered by this whore who moments before was panting after him. Victoria shoves him hard. "Get out!" she yells, her face red with fury. "All of you! Out! I don't want any fucking men in here." Ipstilla and Telethusa stand frozen with fear and surprise. One of their customers gives a nervous laugh. "What the fuck is this?" "I said, all of you, out!" Victoria screams, wrenching his arm from around Ipstilla's waist. He steps back, too shocked to hit her. His companion makes the sign of the evil eye. "You heard what she said," Amara shouts. "We don't want you in here. Get out!" Berenice rushes from the cell behind her. She looks unhinged, with her scratched face and wild hair. "Bastards!" she shrieks. "She's dead! Can't you leave us in peace?" The men need no more urging. They don't even take the time to hurl insults back. Instead, they hurry from the house of angry women, almost tripping over the doorstep on their way to the street. Chapter 35. You may look, perhaps, for a troupe of Spanish maidens to win applause by immodest dance and song, sinking down with quivering thighs to the floor. Juvenal, Satire 11, 162. On any other morning, Felix would have been down to rage at the takings, but their wild grief has made the women untouchable, for one day at least. Amara wonders if he too might be grieving, but crushes her sense of sympathy. Whatever happened to Felix as a child does not change who he is now. Fabia dresses their hair, her own face red from crying. Amara remembers what Cressa said about the old woman trying to find Cosmos, wonders what else the two women talked about, what secrets Fabia might know about their master. When everyone is ready, they leave Ipstilla and Telethusa at the brothel and walk in a silent line to the Sparrow. The Spanish girls passed a miserable night, quiet for once, cowed by the frenzy of mourning for a woman they barely knew. As soon as they walk in, it's clear Zoskalis has already heard the news. Amara suspects half the neighbourhood must know by now, after they threw their own customers out. The landlord orders them wine and food on the house. He brings it to their table himself. "For the memory of your friend," he says, pressing each of their hands in turn, his voice deep with sincerity. "For Cressa, may her shade rest easier in the other world." They thank him, Berenice weeping, but Amara fears Cressa will not rest wherever her spirit is now. They cannot even bury her. There is nothing they can do to ease her passing. "To Cressa," Victoria says, knocking back the wine. The others follow. Amara tries to give Britannica a flask, but she turns her head. The Briton has not made a sound since she learnt her only friend had died. Her silence disturbs Amara far more than the wild grief she expected. She feels an even greater sense of responsibility for Britannica now. It was, after all, the last request Cressa ever made, that they should care for her. "Her pain is over," Victoria says. "It was her choice. We should respect that." "Hardly a choice," Amara replies, remembering Cressa's face turned to hers in the harsh light of the harbour and the misery in her eyes. She didn't want to lose her baby. Whose fault was that? "Don't," Dido says, shaking her head. "Please don't. It doesn't help." "It could have been any of us," Amara continues, ignoring her. "Any of us. We don't matter to anyone." Berenice starts crying again, slumping down on the table, her shoulders shaking. Just stop, Dido says.
Sorry, Amara replies. She looks guiltily at Berenice, who is wiping her eyes, trying to control herself, while Dido puts an arm round her. We should mark a spot for Cressa, Victoria says. Use her savings for some offerings, have the rites performed. All pay towards it if we need to. The others nod. And we need to look after Britannica, Amara adds. It was the last thing Cressa asked me. She wanted us to be kinder to her. This proposal is met with less enthusiasm. Paying respects to a shade is an easier task than caring for a large, angry Briton. I hope Ipstilla and Telethusa are all right, Dido says. They seemed very quiet this morning. It must be strange for them. Pair of complete bitches, Victoria replies. I doubt they have any feelings at all. You should have seen them outside the baths yesterday. Shameless. I thought they were going to start screwing a man against the wall in broad daylight. She looks at Amara, her expression not entirely kind. You're in for a fun night tonight. Amara and Dido are due to perform at Cornelius's house, but they won't be going alone. Ipstilla and Telethusa have also been booked to dance. They can't be that bad, Amara says. Well, Victoria says, you'll just have to tell us all about the party tomorrow. I'm sure none of us can wait. Amara knows it is grief making Victoria lash out, but the look she exchanges with Berenice suggests the bitterness the two women feel runs deep. She understands, watching them both, that there will have been many other conversations like this when they vented their jealousy in her and Dido's absence. Perhaps Cressa joined in too. Amara knocks back her wine, wanting to blot out the thought. Amara has never seen Ignatius make a scene like the one he puts on for Ipstilla and Telethusa. He bursts into the chilly waiting room, unable to contain his excitement at meeting the new girls. They all gabble in Spanish together, and Amara can see what an unfeigned joy it is for him to speak his native language. She knows that feeling, remembers what it was like the first time she spoke with Menander, the sense of instant recognition and understanding. She and Dido practice quietly in the corner. It's more Ovid tonight. They have set some of his Art of Love to music, verses about dancing to blend with the Spaniard's performance. Ignatius pays them very little attention, and she remembers the first time she came here. Then fuss was all for her and Dido, and the mime actresses were largely expected to fend for themselves. There is nothing like the lure of the new. Eventually Ignatius remembers them. He heads over semi-apologetic to dress their hair with garlands. They're quite perfect, he gushes, tucking some leaves behind Dido's ear. Your master bought exactly the type of girls I requested. That you requested? Amara is stunned. Slave girls trained in Cadiz. He nods. Oh, I remember seeing them in my youth. No other dancing like it in the world. It takes years to learn the skill. He raises an eyebrow, sly with innuendo. Trained in other arts, too, of course. Amara and Dido exchange a horrified look. Who is going to be interested in a pair of sparrows when there are two phoenixes in the room? Ignatius picks up on their alarm, perhaps realizing his lack of tact. But nothing like your enchanting performance, he exclaims, without a trace of sincerity. My fair, innocent little nymphs. He prances off, exchanging what is clearly a filthy joke with the Spanish girls as he leaves. All three of them cackle. Shit, Amara says. We haven't even got any new tunes tonight, Dido whispers. It's true. Salvius has given them all the songs he knows, or perhaps all the songs he wants to share, and now they have to spice up their routine with fresh words but familiar music. It will be all right, Amara says, convincing neither of them. We're just different from each other, it's fine. Did you know Felix was speaking directly to Ignatius? Amara shakes her head. All those days she has spent with him, working on his accounts, and he has never mentioned it. No, she says. At first, Amara thinks it will be all right. She is soothed that Fuscus is there. that he has still requested her to lie on his couch for at least part of the meal. It has been many, many weeks since he paid for her company for the entire dinner. They chat about his sons, his business, even his wife, and he caresses her in a lazy, familiar way. But isn't that how it should be? There's not the same urgency when you've known a lover for a while. Amara has a niggling sense of unease that there are fewer guests than usual, and no wives are present, not even their hostess, Calpurnia. Even so, much of the dinner feels reassuringly predictable. She and Dido perform, everyone seems to enjoy their singing, and Ignatius graciously steers them around the room. But Ipstilla and Telethusa are not left until the end of the meal like the mime actresses. Instead, Ignatius brings them in as the high point, just when everyone's spirits have built to an especially convivial pitch. Amara is reclining on a couch with a man she doesn't know when they enter. He hasn't spoken to her directly, but she thinks he might be called Trebius. He runs a tannery and is droning on about leather to his equally dull companion when Cornelius starts talking, his voice loud over the murmur of his guests. "My friends," he exclaims, "I think you may enjoy the next course, a Spanish dish with extra spice." There is expectant laughter, and Amara realizes that everyone has been waiting for this. She and Dido were only here to whet the guests' appetites. The entire evening has been based on the new women's performance. Ipsilla and Telethusa whirl their way past the fountain of nymphs, clacking their red castanets. Even the tedious Trebius has stopped talking, suddenly interested and alert. The two dancers are naked, though Amara realizes they have made liberal use of the gold paste she and Dido unwisely left unattended in the waiting room. Their initial flourish over, the two women begin grinding in earnest. Amara stares. She has never seen dancing like this. It makes Victoria's performance at the Vinalia look matronly. She is not even sure how they manage all that shaking and quivering, lowering themselves to the floor but not quite touching it without toppling over. And the singing is worse. It's a medley of wordless wailing and moaning, the least subtle imitation of sex she's ever heard. Trebius grabs her leg, and she flinches. She turns to look up at him, but he is not looking back at her, does not even seem conscious of her. His hand is grasping the flesh of her thigh, purely because he wants to touch a female body while he watches the dancing. She resists an overwhelming instinct to prise his fingers from her skin, preferably bending them back until the bones snap, and instead glances round desperately for Fuscus. He too is mesmerized by the dancing. She keeps her eyes focused on him, willing him to notice her, sending out a silent plea. Eventually, he glances over. She locks eyes with him, determined that he should understand. He motions to Ignatius, pointing towards the couch where she is trapped with Trebius. Amara has rarely felt more grateful to see Ignatius sidle over. "Please forgive me," he murmurs to Trebius. "A most terrible oversight. This one is booked elsewhere." Trebius looks at Amara, almost surprised to see his own hand touching her. "Take it," he says, impatiently, almost shoving her off the couch. "You're blocking my view." Amara reclines next to Fuscus, whose expression is smug. "Did the dancing put you in the mood for me, little sparrow?" he asks, hoiking her closer to him, breathing heavily in her ear. "I couldn't be with anyone else," she sighs. Let the foolish man imagine she was longing for his body rather than his protection. At least she knows him. Even if he has no real affection for her, he won't hurt her. He won't use her body without any thought there might be a living woman attached to it. She looks round for Dido, ashamed that she has only just remembered her friend. She spots her near the fountain with a man she does not recognize. At least he seems to be leaving her largely alone, too caught up in the women dancing to notice the one next to him. Dinner is, unsurprisingly, a shorter affair than usual. It is less of a saunter to Cornelius's brothel, more a stampede. Other hired women are already waiting, no doubt booked by Ignatius to make sure none of the guests go short. Amara is disappointed Fuscus does not take her to a private room. She supposes he has made an exception to his usual preference not to be watched, confident that the other men, like him, will be more interested in watching the dancers than each other. Ipstilla and Telethusa flit between the lavish cells, putting on a performance for the men while they have sex, but not, Amara thinks bitterly, having to endure being used themselves. She is not afraid of Fuscus, but when he manoeuvres her into a painfully awkward position, purely to get a better view of Telethusa, she realizes the distance between him and Trebius is not as great as she imagined. Her body, which is too familiar to be exciting on its own, is a means to heighten his pleasure in the dances. She is trapped by him, his weight like the waves of the sea, pushing her under. She thinks of Cressa, lost beneath the water, and turns her face to the side, gripping the expensive fabric on the bed. At the edge of her vision she can see the flash of Telethusa's legs as she dances. Felix put this woman here, she thinks. All the gold she has earned him, and he spent it on diminishing her value. He destroys everything in the end. Chapter 36. Suns, when they sink, can rise again, but we, when our brief light has shone, must sleep the long night, on and on. Catullus, Poem 5. Amara can hear Thraso before she sees him. Gallus is leading them back home in the dark, although this street with its bars and brothel is never so dark as the others. A small crowd is gathered around the foot of a ladder. It stands propped against the wall, just round the corner from their own front door, and a shrieking woman is trying to shake it, stopped only by drunken bystanders. At the top, Thraso bellows down at her, clinging onto a rung with one hand and waving a hammer with the other.
What the fuck?
Gallus says, raising his lamp to illuminate the scene. Amara takes Dido's hand, and they draw closer together, but Ipstilla and Telethusa seem excited at the prospect of a row, bouncing up and down to get a better view. Both are still ecstatic over their success at Cornelius's house. Even Ignatius tipped them for their performance, something Amara has never seen him do before.
What's this?
Gallus yells, barging into the crowd. He grabs the shrieking woman's shoulder.
Are you trying to fucking kill him?
The woman turns round, still screaming, and Amara recognizes her. It's Maria, Simo's least valuable woman. She stops yelling when she sees Amara and Dido, then screws her face up, spitting at their feet. For Drauca, she says, her eyes bright with hatred. She turns back to Gallus, flinging her arm up with anger. Get him to stop! Look at him! He's destroying my master's property! Thraso is swinging his hammer at a stone cock that has sprouted high up on the wall. Amara hadn't noticed it before. But then there are so many in Pompeii. Maria takes advantage of everyone staring upwards to give the ladder a violent shake. Thraso clings on, swearing at her.
You've no right!
She shrieks.
Stop it!
Bitch! Thraso yells back, brandishing the hammer.
Mind I don't drop this on your fucking head!
Ipstilla steps forwards, yanking at Maria's toga to move her out of danger, shouting at her in Spanish. The two women grapple with one another and the crowd cheer, delighted by the night's unexpected entertainment.
Get Felix,
Gallus says to Amara and Dido.
Now!
They run back to the brothel. It's no distance away. But the carousing outside the Elephant is so raucous that the noise of the row, just a few houses down, is lost in the chaos. Paris is on the door and is startled to see them charging up the street on their own. You need to get Felix, Amara says. There's trouble with one of Simo's whores. He'll know what I mean. Paris hurries to the flat, banging on the door and yelling. The door opens and he disappears inside. A few moments later, Felix comes out, armed with a metal rod. Paris slinks out behind, obviously being sent back to guard the brothel rather than join in the action.
Where are the dancers?
Felix asks, surprised to see them on their own.
They stayed with Gallus,
Dido replies as they trot behind him. Felix shakes his head, irritated.
Better take them back with you.
They reach the ladder, and the crowd parts, more out of respect for the weaponry than the man carrying it. Maria and Ipstilla are still scrapping, Gallus trying to get between them. But at the sight of Felix they pull apart. Gallus bundles Ipstilla out of the way.
"Fucking women,"
he mutters.
"What's this?"
Felix asks. He sounds casual, almost bored, leaning on the metal rod as if it were a staff. Maria squares up to him, shoulders heaving from her recent exertion.
"You tell me," she shouts.
"You're thugs smashing up my master's business. Simo rents this room. It's his. You have no right."
"This room?"
Felix says, swinging the rod towards the small, darkened cell that opens directly onto the street. He wrinkles his nose as if he can smell its stale odour.
"Simo rents this room?"
Maria steps protectively in front of the doorway. Amara cannot help admiring her courage.
"You know he does. That's why that bastard's been trying to smash the sign."
Felix smiles at Thraso, who has just descended the ladder.
"I think we can leave the lady her sign," he says. "Though that's a big fucking cock for a very small brothel, isn't it? What's your master hoping? Some of the dregs from my business will swill down the road?"
Felix turns round to the watching drunks.
"Which women would you rather fuck? That fat one there," he points at Maria, "or my girls here?"
Some of the crowd laugh, and Ipstilla with them, but Telethusa looks less impressed. Amara suspects she doesn't fancy a night with any of the drunks on display. At least there they can agree.
"You can mouth off all you like," Maria says, jutting out her chin. "You don't impress me. Think I've never been called fat before? Well, my big fat arse is staying right here."
This time it's Maria who raises the laugh. Felix nods, and Amara recognizes his smiling expression as one of pure cruelty.
"No doorman, though, is there?"
he says, looking theatrically up and down the road for her non-existent protector.
"Simo can't think much of you if he's selling cunt straight on the street. Anything could happen. You leave your goods for a moment and—"
he snaps his fingers.
"Somebody's stolen them, or smashed them."
He is staring at Maria as he says this, so that she cannot mistake his meaning. For the first time, Amara can see that Maria is afraid, but she chooses to cover it with bravado.
"If I'm so fucking ugly, not worth your while to threaten me, is it?"
Felix bows.
"I'm sure for your performance tonight, you will have the pick of all the men here."
In answer, a couple of the drunken bystanders jostle towards Maria's small, dark cell, and Felix watches her discomfort as she realizes she will have no means of limiting or controlling her customers. He must really hate her, Amara thinks, to frighten her at the expense of making Simo some money. She thinks of Drauka and feels afraid of what might happen to Maria. Felix turns to the remaining men.
"If you prefer wine to water, the brothel's this way."
Most were only there for the spectacle and slope off, not willing to pay for their fun, but a couple tag along. They walk along the narrow pavement in a gaggle. Ipstilla and Telethusa exchange anxious glances. Surely the master doesn't expect them to entertain drunks like this, not after their performance at the Grand House. Ipstilla catches his arm.
"Why does she go upstairs?"
She points at Amara.
"She is better in brothel. We make you much more money tonight."
Felix slaps Ipstilla hard across the back of the head, and she yelps. She stares at Felix, bewildered. Obviously not used to a master with no favourites and no loyalty.
"She didn't brawl in the street like a rabid bitch, either," he says. "Don't fucking question me again."
They arrive back at the brothel, and Felix greets Paris at the door.
"Make sure you take the clothes from them first," he says,
pointing at the women who have returned from the party.
"I don't want them torn."
He clicks his fingers at Amara, and she follows him. She cannot bear to look back at Dido, left behind with the rabble.
"Little dog," Ipstilla hisses as she passes. "He will tire of you."
Felix says nothing to her as they walk up the stairs, but before she can head to the storeroom, he stops her.
"Did the dancers earn more than you tonight?"
It is the first time they have spoken alone since he told her about his mother.
"Yes," Amara says, not wanting to betray any emotion in her answer.
He leans on the wall, looking her over. She can tell from the hatred in his eyes that he will never forgive her for seeing him as she did. that he will always need to diminish her. "Posh boy today, isn't it? You'd better get some sleep. You look tired. Like Cressa." He presses his finger to her cheek, testing its softness, as if she were fruit at the market. "Pretty face. Nobody ages faster than a whore." Drusilla's dressing table reminds her of the luxurious morning she spent with Sarah at Pliny's house. Amara is conscious of the favour the courtesan is showing her, allowing her into her intimate space. Drusilla's favourite maid, Talia, is dressing Amara's hair. She has dark brown skin like her mistress and deft, clever fingers. Drusilla has already explained Talia's worth, how expensive it was to find a woman who would know the best styles for her own hair. Talia listened to it all in silence, without betraying how she might feel or what it meant to her being shipped all the way from Axum to Pompeii to make a stranger look beautiful. "I was only a small child when I came here," Drusilla says. "I remember almost nothing of my family. My master, Verenius, became everything to me." She fingers the gold bracelet on her upper arm. It is the most Amara has ever heard her speak about herself. "Was that his gift to you?" she asks. In answer, Drusilla slips the bracelet down her arm and hands it to Amara. It is heavier than she expects, shaped like a snake, its eyes glittering gemstones. Inside is an inscription. "From the master to his slave girl." Amara admires it, then gives it back. "He must have loved you dearly, to have made you such a beautiful bracelet," she says. Drusilla slides it back on. "I was the 5th woman in his life to wear it," she says. "I knew some of those who wore it before me." She smiles at Amara, seeing the expression on her face. "An early lesson in men. The 4th was Procris, his wife's maid. She raised me. When I was a grown woman, she had to give this up to me, along with all the favour that went with it. He broke her heart." Amara does not know what to say. Drusilla just told her Verenius meant everything to her. Yet the man sounds as monstrous as Felix. "I loved him," Drusilla says, as if guessing her thoughts, "and I despised him. What else is possible towards the man who gives everything and takes everything?" "He must have favoured you the most," Amara says, "as you kept it, and he freed you." Drusilla laughs. "You can be as naive as Rufus," she says. "I survived him, that's all. Nothing more to it than luck. If he had died when Procris was wearing this, no doubt she would be free, and I would be dressing his widow's hair." Talia stands back from Amara, offering her the mirror to see her work. Amara turns her face, admiring her curls. "It's lovely, thank you," she says, carefully laying the silver disc on the table. Drusilla nods at Talia, who leaves the room. "Thank you for letting me come here," Amara says when the maid has gone. "I could not continue to see Rufus otherwise." "He will never love you more than he does now," Drusilla replies. Amara puts her hand to her neck, upset because she knows it is true. "I don't say it to be cruel," Drusilla continues, "but you need to think carefully about what you want from him. There will never be a better time to ask." "He is always saying he will marry me," Amara admits. "But it's impossible. I would be arrested, the marriage dissolved. Roman citizens don't marry brothel whores. Life isn't one of his plays." "I didn't mean marriage." Drusilla is amused. "Perhaps aim a little lower." Amara laughs with her, embarrassed to have exposed the heights of her own ambition. "Can I ask you something?" she says, feeling a little shy. "Why did it not work out between Rufus and you?" "Rufus wants to give everything to a woman. You could almost say he wants to make her." Drusilla cups her hands, as if sheltering something precious. "What he wants is a little wounded bird he can hold, feel its wings flutter against his fingers." Her voice is low and crooning. Amara can almost imagine holding the bird herself, its tiny, frightened heart beating beneath soft feathers. "I was not fragile enough for him. You are." Amara stares at Drusilla, still sitting with her hands cupped together. There are no words for the pain she feels, knowing it is true. "I have been you," Drusilla says. "Verenius would never have let me go, only his death did that. But Rufus might be different. You might persuade him that there would be no greater pleasure than opening his fingers, watching the bird fly, knowing every beat of its wings, every breath it takes, it owes to him." Drusilla opens her hands, and they both stare at the empty air. Then she drops her arms, sadness in her eyes. "At least you have to try." Amara dines alone with Rufus, served a private dinner in the room with Leda and the Swan. Amara knows Drusilla is entertaining Quintus elsewhere in the house. She feels reassured that Rufus wants to lie with her before eating. At least, making love to her is still more exciting than food. But she no longer feels the same comfort when he caresses her afterwards. She keeps thinking of the bird, of what it feels like for him, holding his fragile, tragic little haw. "I wish I could spend every evening with you," he says, tucking into Drusilla's grilled fish and beans. "If I had my way, we would spend every waking moment together." He takes her hand and kisses it, looking sentimental. "You know that, don't you, my darling?" Amara's heart is beating so fast, and her nerves are pulled so tight, she cannot touch her own meal. She won't beg, not after Pliny, and in any case, she does not want to swap one enslavement for another. "If only I had a home like Drusilla," she sighs. "You could visit me whenever you wanted." Rufus kisses her, but she can tell he hasn't taken her seriously. She tries again. "You are more generous than any man I've ever met," she says. "I cry sometimes when I'm alone, thinking about how you would marry me, because I know you meant it sincerely when you asked. Even though I could never accept, I would never dishonor your family that way." Rufus kisses her again, more passionately this time, distracted from eating by her adoration. "How I love you," he murmurs. "But if you set me up in a home like this, I could be a second wife for you," she says, "as your freedwoman." Amara sees a flash of alarm in Rufus's eyes, but she has rolled the dice and has to play her hand. "I would exist only for you, never taking from your family, not now or in the future. I would need nothing other than to be allowed to love you." "Is that really what you want?" "More than anything in the world," she replies. Her lip is trembling from fear, not love. But Rufus cannot tell the difference. "Perhaps it might be possible," he says, turning from her. He looks distracted rather than excited by the idea. "It would need some work. This isn't a small thing, what you're asking." "I know, but ours isn't a small love," Amara says. "And although I cannot bring myself to dishonor you by allowing you to have me as a wife, I could love you as a mistress without bringing shame to anyone." "It would be wonderful," Rufus agrees, beginning to warm to the idea of a constant well of devotion. "And then, even when I marry, if my wife isn't—" He stops, perhaps realizing that speculating on the desirability of his future wife isn't very romantic. "Anyway, whatever she were like, I could always spend time with you whenever we wanted." "Yes," Amara says. "I would always be waiting for you." "Maybe Drusilla could teach you the harp," Rufus replies, his face hopeful, like a child. "You two like each other, don't you? And you've no idea how happy it makes me seeing you lost in your music. I think you would look even lovelier playing the harp than you do with the lyre." Amara smiles, relieved he has so easily succumbed to the image of her as the mistress singing in her gilded cage. But his words set off an unwelcome echo, and without wanting to remember, Menander's rival fantasy plays through her mind. She sees herself as he did, waiting for him in his father's house, the shared life they will never have together in Attica. She leans over and kisses Rufus gently on the lips, then gazes up at him, not as Timarete, the woman he will never know,
but as Amara, the woman she is now. Whatever you want.
I'll do it. He sounds more determined. There must be a way of managing it. And I wouldn't have to pay for you all the time then, not after the initial outlay. He stops, wincing with embarrassment. I'm sorry, my darling. That sounded unforgivably crude. What I meant was, if it makes financial sense, even my father might see it's a good idea.
You are the best man in the world, Amara says, clasping her hands. He smiles at her, but she can see the same distracted look on his face. She leans her head against his shoulder, the blood pounding in her ears, hoping that he means what he says, and that she has not just sped up her descent and exit from his life.
December. Chapter 37. Now, my little love, entrust your happiness to the wind. Trust me, the nature of men is fickle. Pompeii graffiti. It is cold in Balbina's small atrium. A film of ice covers the rainwater in the central pool. Amara and the other two women huddle together in their woolen cloaks, trying to come to an agreement. It cost her dearly, paying off some of Terentia's interest to Felix, but now it may finally be worth it. The fruit seller has introduced her to another client.
I will keep the contract safe for you both, Terentia is saying.
I found her fair, more than fair.
Balbina has run up a dicing debt and doesn't want her husband to know. Perfect as far as Amara is concerned, provided Balbina can hand over enough surety. Let me see the necklace, she says, softening her command with a smile. The chain slips through her fingers, light and supple. She lacks the expertise to know whether it is worth the same amount as the loan, but she suspects the cameo pendant at least would fetch something. Amara loops the chain around her own neck, tucking it under the woolen cloak, then hands Balbina a purse. You may want to check it's the agreed amount, she says. Balbina counts the coins out twice, while Terentia and Amara watch. Then Terentia holds out the tablets for them both to sign. Much better rate of interest than I got, Terentia sighs. I know, Amara says, but this is much riskier for me. What she has just done is worse than risky, and she knows it. Should Felix ever discover the betrayal, the consequences are unimaginable. She tells herself that brokering this loan is a safety net, a means of earning extra cash if Rufus disappoints her. But she knows this is only partly why she has taken such a terrible risk. The real reason is the pleasure she gets from cheating Felix, the fierce joy of outwitting him. Ever since Cressa died, the hostility between them has been relentless. A battle of wits she is determined to win. I am better at this than he is, she thinks. Amara turns to Terentia. We are both trusting you with the contract, she says, so please keep it safe. She has sweetened that trust by 5 asses, though no need to tell Balbina that. If the gambling wife is wise, she will have given the fruit seller her own bribe. When the interest is paid, she says to Balbina, who has already tucked the purse out of sight, I will return the necklace. I'll pay it in no time, Balbina says, sounding tetchy. I just got unlucky, that's all. Nobody wants to linger, so after a curt goodbye, Amara and Terentia step out onto the street. Good job you have the necklace, Terentia says. She'll have to get very lucky at dice to pay that off in one go. Thank you for arranging it, Amara replies. I'll expect the same interest myself next time, Terentia says, hurrying off down the street. Your master's a skinflint. Dido is standing across the street, loitering outside a bakery, pretending to form part of the queue. Thanks for waiting, Amara says, joining her, stamping her feet on the cold pavement. I guess we should get something to eat. I don't know how you do it, Dido replies. How your nerves can stand it. It's true that Dido looks more anxious than Amara. The risk she is running is so great, she has moved beyond fear. Instead, she is high on the sense of betrayal. Deceiving Felix is even more satisfying than she anticipated. It should be fine, she says. Rufus will keep the surety safe for me.
He had also provided her with the purse full of cash, yet another test of his love. She told him it was for a friend who had got into debt, and he did not question her. He has no need to know about this side of her life. When she is installed in their love nest, she doesn't want to rely on him for everything. It's better if she has some means to support herself. Dido is looking at her strangely. "What is it?" Amara asks, putting her hand to her neck, worried the chain might be showing. "What's wrong?" Dido shakes her head, embarrassed. "Nothing, it's just—" She pauses, obviously not wanting to say. "What?" They have reached the front of the line, and it will be their turn at the counter soon. Amara is impatient to know. "I know how much you feel things, because I know you. But you look so cold sometimes. You look like—" Dido falters again. Amara is annoyed by her dithering. "Like what?" she snaps. "You look like Felix," Dido blurts out. "I'm sorry, but you do." The words sting, but she doesn't want to show it. "I suppose slaves get like their masters," she says, tossing her head as if she doesn't care. "At least he's good at business." "I didn't mean to upset you," Dido says, knowing her too well not to notice Amara is offended. "You could never be cruel like him. That's not what I meant." They are interrupted by their arrival at the counter. Dido orders the bread, buying a little extra for Fabia and Britannica, who cannot afford their own. Amara says nothing, still upset by the comparison with Felix. She thinks back to her dealings with Balbina, how different it felt to that first loan with Marcella, how much less she cared this time. "I don't have a choice," she tells herself. "He is free, and I am not." It is starting to sleet when they step back on the street. They pull their cloaks up, trying to protect themselves from the wet and the cold, hurrying along the slippery pavement. Amara takes Dido's arm to show she's forgiven her. "I don't know how we're meant to pick anyone up in this," she grumbles. "Aren't you seeing Rufus tonight?" "Doesn't matter. Felix says I have to start earning something on these days, too, or he will charge Rufus double. I can't risk costing him yet more money." She feels a sense of weariness, the exhilaration of the loan already fading. Rufus has promised he will buy her, but there always seems to be some excuse to delay. Now he says it will be the Saturnalia, that it will soften the blow for his parents if his indiscretion is lost in the celebrations. She hopes he means it. Every day she spends in Felix's service is like another stone added to the growing pile that weighs down her heart. However clever she is, however often she outwits him, he still holds the power. The baths might be our best chance. At least the customers won't have to walk far. Dido looks tired, too. Guilt pricks Amara. Whatever anxieties she has, Dido's worries are surely worse. Ignatius is booking them less frequently. Aurelius and Fuscus were only ever occasional clients, and Drusilla's friend and former lover Lucius has largely proved a disappointment. He does still pay for Dido's company at Drusilla's house, but nothing like as often as Rufus does, and he has never said anything more about finding her family. "If Rufus doesn't let me down," Amara says, taking her arm, "I promise I won't leave you there. I will get you out, too." It is a promise she has made 1,000 times before. "If Felix lets you," Dido says, looking depressed. They both know buying her freedom is likely to be out of Amara's gift, unless Rufus showers her with gold. The square outside the baths is much less busy than usual, nobody caring to linger in the sleet. They press close to the men's entrance, sheltering under a wine shop's balcony. As the men come out, still red-faced from the heat of the steam room, they wish them good day, trying to make eye contact. Dido has been in Pompeii over a year now, and almost no trace of the shy girl from Carthage remains, or at least not now when she is focused on picking up clients. It is a brutal waste of her acting talents, Amara thinks, remembering the way Dido dances, the sweetness of her singing voice, her ability to inhabit a character, all that skill used to play a street whore. Most of the men push past without responding to their greeting. Others stop to trade insults or try to steal a kiss. Dido is the first to secure a serious customer. She hesitates before leading him home. It's not how they like to work, splitting up like this, but the brothel is near enough for them to take the risk. Amara nods at her, the signal that she is fine. She doesn't wait to watch Dido hurry off with her catch, a portly older man. She cannot afford to slacken her own sales pitch. A rival prostitute is at the doorway now. The other woman is much more poorly dressed, her cheeks hollowed out by hunger. Nothing like being undercut, Amara thinks bitterly. Anyone looking at the scrawny creature will know she's unlikely to charge much. Sure enough, the starving woman is picked up in no time, no doubt leading her suitor off somewhere no more salubrious than a back alley. Amara calls out more loudly, increasingly aggressive in her approach. She interrupts men's conversations, pressing her body too close to them. Two young men stop to return her greeting, taking their time in spite of the cold, their cheeks pink and sweaty. "Need heating up, do you?" one says, looking her up and down. She laughs, pretending to be amused. "Not just me," she says, stepping back, beckoning them towards her. "Lots of lonely girls." "Told you the brothel was just round the corner," the other man says to his companion. "It's by a bar, too. I remember it from my last time here. We could have a drink afterwards." Amara walks swiftly, and they hurry to keep up with her. Not much further, she tells herself. Just get it over with. She passes Simo's single-cell brothel on the way, its door ajar. The sight of it always gives her an uneasy feeling, but so far, Felix seems to have decided to ignore the insult. Maria is still alive. Felix didn't specify how many men she needed to find today, but if she can bring 2 past the door, surely that should be enough. Gallus is on sentry duty, looking wet and miserable. He shows Amara 3 fingers, 3 women in. "Make sure he knows I brought them," Amara murmurs as she passes. Berenice is waiting in the corridor, bored and chilly in her cloak. One of the men saunters over to claim her. Dido must still be busy. Amara doesn't even have to ask herself who the 3rd woman is. It will inevitably be Britannica. Victoria's room is free, so Amara leads her man in there. Since Felix bought so many women, they have all had to be less particular about where they entertain. "I don't want to do this," Amara thinks as she draws the curtain. She has lost the sense of horror, the terrible panic that used to overwhelm her. Instead, what she feels is a wordless aversion, a feeling that she has been pushed too far, beyond what she can physically stomach. Think of the money. She turns and smiles at the man. He is already half undressed. "Against the wall," he says. Amara waits for Philos to collect her. She sits alone on the hard sack of beans in the storeroom, her head resting on the wall, eyes closed. She tries to imagine herself back in Pliny's garden, tries to recreate the sense of tranquility, the sound of the fountain. It has been hours since the man from the baths touched her, but she can still feel him. Afterwards she walked to the well in the rain, struggled back with a bucket of icy water, stripped herself off. She tried to scrub away every trace, the water so cold on her skin it was painful. Perhaps when Rufus tells her he loves her later, the feeling might start to fade. "I hope you don't show the posh boy such a fucking miserable face." She opens her eyes. Felix is standing in the doorway, watching. She didn't hear him approach. She resists the urge to put her hand to her neck, to check Balbina's chain is still hidden. "I told you he's violent," she says, not bothering to stand up. A miserable face makes him happy. "As long as he keeps paying," Felix answers. She looks at him, standing there, an ugly sneer on his face, as if he can still pretend that he is any better than she is. "Your mother was a whore, and so were you." The words are too potent to risk saying aloud, but just knowing his secret makes her feel stronger. Amara has tried to find out more from Fabia, ingratiating herself with presents of food, asking what the old woman remembers of their master's childhood. Fabia had opened her mouth, pinching her own tongue between her fingers. "He told me he would cut it out himself," is all she said. "Gallus let you know I brought in 2 customers today," Amara says. Felix nods. "I'll let it pass this time. Next time I want at least 3. She says nothing, not letting her anger show. She hopes now he has thrown his taunt he will leave, but he doesn't. Posh boy never leaves any marks. A violent lover usually does. You don't. They stare at each other. Their silence is like that of two tigers circling one another. Her hatred for this man is more ferocious than desire could ever be. A loud rapping announces Philos's arrival on the street below. Felix stands aside to let her pass, but she can feel his animosity follow her, even when she is out of sight and heading down the stairs. She opens the door. Philos, with his cheerful smile and friendly greeting, is like a visitor from another world. Philos never speaks until they are walking side by side down the street, well out of earshot of the brothel. He turns to her when they are at a safe distance, and she can see the smile in his eyes, even though his face is solemn. We're going somewhere new tonight. Not the theatre. It's a surprise. He laughs at her curious expression. More than my life is worth to spoil it. Amara feels her pulse quicken with hope. Is it? I've said too much already, Philos exclaims, but his broad smile is surely her answer. Just make sure you look astounded. That's all I'm saying. Amara laughs too. She likes Philos. He has a kind, easy manner. Rufus relies on him for everything, in the way she remembers Pliny relied on Secundus. She suspects Philos is considerably smarter than his master, but far too discreet to show it. Did you have anything to do with it? She asks. Possibly. Then I know it will be wonderful. Philos looks pleased by the compliment. Amara knows only too well how little thanks any slave gets for his labour. They walk to the cheaper part of town, and she feels her excitement growing. Here we are, Philos says, stopping at a darkened doorway. She stands close to him, eager to see everything, and he pushes her away slightly, as if they were children jostling over a toy. He gives her the lamp to hold, and fishes out some heavy keys, deliberately taking his time with the lock, until she hits him playfully on the arm. Philos turns the key, cranking open the wooden door. They step inside. The small atrium is cold, with a few oil lamps set on the floor, their flickering light dimmed by the moonlight from the opening in the ceiling. She turns to ask Philos where they are, but he has already melted into the shadows. Welcome home, darling. Rufus is standing in the archway to the garden, his figure cutting a deeper shade of black in the darkness. Amara flings herself at him with a cry. She can scarcely get the words out. All her love and relief and fear are jumbled together, the threads too tangled to unwind. You're shaking, Rufus exclaims. He sweeps her up into his arms, relishing the theatricality of the gesture. Amara is perhaps a little heavier than he was expecting, as he stumbles on the first step, but then he regains his footing and strides towards one of the darkened rooms. It is cold and barely furnished. A couch and a burning lamp stand in the corner, more than enough. There is no pretense to Amara's happiness. That side of her performance, at least, is genuine. And after she has given him every pleasure his body can bear, Rufus hardly has the chance to tell her he loves her. She has already said the words herself, over and over again. The chill is too sharp to lie together on the bed for long. I'm afraid the house is only rented at the moment, Rufus says, hurrying to get dressed. But perhaps we can buy the place, if we like it enough. A sliver of fear prickles Amara, as cold as the sweat drying on her skin. She shivers. Surely this house is more than proof that he will free her. Rufus leans towards her, kissing her again. Slowly she relaxes. He cups her face in his hands. We can decide when you belong to nobody but me. Chapter 38. A common night awaits us. We all must walk death's path. Horace, the Odes, 1:28. Amara stands alone in the brothel corridor. Nobody else is awake yet. She looks at the familiar space, the sooty walls, the paintings above the doorways. A woman on top for Victoria, a man with 2 cocks for Berenice. All those women on the walls, never taking a break from getting fucked,
even when the real whores are sleeping. She wonders how many more nights she will have to spend in this place, and hugs herself, thinking of the empty house waiting for her. She is sure Rufus will free her soon. He must do. But even if he doesn't, if he only buys her, it will still be 1,000 times better to be his slave than belong to Felix. The prickle of fear returns, but she rubs her arms angrily, as if she can physically brush off her anxiety. A bang from Cressa's old cell distracts her. Britannica. The cell's curtain is moving slightly, swayed by the movement behind it. She bunches the fabric in her hands. It stinks. "It's Amara," she says, in a low voice, announcing herself before she enters. Britannica does not look over. Not for the first time, Amara is struck by her strangeness. She is far too tall for a woman, and now her red hair is too short. It grew so matted, they had no choice but to cut it. She is almost ugly in her disregard for herself. Yet Amara still feels a sense of admiration for Britannica's body, for its undoubted strength. All the effort the rest of them put into looking desirable seems feeble in comparison. Amara watches the pale arms jabbing the air. She wonders when Britannica last left her cell, when she last saw daylight. She thinks of the promise she made Cressa. "You should get out for a while," Amara says. "Come to the well with me." At first, the other woman gives no sign of having heard, but Amara waits. She has learnt that Britannica will always respond eventually. She watches her aiming punches that fall just short of the wall. If she misjudged, she would surely break her hand. Then, without warning, she suddenly stops. Britannica rifles through the blankets on her bed, finds her cloak, and flings it on, before picking up a jug on the floor. She tilts her head to one side, looking at Amara, impatient. "What are you waiting for?" Amara collects the brothel's communal bucket from its place by the back door. They walk together down the street. The silence is anything but companionable. Britannica radiates aggression, staring down anyone foolish enough to look at her. Amara wonders if she would actually be glad should one of the men approach. Britannica seems even more eager for a brawl than Paris. They reach the well. 2 men are already there, perhaps slaves from different households, grabbing the chance to chat. Amara waits patiently, even though they are doing nothing more than blocking the way, neither showing any inclination to fill a bucket. Eventually they deign to notice the women and step aside, but there's no mistaking the way they stare at her body. She wouldn't be surprised if they have kept her waiting on purpose. Amara says nothing, but walks forwards, swinging her bucket into the well. It clanks onto the stone. She starts working the pump, aware the men are standing too close. One places his hand on her backside, pushing her. "Need some help?" Before she has time to turn round and tell him to back off, Britannica has seized him. Amara drops the bucket, splashing herself. The man is almost off his feet. Britannica has lifted him up by his scruff like a dog. He takes a swing at her, but she blocks it, grabbing his arm, twisting it hard. He cries out, and Britannica smiles. One of her front teeth is missing, a memento from a violent customer. "All right, no need to overreact," the second man shouts, darting over. "Look!" He points at Amara. "Nobody's touching her." Britannica does not respond. She stares at the man she is holding, still smiling her unfriendly smile. Then she lowers him. She waits a moment, like a cat toying with a mouse, before finally letting go. The 2 men look at her, then each other. It's clear neither of them has the stomach for a fight with this unnerving stranger. They hurry off down the street. Britannica watches them go. "Savage," she says. Her voice is harsh and rasping from lack of use. "What?" Amara gasps. "What did you say?" "Sav-idge." Britannica repeats the Latin word slowly, as if savouring its hard edges. She smiles again, her fierce, gap-toothed grin. "You speak Latin," Amara exclaims. "You can speak." Britannica inclines her head, the barest acknowledgement. It is the closest she and Amara have ever come to genuine communication. "I knew you could understand. I knew." Britannica does not look entirely pleased by this effusiveness. She walks past, starts filling up the abandoned bucket. Amara follows, unable to restrain her eagerness. "Please talk to me. You can trust me. Please?" Britannica does not answer, just gestures impatiently for the jug she left on the ground. Amara hands it to her. "I promised Cressa I would be your friend. I promised her." Britannica stiffens at Cressa's name. She yanks the bucket from the well, dumping it in Amara's arms with such force that she staggers and almost drops it. Then Britannica picks up the jug and strides back to the brothel. Amara has no choice but to totter after her. The bucket is too full and heavy for her to have any hope of catching the other woman up. By the time she gets back, Britannica has disappeared into her cell. "Making yourself useful?" Victoria steps out from the latrine. She leans against the small wall, rubbing her abdomen. "Only good thing about a period is it means you're not pregnant." "Britannica just spoke to me," Amara says, dumping the bucket. "She just spoke Latin." Victoria is surprised. "Really? What did she say?" "Savage." "Savage?" Victoria wrinkles her nose. "Nothing else?" "No, that was it." "That's not talking then, she's just repeating sounds she's heard." "She understands, though." Amara looks over at Cressa's old cell and lowers her voice. "She got upset when I mentioned Cressa." The dead woman's name has a dampening effect on them both. "We should visit her grave," Victoria says, easing herself down from the steps into the corridor. "None of us have been in ages. Do you want to go now?" Victoria glances down the corridor with all its closed curtains. "I suppose so. Why not? We can stop by the Sparrow, get some wine to offer her." She goes into her cell, comes out in her cloak, holding a small clay pot. It's an old one of Cressa's. "Come on." They walk the short distance to the tavern on the square. Amara tries to ignore the wall with its tapestry of graffiti. It pains her to remember Menander writing to her on it. She doesn't want to see the traces of his last message. Nicandrus is busy at the bar, setting up for the day's business. He greets them with a smile. "How's Dido?" "Fine," Amara says, feeling awkward. "You never give up, do you?" Victoria sighs. "I would if there were another man," he says, "but there isn't." He looks at them nervously. "Is there?" "No," Amara replies. "We wanted to buy some wine for Cressa." Victoria hands over the pot. "How much?" Nicandrus fills it, then looks over his shoulder, checking Zoskalis is out of sight. He shakes his head, the meaning plain. No charge. "Thank you." Amara is touched by his gesture. "Cressa was a good woman," he says. "We all miss her." They leave the bar and walk down the street, bunched close together so they are side by side. "I don't understand Dido," Victoria says, gripping the pot. "He's a sweetheart. Imagine the effort he would make. She might finally have a decent time." "She doesn't want to break her heart loving a man she can never have," Amara replies. Victoria says nothing. She knows they are both thinking of Felix. The streets fill up as they wander towards the gate that leads to the town of Nola. Most of the traffic is going in the opposite direction. Traders arriving to sell at the Forum or deliver stock to the shops. Those lucky enough to have a cart make a racket over the stones. Others trudge along with goods piled up in baskets on their backs. A gaggle of squealing hogs run by, darting between the rolling wheels of their owner's wagon. Amara watches them scurry off up the street, tails frisking, as if eager for their own slaughter. Victoria nudges her, pointing at a mule cart rumbling up from the other direction. She holds Amara's arm and stands on tiptoe to get a better look, admiring its rolls of brightly coloured fabric. The muleteer sees them and cracks his whip, laughing as they both jump. Amara feels less safe here at the edge of town. There are so many strangers drifting into Pompeii, only to vanish again like smoke. They wait for a line of wagons to pass, piled up with blocks of masonry, no doubt part of the town's never-ending building work. Then walk under the high stone arch, crossing from the city of the living into the city of the dead. The road here is lined with enormous colourful tombs, some almost as big as the brothel where they work. Only the rich can afford to be remembered this close to the gate. In the doorways of their own graves, the once powerful dead stare out, their brightly painted statues watching the living pass by.
The she-wolves could never have bought Cressa a memorial here. Even the smallest would be unimaginably expensive. Instead, Victoria and Amara walk further and further out of town until the road widens and the crowds thin. They pass a group of mourners gathered round a marble urn in their finest clothes, burning offerings to appease the dead. Amara thinks of her own parents, of all she owes their shades but cannot give, and looks away. It is Victoria who remembers the turning, a narrow road cutting through a gap between two monuments. The tombs become smaller the further they get from the main highway. They pass a large vineyard, its branches bare above the stone walls. Amara wonders if it might be one of the vineyards Pliny visited on his tour, but supposes it isn't grand enough. She turns and looks towards Vesuvius, the mountain whose plants he wanted to study. Its sharp peak is shrouded in cloud. Eventually they reach the place they came for, the pauper's field. It stretches out in an ugly jumble of mounds and piles of rock and broken amphora necks. The last stick out from the earth like gaping mouths. There is a foul smell from the nearby dump, and Amara wonders but does not ask if that is where Victoria was found as a baby. "How will we know where it is again?" Amara whispers, as if the unhappy dead might hear her. The only other mourner she can see is an old man, crying over a heap of freshly dug earth. "I know the spot," Victoria says, picking her way confidently through the jagged field. She stops by a small tomb, barely more than a slab, though still grander than anything else nearby. At its base is a pile of stones, all that is left to remember Cressa. There had been no point in burying an amphora jar. They had no ashes to put in the bottom, no human remains to receive their gifts of wine. Victoria takes the flask Nicandrus gave her and pours the sparrow's cheapest vintage over Cressa's stones. "She always did like a drink," she says. They stand staring at the spattered pile, remembering the dead woman. Amara thinks the stones look like all the kindnesses Cressa heaped up in her life, insignificant, yet touching the people closest to her. She tries not to remember Cressa's last day, the sight of her standing at the water's edge, watching the waves. "How much?" It's a thin, wheedling voice right behind them. Both women jump. A man is hunched in a craven position like a beggar, but something about his eyes frightens Amara. "We don't have any wine to sell you," she says, pulling her cloak around herself. "How much to suck me?" He paws at his crotch. "Have some respect," Victoria snaps, shooing him away. "Can't you see we're mourning?" The man reaches out to her. "Take pity," he whines. Amara can feel Victoria's fear in the way she snatches her arm. They hurry over the field of ashes, back towards the narrow road. The man is too quick, darting in front. "Why won't you fuck me?" he pleads. "Please fuck me." They walk even faster, stepping over the amphora's dead lips. The beggar keeps pressing closer, and his voice is getting deeper, losing its thin whine. Amara calls out to the old mourner, still stooped over his mound, but he ignores her. He must have heard the other man pleading for sex and has no interest in helping a couple of whores fend off a customer. The beggar starts to run, and at first, Amara thinks her cries for help might have scared him off. But then she realizes he has only gone ahead to block the road. The stone walls of the vineyard are on one side of him, a large tomb on the other, making it impossible to get past. They edge closer, trying to decide on which side to break through. "Come with me," he says, staring straight into Amara's eyes. He is like a snake, poised to strike. She stares back, too frightened to look away. He lunges forwards, grabbing for her arm, but she anticipates his move. Victoria seizes her hand, and they run back to the field, heading for the old man. The beggar skirts round again, forcing them towards the tombs, towards the opening of another unfamiliar path. There is nowhere else for them to go. They flee, their pursuer close behind, driving them on through the necropolis. Amara trips, looks down, and realizes grass is growing through the paving stones. With a flash of fear, she understands that this is not only a quiet road, but a deserted one. He has trapped them. She gasps, lurching forwards in panic, and stumbles again,
only just catching her footing.
"Keep going!" Victoria yells.
Amara has no idea where they are. The tombs are getting closer together, harder to run between. She looks back and screams. The man is on her, catching her round the waist, dragging her over. She hits the ground hard. He straddles her body, a knife in his hand. Victoria grabs his arm, shouting, but he throws her wide. Amara sees her strike her head on the side of the tomb and fall, dazed on the ground.
"Your master thinks he can do anything."
The man has her by the throat, his ragged breathing hot in her face. She is so terrified she cannot move.
"Covering his fucking tracks, as if Simo wouldn't find out in the end."
He brings the knife closer, pointing it towards her eye.
"This is for Drauka."
The sound of smashing pottery startles them both. Her attacker turns, just as Victoria plunges a shard deep into his neck. He claws at it, his hands drenched in blood. But Amara knows, whatever he does, he is already dead. She stares at the clay buried in his throat, then scrambles out from underneath, not wanting to be stained in the spatter. She stands back, watching, Victoria beside her, the remnants of Cressa's clay pot on the ground at their feet. The man is shuddering where he lies. Death only takes a moment. Amara grabs Victoria's hand, and they run. Chapter 39. He who does not know how to protect himself does not know how to live. Herculaneum graffiti. They cower together behind a tomb, trying to get their breath back, to collect their thoughts, to make sense of what has happened. Victoria is in shock, shaking so badly, Amara is afraid her friend's teeth will break from chattering. She holds her close to keep her warm. "He was going to kill me," she whispers, rubbing Victoria's shoulders. "You saved my life. You saved me." "I killed a man," Victoria whispers, the horror of it slowly sinking in. "I killed him. I'm a murderer." "Nobody is ever going to know," Amara replies. "Nobody will find out. You're safe. We're both safe." She thinks of the man's body lying on the ground and feels a sense of calm. He is dead. All that matters now is avoiding suspicion. She inspects their clothes, peers at Victoria's face, wipes her hand on her own cheeks, then checks her fingers. They are both lucky not to have more blood on them. She gathers mud in her hands, rubbing it over any spots she can see on their cloaks. "Is there anything on me?" She turns her face, as if asking her friend to check her makeup. Victoria shakes her head. "Good. Then we should head back." "We have to tell Felix." Victoria is still trembling. "Did you hear what he said?" "That Felix killed Drauka." "Do you think he did?" There is desperation in Victoria's eyes. It is one thing to suspect the man you love might be capable of murder, another to know it for sure. "I think so," Amara says. Victoria turns away, too upset to speak. "I owe you everything," she says, taking Victoria's hand. Her skin is icy cold. "And so does Felix. Without you, he would have no warning of what is coming." "How are we going to get home? What if somebody remembers us?" "Nobody will. We are nobody. We'll just head back into town slowly. Keep our heads down. It will be days before the body is discovered, if it ever is." Victoria stands up, gripping the tomb to steady herself. "Some benefits to being worthless, I guess." They pick their way slowly through the necropolis, not walking back the way they came. It takes a long time to find the road again, and when they do, it's an even longer trudge. Victoria is jumpy, but Amara grips her hand, stops her walking too fast. They pull their hoods up, as if to keep out the cold, half hiding their faces. Neither of them says a word. By the time they reach the brothel, after what has felt like the longest walk of their lives, both women are ready to drop from exhaustion. Amara raps on Felix's door.
"What?"
Paris glowers at them both through the crack. Amara slams her hand on the wood. "Don't mess me around today, this is important." He stands back to let them in.
"But Felix is with a client."
"Then tell him we're waiting for him in the bedroom." Amara feels as if she is standing outside herself,
watching Victoria recount what has happened. She has never seen anyone cry so much. Victoria sobs her way through the murder, and all the while, Felix is holding her, kissing her face, pressing her hands to warm them. There is a tenderness to him Amara could never have imagined. She watches, a pain in her chest that she cannot name. He has never been like that with her, not even when she told him about Cressa, when she would have done anything to be comforted. Nobody but Menander has ever held her the way Felix is holding Victoria. The thought upsets her. She is not sure whether it makes Felix worse, if he is capable of love. He looks up at her over Victoria's bent head, the familiar coldness in his eyes. It is as if he has stepped outside himself too in order to talk to her. "Tell me again what he said about Simo." "He said you won't get away with it. You didn't cover your tracks. Simo discovered what happened." She pauses, remembering, as if the violence happened to somebody else. Then he held a knife to my eye and said, "This is for Drauka." "And nobody saw?" "No. The body is in a deserted place. There was only one old man at the pauper's field, and we didn't even go back that way. I covered any trace of blood on us that I could see." She shrugs. Who would notice a couple of women? "You don't seem too disturbed by watching a man die. Are you very sure he is dead?" "She hit him here." Amara gestures at her own neck. Nobody survives a blow like that. Even if I had never read a book on anatomy, I would know he's dead. Victoria cries out again, weeping against Felix. He holds her head to his chest, rocking her back and forth. Amara stares at them both, unable to understand Victoria's sense of guilt, irritated that she is still crying over such a worthless man. "He tried to kill me, and now he's dead. There's nothing to be upset about." "You will feel it later," Felix says. "Everyone does, the first time, even if you're a bitch with stone for a heart." "What are you going to do?" Amara asks. "We're all at risk now, all of us." She is still too afraid of Felix to express her anger, but she feels it. "Because of you," she wants to add. "We're at risk because of you." "First, you don't tell anyone, not even Dido. And if you value her life," he strokes the sobbing Victoria, "you will never mention it again, even to each other." Amara nods. She knows the killing ties all three of them together. Her blood debt to Victoria, the secret they now share. It is not a bond she wants to have. "As for Simo, I can take care of him." "We can't afford to leave it." "No," he says. "We can't." "I didn't mean to kill him." Victoria looks round, desperation on her face. "I just wanted him to stop. I didn't want anyone to die." "I know," Felix says, rocking her again. He kisses Victoria's forehead, whispering into her hair. "You were very brave." Amara looks at her friend, twined around their master like a needy child, unrecognizable from the strong woman she knows. Is this who Victoria really is? The thought makes Amara angry. "It's nothing to cry about," she says, her voice loud. "He fucking deserved it." "Shut your mouth!" Felix shouts. She sees Victoria shrink from his anger, even though it is not directed at her. He strides over to Amara, taking hold of her shoulders, shoving his face into hers. "She just saved your life. Have some fucking gratitude. Not every woman is a heartless bitch like you." He lets go of her, then scoops Victoria up again, as if protecting her from Amara. She does not wait to be thrown out, but walks from the room. In the corridor, her legs are unsteady. She manages to make it to the storeroom, collapses on her bed of sacks in the corner. Her sense of calm is fracturing. She thinks of Cressa's pot, all those pieces on the ground, the shard in the man's neck, the blood. Feelings are returning to Amara, coming back like the incoming tide, bringing terror with them. She grips the sacks, feels the rough fabric against her fingers, tries to imagine burying her fear, shoving it under. She doesn't want to feel afraid. She doesn't want to feel anything. Tomorrow she will see Rufus, sit with him in Drusilla's lovely home, laugh, chatter about the house they will share. She will not be a woman who nearly died, who was held powerless with a knife to her eye. It will be as if it never happened. Calm begins to settle back over her heart, like the ice on Balbina's pool. Amara exhales, relaxing her fingers, letting go of the fabric. Nobody has their arms around her, but it does not matter. She does not need Felix, or anyone else, to comfort her. Every fear can be overcome if she only tries hard enough. Amara does not move from the storeroom for the rest of the day. She is supposed to earn extra money on the days when Rufus pays for her, but Felix does not insist she go out. Night falls, and she is still sitting curled up in the same spot. Paris tries to goad her, imagining she must be jealous at Victoria staying the night, at the huge favour their master is showing a rival. But Amara stares ahead, as if she hasn't heard him. Somehow, she sleeps. The next morning feels as if she is still dreaming. She forces herself to go downstairs, spends time with Dido at the baths, listens to her as she pours out her fears about Ipsilla and Telethusa. It is the second time the Spanish girls have been booked by Ignatius, while she and Amara are left behind. Amara can see how upset Dido is, but somehow cannot reach her. Even though they are sitting side by side, it feels like she is a long distance away. "Are you all right?" Dido asks. "Was it Felix?" "Yes," Amara says. Dido looks so worried that Amara wants to tell her what really happened, wants to warn her to be careful, but she cannot betray Victoria. Besides, it is not a lie. Felix is the cause. If he had not killed Drauca, she would never have been attacked. She begs Dido to stay close to Britannica, pretending it is for Cressa, but in reality because she hopes the Briton will keep them both safe. When her friends go fishing, she goes back to hide in the storeroom. Even if Felix charges Rufus double today, she cannot bring herself to pick up any men. The thought of approaching strangers takes her back to the necropolis, the knife, the man's hands at her throat. How would she know if any of her customers wanted to kill her? The effort of getting through the day is such a strain. Philos notices her distress when he collects her. At a safe distance from the brothel, he offers his arm. "Do you need a moment?" he asks. "Just to collect yourself?" She nods. They cross over to a less crowded patch of the pavement, and she rests her back against the wall. "You're all right," he says to her. "I know it's not easy." "Thank you," she says, breathing out slowly, trying to let go of the fear. She turns to Philos. There is nothing but kindness in his grey eyes. The warmth of him, standing close to her, is comforting. "I'm so grateful to Rufus." "I know," he says. "And I know how hard it all is. I've been there myself." He glances back along the street where they came from. "I don't mean I worked in a brothel," he adds, lowering his voice. "But I don't think I felt safe for a minute when I was younger." Amara tightens her grip on his arm. "You don't have to tell me," she says. "I understand." "Who'd be a slave, eh? When you're young, they fuck you, and when you're old, they fuck you over." "Rufus values you, though." "Yes, he does." Philos looks away. "I can't complain now." "The man who—" Amara stops, not wanting to say the word, not wanting to humiliate Philos. "It wasn't Rufus's father, was it?" "Not Hortensius, no. He's not interested in boys. His father, on the other hand, was very interested." Amara wonders how old Philos is. Perhaps 10 years older than her, maybe a little more. He is nice-looking, she realizes, though she has never really noticed him that way. When he was young, he must have been striking. The thought of him ever living in fear, unable to defend himself, makes her angry. That Rufus's grandfather was responsible is even worse. "What's Hortensius like?" Philos says nothing.
and she realizes he doesn't want to be disloyal. "You can trust me," she says, "but I'm also not offended if you don't."
"I wish you had asked me earlier," Philos says, rubbing a hand over his face. He looks at her, obviously torn. "I'm not meant to tell you, but Rufus is bringing him along tonight, to meet you. It was supposed to be a surprise. Hortensius insisted Rufus keep it quiet. He wants to see you as you really are. Catch you on the hop, so to speak."
"Oh," Amara replies, not liking the sound of him. "I suppose he wants to look after his son."
"If you were my wife," Philos says, surprising her that he would refer to her in such a way, "I wouldn't leave you alone with him. Not if I could help it."
"I will be careful," Amara says, conscious that she is still holding his arm, that perhaps she should let go. "Thank you." Hortensius looks so like his son, Amara has to stop herself from staring. Even the mannerisms, the exaggerated hand gestures so particular to Rufus, have their double in his father. She is grateful Drusilla is part of the gathering, that she can at times take away the heat of his attention. It is the only obvious difference between father and son. Where Rufus is kind and lacking in guile, Hortensius seems shrewd and calculating.
"Rufus tells me you helped the Admiral with his research," he says to her. "You must be highly educated. Was it your first master who taught you?"
"It was my father," Amara says, "when I was free. He was a physician in Attica."
"I told you all this," Rufus says, looking flustered. Hortensius throws his hands up, inviting her to laugh with him at his son. "You told me she was a concubine in Aphidnae."
"That was later," Rufus insists.
"Nothing wrong with being a concubine," Hortensius says, turning to Drusilla and kissing her hand.
Drusilla smiles at him, as if charmed, but Amara knows Drusilla is so skilled at hiding her feelings she could wish Hortensius dead and he would never know it.
"So your father was a doctor, then you were hurled into tragedy and ended up a heartbroken whore. Is that right?"
Amara inclines her head, not liking his sarcasm, even though it is delivered with a smile.
"You seem rather young for your master to have become bored."
His wife was not happy.
"If the fool couldn't control his women, it's as well you left," Hortensius says,
as if she had any choice in the matter.
"Do you dance, play music, sing?"
"I told you," Rufus begins.
"But I'm asking her."
"My father taught me."
"Oh, come now," Hortensius interrupts her, laughing. "You know that's not what I meant. I'm sure your father didn't teach you how to perform in male company, not if he really was a doctor. What did your first master teach you?"
"I learnt the lyre at my father's house," Amara says, ignoring the insinuation she is a liar. "Then as a concubine, I learnt a number of songs by Sappho and other Greek poets. I have continued my musical education in Pompeii."
"Musical education?"
Hortensius raises his eyebrows, amused.
"At least you have some wit."
"Perhaps you would allow us to play for you," Drusilla says, her silk tunic rustling as she rises. She looks at Hortensius sidelong, as if she finds him irresistible.
"Why not?"
Hortensius leans back on the couch, gazing at her. Amara does not have her lyre, but Drusilla beckons her over to the harp. "I will play Sappho's Hymn to Aphrodite," she murmurs, "but you sing it alone."
"Thank you,"
Amara whispers, grateful she will not have to compete with Drusilla's superior voice. She sways to the music, using the graceful hand gestures she learnt at Cream's house, pouring her heart into the song, seeing Hortensius watch her, appraising her. It is almost like being back before Cream's, as if all the many changes in her life as a slave have brought her full circle to the point where she started. She thinks of Philos. "If you were my wife, I wouldn't leave you alone with him." Rufus is also watching, beaming with pride. It does not reassure her. How long before he starts to see her through his father's eyes?
"Very well," Hortensius says to Rufus when she has finished singing.
She is delightful. You win.
He turns back to Amara.
But I really don't understand all this nonsense about renting a place. When he's bought you, you can just join the family household.
Really, Father, not now. Rufus is crimson, looking anxiously at Amara.
Fine, fine, have your little romance.
Hortensius sighs. He shakes his head at Drusilla and Amara.
Boys! I cannot imagine how you pair put up with them.
Rufus is the kindest man I have ever met, Amara replies.
I've no doubt he is,
Hortensius says with a snort.
Well, I suppose I should let you all enjoy your night of young love.
Everyone rises with him. Hortensius goes to Drusilla, kissing her.
Delighted, as ever.
He turns to Amara, but rather than kiss her too, he runs his hands down the length of her body, as if they were in the slave market. She is so shocked she cannot speak.
Very fine.
He smiles at her, though there is no warmth in his eyes.
Not a bad investment at all.
Nobody fills the silence.
Aren't you going to show me out, boy?
Rufus hurries over and leads his father from the room. He doesn't look at Amara. When the men have left, Drusilla makes the sign of the evil eye.
What did he mean? She hisses. You told me Rufus was going to free you.
That's what he said. Amara is shaking. Drusilla pinches her arm.
Don't be upset, don't. This is too important. Use your head. Make it as hard as possible for Rufus not to do what he promised. Use his guilt, whatever you can. You cannot let him believe you will be satisfied as a slave.
She steps back as Rufus returns, smiling serenely, as if she and Amara have been exchanging pleasantries.
I find I'm a little tired, she says, yawning. I hope you don't mind if I abandon you both.
They watch Drusilla leave, her walk effortlessly languid, even though Amara knows she isn't tired at all.
That went rather well, I thought, Rufus says.
He leans in to kiss her. Amara pushes him off. What did he mean? That I could join your family household?
That's just what he's like, Rufus says. He knows about the place I've rented. He'll come round.
Does he know you will free me? Rufus doesn't look at her, but she can see the blush creep up to his hairline.
Would it be so terrible if I didn't?
He takes both her hands, pulling her closer.
We'd still be together. You wouldn't be at the brothel. That's the important part, isn't it?
I cannot believe that you don't understand the difference, Amara says, withdrawing her hands from his. How often have you told me you can see how hard it was for me to lose everything in a Fidnai? I lost myself when I was sold. Why would you keep me a slave if it is in your power to set me free? Why?
It's not so simple. My father isn't keen on the idea. I don't know that I can defy him on this.
Rufus sits down heavily on the couch.
Freeing you, I would have to give you the family name. It doesn't just belong to me.
Amara sits beside him. She can still feel Hortensius's hands on her body. She thinks of Philos, of creams, of all that happens to slaves who become familiar objects in their masters' houses. Rufus puts his arms around her, kissing her softly on the forehead, the cheek, her lips.
I promise you, if you belong to me, I will never let anyone hurt you. I promise.
Chapter 40.
He who hates life easily scorns God. Pompeii graffiti.
Victoria and Amara wait in Felix's bedroom. Neither imagined they have been summoned for sex. Victoria sits cross-legged on the bed, as if she belongs there. But Amara doesn't want to touch it, doesn't want to remember the night she spent there with Felix. She perches on a stool instead. It's about Simo, isn't it? Victoria whispers. It must be. I thought he was going to take care of that himself, Amara says. I don't see why he needs either of us. He told me I saved his life as well as yours, Victoria replies. He's never been like that with me before. She looks drunk on love, completely unaware that Felix's sudden devotion is likely to be as much manipulation as genuine. A warm-up act for whatever horrible job he has lined up for them both now. He said no woman has ever shown him greater loyalty than me. Amara thinks about her own deception, the secret loan with Balbina, her plotting with Rufus. It's impossible to imagine why anyone would want to be loyal to a master, still less to Felix. She tries not to let Victoria's stupidity make her angry. "He should be grateful to you," she says. "If he had any decency, he would free you for what you've done." Victoria's face falls, and she almost regrets her spitefulness. They both know that's not going to happen. Felix opens the door. Amara flinches, hoping he wasn't listening, but he looks distracted. He doesn't waste time with greetings. "We can't wait any longer," he says, sitting down on the bed next to Victoria. "Simo will have given up waiting for his man. We need to strike now, before he does. Make sure he's finished." "What do you need us to do?" Victoria asks, as if she wants to be asked to put herself in danger. "Some friends of mine will take care of the bar and of Simo. I need you two to act as a distraction and keep watch." "Keep watch on what?" Amara asks. "Paris will be keeping watch too," Felix says, ignoring her question. "He's not as recognizable to Simo as Thraso or Gallus." "Does Paris know about the necropolis?" "No, nobody knows," Felix says. "Safer that way." Victoria looks at him gratefully, and he rests a hand on her knee. "You will have to be veiled. Pick up a few men opposite the bar. That should distract some attention." "You want us to fuck men in the street?" Amara says. "On our own? No protection?" "Paris will be around." "But he's not there to look after us, though, is he?" Amara protests. "He'll be watching the bar." "There will be two of you," Felix says. "I don't see the problem." "What are you going to do to the bar?" "I don't want to go if we don't know." Felix loses his temper. "Nobody is offering you a choice," he shouts at her. "Since when did you tell me what to do? If I want to sell you on the fucking street or in the brothel, it's not for you to argue." "Please," Victoria says, looking imploringly at her. "Please, we have to. What if Simo attacks us again?" Amara looks at the pair of them, sitting together like a married couple, united against her. She thinks of all she owes Victoria, and knows there is no way out, even if she weren't bound to Felix. She nods. "Better if you both stay upstairs until tonight," he says. He looks from one woman to the other, his expression sly. "You can go to the storeroom now," he says to Amara. "Leave us." She hurries out, not wanting to see Felix push Victoria back on the bed, and closes the door. Paris is outside on the balcony, scrubbing the floor with noticeably more vigour than usual. She tries to step clear of the suds and give him space, but he stops her, his thin face eager. "Did Felix tell you?" he says, getting to his feet and glancing up and down the corridor. "Did he tell you? He's sending me on a job. Not Thraso, not Gallus, me." Amara nods. She thinks about Felix's reasoning that Paris is less noticeable. No doubt he is also more expendable. She has little affection for her roommate, but also knows that Fabia's unhappy son is going to be solely responsible for her safety tonight. "I told you he would start to use you more," she says, flattering him. "It's a big job he's given you." "You'll both have to do as I say," he says, not sure if she is mocking him. "I'm the man. I'll be in charge." "Of course." Amara bows her head slightly, to show him she understands. Paris swallows, flicking his eyes to Felix's room, and she can see that for all his bravado, he is also afraid. "You don't have to do anything you will regret, though," she says, thinking again of Fabia, of all that the young man means to his mother. "You don't have to put yourself in danger." Paris draws himself up to stand even taller, throwing his shoulders back like Gallus. "It's what I was born for," he says. "You wouldn't understand. You're just a woman." The day drags, but Amara still wants it to go on longer, doesn't want darkness to come. She is not sure exactly what Felix has planned for Simo, but knows he must intend to kill him. How else is he going to end the feud? Amara thinks about how close she is to leaving this place. The Saturnalia is only a few days away. She cannot die now, not when her escape is all but guaranteed. She thinks about trying to smuggle out a message to Rufus, or even Philos, begging one of them to come and get her. But who could she possibly trust to deliver it? Paris would see her if she tried to sneak out, and Felix's rage would be terrible. It is Victoria who finally comes to collect her from the storeroom. She is swathed in a veil, like a married woman, though it looks more like a shroud. Amara's heart starts to race with fear. "I don't think we should do this," she says, not wanting to touch the veil Victoria is holding out to her. "What if somebody from Simo's bar recognizes us? What if Maria or Attis come out?" "He promised me we would be safe," Victoria says, throwing the material over Amara's head. "And anyway, what choice do we have? Let's just get it over with." "But won't Simo be watching the brothel? Won't one of his spies see us leaving this door?" "Paris is outside the door," Victoria replies, fussing with the cloth, making sure Amara is covered properly. "He will check it's clear and then open it. Felix said, when that happens, we walk as quick as we can up towards the well on the corner, then round the back way to Simo's bar." Amara wonders if Victoria is enjoying being in Felix's confidence. The thought makes her bitter. She has to remind herself that she owes her friend her life, even if Victoria is now making her risk it all over again. It is dark on the street, made worse by the material over her face that obscures what little light remains. They shuffle along, their hands to the wall, feeling their way. Paris is supposed to be following, but there's no sign of him or his lamp to light the path. They skirt a small group at the well, somehow avoiding attention, and head further into a less familiar part of town. "I don't even know where the bar is," Amara whispers. "I don't know where we're going." "Felix told me the way several times," Victoria replies. "I'm sure I can get us there, and we don't really have to keep watch. We're more of a distraction." "Isn't that worse?" Amara asks. Victoria doesn't answer. Simo's bar is sitting in a pool of lamplight. A hanging bronze Priapus casts its sickly glow over the door. Simo must have repaired the place since Felix's earlier attack. It seems full, several drinkers standing on the street in spite of the cold. Amara finds she is too scared to walk any closer. "Come on," Victoria hisses, pulling at her arm. "Let's just do this and get home." They stand together, sheltering in a small archway across the road. From the smell, Amara suspects they are not the first whores to work this spot. Victoria hitches her cloak and toga up, showing her bare legs, and after a pause, Amara does the same. At first, nobody notices. Then a couple of the drinkers spot them. They point and laugh. A couple of men walk across. "What's with the covered faces?" one asks. "Too ugly to see?" Amara takes a step back. Both men reek of alcohol. "We're married," Victoria says, her voice a plaintive whine. "We need to feed the children." "That's what every woman says," the man replies, hitching her cloak up further. A third man passes by, stopping to see what's going on. "Leave some comp for me." Amara recognizes the voice. She squints through the weave of her veil. It's the man with the white scar, the one she saw at the Pala Estra with Felix and again at the bar. He turns and saunters across the street, chatting with the remaining men outside, pointing at the women, urging them on. There's laughter. The drinkers head over, and then they are surrounding her and Victoria, jeering, yelling encouragement. Amara begins to panic. One of the men already has her backed against the wall, pulling at her clothes. She looks over his shoulder, trying to see between the faces of the baying onlookers. Everything is grey and distorted through the fabric. The man with the white scar is standing alone outside Simo's bar. She sees him reach up, take down the fiery hanging Priapus, swiftly light a torch from its flame. He starts setting fire to the timber frame of the building, waiting a moment until it starts to take hold. Then he flings the lamp through the door and runs off down the street. At first, the men surrounding her aren't distracted by the noise. Then customers pour out of the bar, yelling, pointing up at the burning building. The drunks finally start to realize what is happening. The man crushing her against the stone is dragged off by a friend, his anger at being interrupted quickly turning to alarm. Victoria and Amara are left alone as their tormentors scatter, adding to the chaos. "We should leave now," Amara says. "Quickly." "Felix asked me to make sure Paris finished the job," Victoria says, grabbing her arm to stop her escaping. "Simo can't leave here alive." Amara feels caught, too afraid to run back blindly on her own, even more terrified to stay. She clings on to Victoria. They huddle back into the hollow of the arch, watching. In the light of the flames, the gaggle of shouting men are more hindrance than help. Some rush back with water fetched from a nearby well, but a few buckets are not going to save the bar. She notices another familiar figure, the Weasley man from Felix's protection racket. And Paris is there. She would recognize his scrawny form anywhere, even though his hood is up. They are both hanging around the doorway, looking like idle gawpers, but, no doubt, checking who is coming out. It must be almost empty inside. The roar from the flames is getting louder, the heat oppressive, even from the opposite side of the road. Amara has never seen Simo before, but she knows it must be him, from the way Paris and the other man take a step forwards. He is coughing, almost bent double from the smoke. Paris grabs him as if to help, but shortly afterwards, Simo collapses in his arms. Paris lays him gently on the ground. Others rush forwards. Paris edges back until he's at the fringes of the crowd. Then he turns and walks quickly in the direction of the well. "We have to leave now," Amara says. "He must have stabbed him. It's going to get worse." They don't run, but walk as fast as they dare. By now, people from the neighbouring buildings have spilled out onto the street, trying to stop the spread of the fire. A woman is screaming from an upstairs room. Sparks swirl in the heat. Amara is afraid their cloaks might catch fire. Then there's a noise like thunder, a terrible crack as the roof of the bar collapses, the upwards rush of the flames. She looks back at the inferno in horror. Anybody still inside will not have survived. Victoria tugs her arm, and they keep walking, leaving the light and the noise, slipping back into the darkness. Chapter 41. The pair of us were here, dear friends forever. Pompeii graffiti. Felix keeps Victoria upstairs with him after the fire, moving her into his room. A reward for helping him kill Simo. He barely acknowledges Amara's role. She tells herself it doesn't matter, that his coldness cannot hurt her if she hates him. It's harder to watch Victoria, to see the way she opens up like a flower that has finally found the sun. In the mornings, Amara can hear her singing for Felix, imagines how she must be lying in his arms, gazing at him, pouring out all the love in her heart. The thought makes her furious. Amara finds it easier than she imagined to say nothing to the other women about what happened. When they go to the baths together, she makes up a lie about her and Victoria being used to entertain clients at a bar, surprised at how quickly the tale trips from her tongue, even if she didn't find lying so easy. The bar story is soon forgotten, buried by the far more interesting gossip that Felix seems to have chosen Victoria as some sort of wife. When news of Simo's death finally reaches them through Gallus, Amara still gives nothing away, feigning shock to match the rest. But although she can bury her feelings in the daytime, at night she struggles to sleep, her heart racing, every fibre taut with fear. Her body relives the terror, her mind cannot. She knows that Paris is suffering too, hears him weeping in the dark. But in the morning, he always refuses to speak to her. Whatever guilt he might be feeling, he is clearly determined to bury it. On the third day after the fire, Felix sends for her. She follows Paris to their master's study, waits while he pushes open the door. Inside, Victoria is perched on Felix's lap, sitting with him behind the desk, her arms around his neck. She drops them as soon as Amara walks in, embarrassed, and Amara loves her for that, knowing Victoria doesn't want to make her feel small. "Time for you to go back to the brothel," Felix says. Amara bows her head. Goes to walk back out again, but he stops her.
Not you, he says. Time for you to go.
He tips Victoria from his knee. She grabs the desk, only just managing to save herself from falling flat on the floor. For a moment, both women think he is joking. Then they realize he isn't. Amara knows something has broken in Victoria then. She sees it in her face. Victoria does not beg or even say goodbye. She turns and walks out of the room, her eyes dry, not acknowledging either of them. When she has gone, Amara and Felix are left looking at one another.
I missed you, he says.
She cannot reply. For the first time since she has known him, Amara senses that Felix does not know what he wants to say. He gestures at the pile of tablets heaped up on her old table.
Who else do I have to do my accounts?
She sits down, still without speaking, and opens the first tablet. By the eve of the Saturnalia, Rufus has still not told her when he will buy her. The strain of waiting and worrying is so great, she is afraid she will break down and beg the next time she sees him. She knows there are no depths she would not sink to, not if it means escaping from Felix, even a lifetime under the same roof as Hortensius. She sits at a table in the Sparrow, drinking with her friends, while they discuss what presents they can afford. The whole town is heaving, and street sellers ram the pavements, trying to shift a few more trinkets before the festival starts.
I can't wait to see what Gallus has bought me,
Berenice cries, giving Dido a smacking kiss on the cheek. She has had a lot more wine than usual.
3 whole days with him! Oh, just think of it.
One more night, then we get a rest from customers, Dido says with a sigh. Are we buying something for Britannica? We ought to.
She do nothing, Ipstilla huffs. That's not really the spirit of the Saturnalia, Berenice says, frowning. I don't mind chipping in, though I don't know what she'd like.
A knife, probably, Amara thinks, but she doesn't suggest it.
Getting me anything, girls?
Zoskalis calls from the bar. He is in an excellent mood, no doubt looking forward to a day off from his customers too.
A kiss if you're lucky,
Berenice shrieks. Everyone laughs, apart from Victoria. Berenice notices her silence.
Maybe Felix will get you something,
she says kindly, even though Victoria has teased her relentlessly about Gallus for the past year. Berenice has been nothing but supportive over her friend's heartbreak. Can you imagine, she had said to Amara after Victoria returned to the brothel, the pain of thinking a man's going to marry you, and then he sends you packing. What a shit. He always gives us a denarius each, Victoria replies. I don't care anyway. Fuck him. How should we do this? Amara says to Berenice. Maybe Dido and I can buy for you, Britannica and Victoria. Then you and Victoria buy for Dido and me. She turns to the Spanish girls. And do you two want to buy for each other, or do you want a surprise?
We buy,
Telethusa says emphatically, looking askance at Amara's cheap wooden beads, her token present from Rufus. Clearly, she doesn't trust the other women's taste.
No more than 5 asses each, Berenice says. Let's not go mad. Then we'll split the costs of it all afterwards.
They finish the last of their wine, taking their time, then part ways to go shopping. Amara and Dido stroll towards the Forum. What would Britannica like? Dido says. She's not going to want beads or anything pretty. I can think of something, Amara replies. There was a hawker selling amulets of gladiators' blood to pass on their courage. It takes them a while to find the seller. He must have moved since the last time Amara saw him. It's hard to walk in the crush. Everywhere people are jostling at stalls, haggling loudly to get a better price. It seems most of Pompeii has left their gift-buying until the last moment. Eventually, Amara spots the man with his gruesome trophies.
a range of goods soaked in the blood of gladiators killed in the arena. They range in price, depending on the fame of the dead. The women can only afford an unknown fighter, killed on his first appearance, though Amara tries to haggle for something better. There is nothing pretty about the leather amulet they choose, engraved with a roughly drawn sword. Amara suspects Britannica will like it. Their enthusiasm for shopping has been exhausted from walking round and round searching for the amulet seller. But at least the other women are easier to buy for. A cheap hair clip for Victoria, some ankle beads for Berenice. "I'm so happy that Rufus is buying you," Dido says as they start walking back home. "But I'm going to miss you so much." "I don't know for sure that he will," Amara says. "He hasn't given me a day. I don't understand why he hasn't done it already, if he really means to." "Perhaps he wants to make a grand gesture during the festival," Dido says, taking her arm. "That would be very like him." Dido is so kind, wanting to reassure her, but Amara can tell she is upset. She hates herself for not being more considerate. She should have paid greater attention to Dido's feelings over the past few days. She would be desperate if their roles were reversed. "I will do everything I can to get you out," she says. "Everything. I promise. I love you. You are everything to me." "I love you too," Dido replies. She is on the verge of tears. Dido is the only person Amara has told about her plans, but even she doesn't know where the new house is. Amara had worried about the risk of them being followed, but now she realizes this will leave Dido with no way of finding her, no way of leaving a message. "Do you want to know where it is? The house, I mean," she says, her voice quiet, even though it's unlikely anyone is listening. "Then, if Rufus keeps his word, you can visit." Dido nods. They walk single file, Amara leading the way across town. She remembers the first time Philos brought her to the house. She has never been down the road in daylight. Even on the eve of the Saturnalia, it is relatively quiet. Living here will mark a big change from the brothel's noisy crossroads. The thought of escaping brings her a rush of excitement, and when they stand outside the tall building with its golden doorframe, she finds herself believing that life might be kind after all. She raps on the wood, not expecting anyone to answer, but Philos opens it. He is astonished to see her. "Come in," he exclaims, hurrying them both inside. He shuts the door behind them. "Is anything wrong? Are you all right?" "I wanted Dido to know where to find me," Amara says. "If Rufus really does mean for me to stay here." Philos gestures at the atrium behind them. Vitalio is staggering past with a table. "I think you can see that he does. Has he not said anything?" Amara shakes her head. "I didn't like to presume." "You've no need to worry," Philos replies. "He has every intention of buying you. Don't distress yourself." "I told you it was fine," Dido says, smiling at her. "And what a beautiful place this is." Vitalio walks back into the atrium, now relieved of his burden. He scowls at Amara. "Let's see how long this one lasts," he shouts, stomping up the stairs. Amara stares after him. What did he mean by that? "Oh, nothing. You know Vitalio. He's always bad-tempered." Philos smiles, but he looks uncomfortable. Vitalio's outburst was too extreme for this to be a reasonable explanation, and they all know it. "No," Amara says, feeling nervous. "He meant something in particular." "What did he mean? Please tell me. Please." Philos does not look at her. "Rufus was fond of Vitalio's daughter for a while." "His daughter? Is she part of the family household?" Dido takes Amara's hand, trying to lead her away, to calm her down, but Amara shakes her off. "Tell me!" She stares at Philos, willing him to obey, and the sadness in his grey eyes strikes her with fear. "You've met her a few times," he says. "It's Faustilla, the serving girl?" At first, Amara cannot imagine who he means. The only maid she can remember is a shy young thing who never spoke.
But it can't be the girl I met. She's so young, she says. And Rufus never seemed to notice her. A few times she was even there when... Amara puts her hand over her mouth, too shocked to continue. Dido puts an arm round her, and this time she doesn't push her away. Rufus is no different to any young man of his class, Philos says, sounding a little defensive of his master. You know, they all sleep with their slaves. Whatever happened between them was never any reflection on his feelings for you. That's not what I'm upset about, Amara says, although it's a lie, because she had believed Rufus was different. She thinks of his disarming smile, the way he has always seemed so beguilingly sincere, the way he tells her he loves her. I'm upset about the girl, she insists. No wonder Vitalio hates me. His daughter having to serve the woman who took her place. Did she love him? Philos does not reply, but he doesn't need to. Of course she loved him. She must have thought he was the kindest man she'd ever met. Amara thinks of the way Felix treats Victoria, his deliberate cruelty. But Rufus is no less cruel to Faustilla, even if he doesn't mean to be. Had it even finished between them when Rufus met me? Amara, Philos says, his voice low. Just remember, you have to live with my answers. And so do I. He's still sleeping with her, she says, understanding him. Of course he is. You must think I'm an idiot. I don't think that at all. Philos has the studiously blank expression of the slave who is habituated to hiding his feelings. She remembers what he said to her when they were alone. When you're young, they fuck you. When you're old, they fuck you over. Well, she says to Dido with false cheer, he didn't rent her a house, so hopefully I have a little time before I'm serving wine to his next mistress. Just think of Felix, Dido says. Think how much safer you will be here. It's paradise in comparison. She's right, Philos agrees, eager to repair the damage. And I truly believe he loves you. I've never seen him do this much for any other woman, not even close. Amara thinks of Hortensius, how he hurt her, insulted her, and yet Rufus said nothing. The love a master has for his slave, she says, looking at Philos, who quails at the bitterness in her voice. I suppose it's as much as any of us can hope to build a life on. Chapter 42. The Saturnalia, the Best of Days. Catullus, Poem 14. Felix's study is crammed, his entire motley household of whores and thugs spread around on various stools and blankets, like Pompeii's most peculiar family. Felix himself sits on his desk, an unlikely paterfamilias, while Thraso and Gallus serve Paris and the women with sweet buns and wine. According to the true Saturnalian spirit, it should be Felix serving everyone. But nobody questions this departure from tradition. I'll have another, maybe two more, Fabia declares, ransacking Gallus's basket for a bigger helping. He sighs, but doesn't push her scrawny arms away. That's enough, Paris snaps. Fabia recoils from her son, dropping the fifth bun back into the basket. Be nice to your fucking mother, Felix says. Surely you can manage not to be a complete shit for one day. Paris hands Fabia back the bun she took, his cheeks flaming. Then he gets up and goes to sit on the opposite side of the room. Presents, Ipstilla says, clapping her hands together. It's time for presents, yes? They all go through the performance of Felix's gift-giving, passing round a purse, taking out a denarius each. He quickly gets bored of all the thanks, waving it away. By the time it is Amara's turn to take the money, he isn't even looking. She is sitting in the corner with Dido, her stomach too churned up to eat the sweet pastry. They told Philos the whole brothel would be heading to the forum in the late afternoon. She cannot relax, wondering if today is the day Rufus will buy her. Every moment she is expecting a knock at the door, dreading the thought it won't come.
Now for the rest of them.
Berenice gets out the small bundle of gifts, all wrapped in a blanket. Her cheeks are shining from the wine, and she looks by far the happiest person in the room. Gallus sits down beside her, getting as close as possible, childlike in his eagerness. Perhaps he does love her, after all, Amara thinks. Or maybe he just wants a present.
Not yet, don't be greedy,
Berenice says, kissing him. Amara glances over at Felix, but he seems completely unconcerned by this outburst of affection. She remembers what Cressa said at the Venalia, that a master never minds a love which keeps his servants obedient. The thought of her dead friend and her short, brutal life hurts Amara's heart.
Right, this one's yours, Fabia,
Berenice says, handing her some coins wrapped in a piece of cloth. They had decided the penniless old woman would prefer 5 asses in cash rather than some overpriced trinket.
This is yours, this is for you.
Berenice hands out all the other gifts, enjoying her role. Amara unwraps her gift from its scrap of cloth. It's a cheap hair clip, not unlike the one she and Dido bought for Victoria. Dido has been given the same. Britannica is staring at her pendant with a frown, dangling it between her fingers. It's been dipped in the blood of a gladiator, of a fighter, to give you strength, Amara explains. She knows Britannica has understood, even though she does not thank or even look at her. The Briton slips it on, tucking it under her toga, and rests her hand on her chest. Then her eyes flick over to Amara and Dido. She gives them the briefest nod of acknowledgement. The men have all bought each other extra wine, more expensive than the sweetened variety the women have served. Thraso pours it out, tipping an especially generous portion into his own flask. With a stab of remorse, Amara realizes everyone has forgotten Paris, over her getting in the way, almost unwrapping it himself in his excitement to see her reaction. Berenice gasps.
But it's beautiful.
She holds it up for everyone to see. It is a cameo pendant, a tiny one, but still by far the most expensive gift anyone has produced.
Oh, I love you,
Berenice exclaims, flinging her arms around him. Then she pulls back.
And I only got you some pomade.
Victoria is stuck sitting beside the lovers, who are now kissing noisily. She looks down, her shoulders hunched over. All that mockery, and Gallus has done more for Berenice than anyone could ever have imagined. Felix slips off the desk, crouching on the floor beside her. "For my favourite whore," he says, handing Victoria a packet. She glances at him, eyes full of hope, then slips the contents out into her fingers. It is a string of wooden beads. Victoria gazes up at Felix, the love on her face painful to witness. She beams round at everyone, proud to have been singled out in front of them all. Amara smiles back, not wanting to ruin her happiness. Berenice catches Amara's eye. Victoria has no idea that her friends pity her, that where she imagines love, they only see cruelty. The day rolls on, everyone getting increasingly drunk. Everyone, that is, except Amara and Felix. It seems neither is prepared to relinquish control of themselves, not even on the Saturnalia. She is aware of him watching her, and wonders if he suspects something, though he surely cannot know about Rufus or Balbina's loan. She's been so careful. If he were any other man, she would have said he was looking at her with lust, but she knows this is impossible. The men insist on trying to cook the bean stew, declaring it a day off for the girls, but they make such a mess, slopping the food over the brazier, almost putting the fire out, that Telethusa shoves them aside and takes over. They laugh at her, still interfering while she tries to cook.
"You ruin it!" she shrieks in annoyance. "Go away! Shoot!"
Fabia offers to help, but Telethusa gestures at her to stay sitting.
"No reason we all suffer," she says with a pointed look at Thraso.
"I'm so happy for Berenice," Dido says to Amara. "Gallus must really love her after all." Amara smiles in reply, almost too tense to speak. "He won't forget," Dido says to her. "I know he won't." Amara is aware that Felix is watching them again. She takes Dido's hand. "I love you," she whispers back. "I meant everything I promised." After their burnt, mushy stew, Felix declares it a good time to head outside and walk to the forum. Berenice and Gallus disentangle themselves with reluctance. They have been sitting, huddled in a corner, long since abandoning any pretense of joining in with the party. "Why don't you just stay behind and fuck her?" Felix says to Gallus in exasperation. "Join us when you've got it out of your system." They pile onto the streets, muffled up in their cloaks. The shops are shuttered for the festival, but a number of other households are out for a stroll, taking the chance to get some air before the afternoon grows too dark. Amara takes Dido's arm as they amble to the forum. Everyone on the street seems in high spirits, and even Paris is escorting his mother, who looks as if this was the present she has been waiting for the entire Saturnalia. Amara remembers the way Paris carried Simo from the burning bar, as if he were helping him. All the better to slip in the knife. She shudders. Dido squeezes her arm. "Are you cold?" Amara shakes her head. Crowds are milling around the forum, drinking and laughing, watching street performers and musicians. They stop near a man juggling torches. Amara watches the flames as they rise and fall, the man catching them in his gloved hands. "I hoped to see you today." His voice is a memory from home. Amara has not met Menander in months, but hearing him, it feels like yesterday since she held him. She turns. For once, he doesn't look entirely sure of himself. "We said we would meet at the Saturnalia. I know that was some time ago," he adds, seeing the flustered look on her face. "I'm only here as a friend. I brought you a gift." He holds out an object wrapped in cloth. She takes it, unwraps it. Inside is a beautiful clay lamp with a green glaze. The figure on it is familiar. It is a likeness of Aphidnai's Helen of Troy, the statue from her hometown, the one she loved to look at as a child, when her father pointed it out to her with such pride. Menander made this for her. She stares at the lamp, unable to speak. Then she flings her arms around his neck. "It's beautiful," she says. "It's the most beautiful present anyone has ever given me." Dido yanks hard at her arm, and she lets go, but Menander catches hold of her hand. "I know you have a patron, Timorete. I know this," he says. "But if I were free, if I gained my freedom, would you feel differently?" Amara withdraws her hand, at last understanding what Dido saw behind him. "What's this?" She has never known Rufus so angry. Terror almost stops her heart. She pushes Menander aside to reach her boyfriend, but he blocks her embrace. "Who is this?" For a moment, she is almost afraid he will hit her. Amara hesitates. There is no question in her mind what she should do, only whether she has the courage. "This?" She turns round to look at Menander, as if she has only just noticed him. "He's nobody. Some boy who wanted to give me a gift on the Saturnalia, because he said I had a pretty face. I don't even know his name." She laughs. "Why are you so angry?" she exclaims, taking Rufus's hand. "Don't be ridiculous. You cannot possibly imagine you have anything to be jealous about. He's just some slave boy." Amara is aware of Philos standing beside his master, but she ignores him. It is not Philos she needs to convince. "Look, I'll prove it to you," she says, as if humouring a child. "I can just give it back to him. Let him give it to some other girl." She inclines her head, teasing, looking at him from under lowered eyelashes. "Though I'm sorry if you think I'm not the prettiest girl at the Saturnalia, because that's who he wanted to give it to." Amara is almost carried along by her own performance, until she turns to face Menander again. He is staring at her, as if she were a stranger. She holds the lamp out, looking into his eyes, willing him to understand. "I'm sorry, but I cannot take this." He does not move. She forces herself to take a step towards him, still holding his gift, offering it to him. Amara's hand is trembling.
and the glaze slips through her fingers. The lamp smashes at Menander's feet. The shock of it makes her gasp. She and Menander stare at one another. She understands, seeing his face then, that whatever affection was once between them has ended. Amara looks down at the ground. Shards of glazed clay are scattered at her feet. All that work, engraved with such love, marked with memories of home and who she used to be, gone. She remembers Cressa's smashed pot at the necropolis, the man dying, the sacrifice Victoria made to save her life. The only choice she can ever make is to survive. "Oops, silly me," she says, turning to Rufus, biting her lip as if it were a joke. "I seem to have broken it." It is perhaps her callous disregard which finally convinces him. He strides over, puts an arm around her. "Sorry, boy," Rufus says to Menander, reaching into his purse for some coins. "My girlfriend didn't mean to be clumsy. I hope this compensates you." Menander takes the money, not looking at Amara. "You're very generous, sir," he says. Rufus physically turns her back towards where Philos and Dido are standing, obviously eager to forget the whole incident. "How ridiculous I am," he says, kissing her. "I'm sorry to have been jealous." "I'm flattered you were," she replies, gazing up at him. She is conscious of Menander walking away, even though she does not see him leave. They reach Philos, and Amara realizes that Quintus and Lucius are also there, together with a retinue of their slaves. They make quite an audience. "But I do at least have a small present for you myself, my darling," Rufus says. His tone is theatrical, aimed as much at his friends as at her. Hope makes her heart beat faster. Rufus lowers his voice. "Where's your wretched pimp?" Amara knows Felix will not be far away, spots him almost immediately. He must have watched the whole scene unfold, seen how she treated Menander. She hears his voice in her head. "Not every woman is a heartless bitch like you." Felix walks over as soon as she catches his eye. "Honoured," he says, bowing to Rufus, who recoils. "I want to make you an offer," he says, loud enough that the rest of the brothel gather round to listen. "I would like to buy this woman on behalf of a friend." Amara looks at him in bewilderment. "A friend?" Rufus holds up a hand to silence her. "I would like to buy this woman on behalf of Gaius Plinius Secundus, the admiral of the Roman fleet." Amara gasps at Pliny's name, but Rufus does not notice. He is caught up in the drama, relishing his role as hero in front of the crowd. "The admiral has considered her price and is prepared to offer you more than she is worth. There can be no haggling. He will not stoop to it. You must take his offer or leave it." Rufus gestures at Philos, who produces a seal. "This is his pledge, which you may keep if you agree the sale. As a guarantee, you will be paid. He is offering you 6,000 sesterces for the slave known as Amara." It is 2,000 more than Felix paid for her. Amara can see Dido and Victoria clutching one another, open-mouthed, staring at Rufus. She looks at Felix, but his face is inscrutable. Surely he cannot refuse. Felix bows. All this time, he has not acknowledged her. "I will accept the Admiral's offer." Amara says nothing, while her master signs the agreement, transferring ownership. Everyone watches in silence, unable to believe what they have just seen. Shock has almost emptied her of feeling. Rufus hands Felix the seal and turns to her, radiant with his own power. "Amara, on behalf of the Admiral, and in the presence of witnesses and in the sight of the gods, I grant you your freedom. You are now Gaia Plinia Amara Liberta." Amara stares at him, speechless. Then she bursts into tears. Chapter 43. Many who Fortuna has raised high, she suddenly throws down and hurls them headlong. Pompeii graffiti. Amara cannot stop crying. Rufus has to restrain her from flinging herself at his feet as she sobs out her undying love and gratitude. He kisses away her tears, clearly enjoying the adoration. She embraces Dido and Victoria over and over again, weeping onto both their shoulders, holding their faces in her hands, unable to express all the love she feels. The pain of what she has done to Menander, the ecstasy of freedom, is unlike anything she has ever felt. She laughs with Quintus and Lucius, professes her devoted friendship to Ipstilla and Telethusa, who look less than delighted by her good fortune, and startles Paris into giving her a bony hug. When it is Fabia's turn, the old woman clings to her, weeping, and Amara finds herself promising to help if she is ever in need. Thraso, however, is a step too far. She nods at him, the way a queen might acknowledge a peasant, more than he deserves. It is the only time she has ever seen Felix look truly surprised. He must have realized that all her tales about Rufus and violence were lies. Perhaps he is wondering what else she has lied about. She turns her back. Let him wonder, she thinks. He cannot hurt her now. Amara wants to wait for Berenice, desperate to share the news. But Rufus is less keen. "My darling," he says, "I think I may have had enough of whores and pimps for one night, delightful as I'm sure this other girl is." He looks at her companions from the brothel, both friends and enemies, and wrinkles his nose in distaste. Quintus and Lucius laugh, obviously eager to return home too. Amara feels a jolt. Of course, this is the other side of the deal. A Saturnalia spent without Dido, without any of the women she loves. She wants to go back, to hug them one last time, but Rufus is leading her firmly away. She catches Dido's eye, hopes she understands it as a reminder of the promise she made. Leaving is not easy in the press of the crowd. Philos and the other slaves try to go ahead first, clear the path, but nobody is inclined towards deference on the Saturnalia. While they are fighting their way through, a heavy-set man carrying bells dances between them, dressed as the Lord of Misrule. He is wearing a horned satyr mask, dressed all in red. He capers closer, brandishing the bells in Amara's face. Rufus draws her away, putting his arm around her. For a moment, it looks like the masked man is going to be a nuisance, but Quintus, Lucius, and the rich men's phalanx of slaves are too formidable a barrier. The satyr dances off. People cheer and nudge one another to make space. Amara watches. She realizes, as the satyr prances about, stopping now and then to make people laugh, that he is not moving at random. He is slowly heading towards Felix. Her feeling of unease curdles into fear. She yanks at Rufus, forcing him to stop. Victoria is standing near her boss. Amara shouts at her, but her voice is swallowed by the noise of the crowd. Felix is already aware of the danger. As the red satyr comes towards him, he draws his knife. The red satyr draws too. He is twice Felix's size, but Amara suspects he has none of her former master's speed or agility. The satyr lunges at Felix, but he feints, and the blow falls wide, narrowly missing Victoria. She scrambles back, disappearing into the safety of the crowd. The two men are swiping at each other, and it could almost look as if they are dancing, if it weren't for the deadly flash of silver. The crowd don't seem to realize what's going on, or perhaps mistake the fight for a staged part of the Misrule celebrations. They have cleared a small space, and are all wedged together, cheering the pair on. "We should leave," Rufus says. "He's nothing to you now." "Where's Dido?" Amara says. "I can't see her. Where is she?" "The others will look after her," Rufus says, losing patience. "This is no place for you." She turns back to look again, too afraid to obey him. She can see Ipstilla and Telethusa, arms locked, managing to make a break for it. "There she is," Amara cries. "Over there." Dido is clearly trapped, alone, unable to scramble her way back into the crowd like Victoria, forced to watch as Felix and the satyr swipe at one another, sickeningly close. A drunk has hold of her arm and is trying to kiss her, unaware of the danger they are both in. Thraso is hovering near Felix, not wanting to get his boss killed by intervening. She spots Britannica on the other side of the circle, close by, avidly watching the fight, unaware of Dido's distress. Paris and Fabia are nowhere to be seen. Amara looks desperately at Lucius, the man who promised to find Dido's family, who has spent so many nights with her at Drusilla's house. "Can't you help her, please?" Lucius looks uncomfortable, but doesn't answer. Amara feels a surge of anger at his cowardice. She tears her arm from Rufus, shoving her way back towards the fight. "Britannica!" she screams. "Britannica! Help me!" For a moment, Amara thinks she is going to drown in a sea of arms and elbows, crushed in the chaos. Then the tall woman is reaching down, grabbing her by the scruff of her cloak, pulling her to safety. "Dido!" Amara screams, pointing at where she is trapped. Britannica's eyes widen. She drops Amara and shoves a man aside, punching him in the throat when he doesn't get out of her way quick enough. Britannica tries to charge through the crowd, but her strength is no match for so many people. Amara can see her struggling, surrounded. The space for the fight is getting smaller and smaller, pushing Dido ever closer towards the violence. More and more people must be pouring into the forum, packing everyone together. Amara tries to push towards Dido herself, but people are too drunk or disinterested to let her pass. She drops to her knees, crawling her way through, almost stifled by her fear of being trampled. She reaches the edge of the crowd. The fight is on top of her, and the satire nearly stamps on her fingers, but she is too low down to be in range. She can see Britannica yelling, held back by a group of drunken, angry men. Just a short distance away, Dido is scrambling, not facing Amara, instead trying to claw past the crowd, away from the knives, the drunkard still holding her around the waist. The men have almost run out of room to fight. Felix is so close, she could almost reach out and touch him. There is no fear on his face, but he looks vulnerable, his body more exposed than the satires in his heavy protective costume. Amara watches, willing Felix to kill his rival, willing him to end it. Instead, Felix swings round and stumbles over someone's foot, almost crashing into Dido. The red satire sees his chance, swiping the knife towards his opponent while he is off balance. Felix dives out of the way. The satyr stabs Dido in the back, burying the knife between her shoulder blades. The drunk holding her lets go in shock. Now, when it is too late, people draw back, letting Dido pass. She takes 2 steps forwards and collapses. Somebody in the crowd screams, then another. Finally, it is dawning on the gathering that this is not a performance. A group of men rush forward, seizing the red satyr, tearing off his mask. His face is familiar. It is Balbus, Simo's freedman. He disappears into the mob, mouth open in terror, buried in a frenzy of kicks and punches. The crowd is clearing, some pushing forwards to watch Balbus die, others fleeing from the violence. Amara reaches Dido. Britannica is already holding her, cradling her in her arms. "I'm here!" Amara cries, dropping down beside her. She takes Dido's hand. "We're all here. You're safe now." Dido does not answer. Blood is coming from her mouth. She looks at Amara, pain and terror in her eyes. All the times they have exchanged messages without words, only with glances, and Amara knows she cannot hide her own anguish. She kisses Dido on the forehead. In her head, she hears her father's voice. Nobody should die in fear. "I've seen people recover from worse than this," she says. "All those patients my father treated. You'll get better, I know you will." Dido's hand is cold, so she holds it against her own body to warm it. "You're going to be all right, I promise." Victoria arrives, breathless, and sits down beside her. "And Victoria's here now, too. When Berenice comes, she can get Gallus to fetch a doctor." "We're here, with you," Victoria says. "You're not on your own, we're here." Dido closes her eyes. "You can have a rest," Amara says. "It's all right to have a rest." She lies the palm of her hand against Dido's cheek, so her friend can feel her even though she cannot see her. She is still cupping Dido's face in her fingers, long after she knows she has died. "She is gone," Britannica says. Nobody remarks on the fact that she can speak. Amara shushes her. "Just a moment," she says, not wanting to let go of Dido. "Not yet. She's not gone yet." "She's dead, my love," Victoria says, putting her hand on Amara's knee. "She's gone now." Amara cannot see. Tears are blinding her. Victoria drags Amara's arm around her own shoulders, pulling her upright. Amara realizes a man is watching them. Felix. "You did this!" she screams. In her grief and rage, she knows she could kill him, tear him apart where he stands. But Victoria is holding her, preventing her. "That knife was meant for you! You killed her! You did this!" Felix is silent as Amara shouts at him, threatening him, screaming out her hatred until her voice breaks. Then a man is picking her up, lifting her over his shoulder, taking her away. She thinks it is Rufus, beats her fists against his back, sobbing, ordering him to put her down, to let her go back. Eventually she gives up, collapsing against him. It is only when they reach the edge of the forum and she sees Rufus standing, waiting for her, that she realizes who is carrying her. It is Philos. Chapter 44. We thus began to imprison animals to which nature had assigned the heavens as their element. Pliny the Elder, Natural History, on the Caging of Birds. The Saturnalia is over. Amara sits at her desk, dressed in black. The sound of the fountain does not reach this room, but she knows it is there, murmuring gently in the garden below. She is safe in the house with the golden door. She has her freedom, and her heart is broken. The wooden box is no longer under Rufus's bed. It sits in front of her. She opens it. Folded above the jewellery is a letter from Pliny to Rufus. She picks it up. Words jump out at her. The Atogen, also of Iona, is a famous bird, but although it has a voice, at other times it is mute in captivity. And so it goes on. There is almost no mention of Amara in the letter. Pliny built his case for her freedom by calling on a multitude of birds, perhaps feeling more comfortable making his argument in abstract terms. But she knows what a gift it is. Not only that he paid towards her freedom, but that he gave her his name. It was the name, not the money, that mattered in the end. Caught between his father's refusal and Amara's desperation to be free, Rufus had written to the Admiral asking his advice about what he should do. It was Pliny who had introduced him to Amara in the first place, so surely he would know. Pliny responded with unimaginable generosity. "I never asked him for the money," Rufus has told her over and over again, "and I did pay half, so it's not like you didn't cost me anything." Amara is beginning to suspect that, for Rufus, the pleasure of opening his hands to see the bird fly will never be quite as satisfying as feeling its fragile form beneath his fingers. He did not enjoy her grief after Dido's death. It wasn't a pretty flurry of tears he could kiss away, but a frenzy of pain and hysteria that swamped her gratitude and his glory. He let Philos take her back here to recover herself. She spent the first 2 days of the Saturnalia alone, save for a handful of slaves. Rufus has lent them all to her. Philos is the only one she knows. She cannot remember much of that first night, other than the agony, but the following day is stamped on her memory. She was huddled here in this study, wrapped in a pile of blankets, when Philos brought her hot wine. A drink was the only consolation he had to offer. He stood at the very edge of the room, not getting too close to her. Nothing like the man who once offered her his arm on the street. It was as if the sight of her frightened him. "You can't be like this when he comes for you," he said, not looking at her face. "He planned that night for weeks, imagining all your joy, all the adulation, and instead he got grief and disappointment. I know you loved her, but Rufus will never understand. She was just a pretty slave to him. You will have to mourn her in private." Amara had been too upset to reply. She has avoided Philos since then, though she still took his advice. She wore her white dress when Rufus returned, lavished him with affection, professed her boundless loyalty, enthused about the house. She even apologized for her own grief, fearing that it might have marred all he had done for her. Rufus was gracious in reassuring her that he understood. He never mentioned her friend by name, and neither did she. Amara doesn't have to name Dido to think about her. When she is alone, she spends time standing in the atrium at the same place where Dido stood, trying to take comfort from the fact she was here, in this very house. She saw it, she touched it. Amara remembers their conversations, Dido's kindness, her surprising boldness when she performed, the way she sang with a grace like no other. But at night, she cannot blot out her last memory, the blood on Dido's face, the pain and the horror. Amara realizes her hands are shaking. She puts Pliny's letter away. Dido deserves more than private mourning. From her desk drawer, Amara takes a crude wooden carving, a small statue of the goddess Diana, armed with her hunting bow. She wraps the figure in cloth, ties around the label she has written. I am the gift of Gaia Plinia Amara Liberta. She gets up, walks down the stairs, looking across the open space. In the garden, painters will soon be starting work on a large fresco. Rufus had seen it as a delightful sign that she is so thrilled with the house that she wants to make it special for them both, make it somewhere suitable for him to stay. He had been less certain about the myth she chose. It will be Actaeon turning into a stag, while his own hounds tear him apart. Wouldn't she prefer scenes from the legends of Venus rather than Diana? Perhaps the virgin goddess isn't quite the thing for a love nest. But Amara laughed, teasing him. We can always have Venus in the bedroom. She steps down into the atrium. A young woman is waiting by the pool. Amara hurries over. The girl is early, and Amara knows she has very little time to herself. It is Pompeii, the waitress from the Elephant, the one who owes Amara for her abortion. It's beautiful, Pompeii says, looking round. How well you've done. I can't believe it. I'm sorry you can't stay longer or have some wine with me, Amara replies, but I know what it's like. I'm grateful you spared the time to come at all. It's no trouble, Pompeii says. I'm on a run for supplies. They'll never notice. Amara hands her the wooden statue, hidden in its cloth. Could you give this to Paris for me, please? It is for his master. Paris should tell Felix that I apologize the gift is too late for the Saturnalia, but it has not been sent with any less feeling. Can you remember all that? Of course, Pompeii nods. You're nicer than me, I must say. If I got my freedom from a new master, I wouldn't be sending Sitius any fucking presents. Pompeii turns and walks across the atrium, slipping through the heavy wooden door. Amara stands alone, shivering slightly from the breeze. It is quiet here. She pictures Pompeii, rejoining the noise and the chaos, carrying her Diana through the streets of Pompeii. And when her gift arrives, Amara knows Felix will understand what it means.
This has been a Union Square and Company audio production of The Wolf Den, written by Elodie Harper, read by Antonia Beamish, executive producer Michelle McGonigal. The Wolf Den is also available in print and as an ebook from Union Square and Company. Visit us at unionsquareandco.com. Thank you for listening. Text copyright 2021 by Elodie Harper. Audio production copyright 2021 Head of Zeus. All rights reserved. Union Square and Company supports the right to free expression and the value of copyright. The purpose of copyright is to encourage writers and artists to produce the creative works that enrich our culture. The duplicating, uploading, and distribution of this audiobook without permission is a theft of the author's intellectual property. If you would like permission to use material from the audiobook other than for review purposes, please contact rights@sterlingpublishing.com. Thank you for your support of the author's rights. This audiobook is a work of fiction. Names, characters, places, and incidents are either the product of the author's imagination or are used fictitiously, and any resemblance to actual persons, living or dead, events, or locales is entirely coincidental.